Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are picking up on a new trial out of Michigan. We have two defendants. This is a dual trial. So this is going to be a very interesting trial for us. Let's just check in on our audio. So much for joining. Sounds good. All right, so welcome everybody. Come on in. We have, let's see, this is a brand new trial to me, so I'm still trying to get to know all of the players. So let me check. There's going to be two defendants, two juries, and only one judge. Although there's two judges, there was one judge was for earlier hearings, bond denials, case bindover, and then we have the presiding judge. So it's going to be two juries. I don't think we've ever streamed a trial that has two juries. So really looking forward to covering this one. Lazy Boys, right off the bat, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Welcome in everybody. Dave, Mary and CJ, Gretchen and Amanda, thank you for joining us. Carrie, hello from Oklahoma. JMS is back. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Lori, Lazy Boys, dropping the 10 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Pammy and Ken. Sherry M, good to see you. Ken, thank you for joining us. Lily Wayne, Jenny G. Awesome, guys. Thanks for joining us. New trial. Green-eyed cat coming in. Richard in the kitchen saying hello. Darlene, hello to you. All right. Love the channel. Thank you, Darlene. Appreciate you coming in. Lori. JMS. All right. Little Lulu. Hello, everyone. Found another interesting one. Yes, this one came from Bubbaloo. So if Bubbaloo ends up coming in the chat, Jennifer King is with us. Sharon, good to see you. All right. If Bubbaloo comes in the chat, Woke, good to see you. Multiple defendant trials get confusing. I hope I'm prepared to answer a lot of questions. We're on it. Sally Starr. All right, guys. Petunia, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Anja, thank you for joining us. Beth, member for 2 months. Awesome. Virtuous, Snowcat, Sarcasm, Hector's mom, fantastic. Landy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. 13th juror. Only in Michigan would they do something like this. All right, let's get into it. Brand new case. I know nothing, absolutely nothing about this trial. So I'm coming in fresh and blind. All right, date of the incident, October 11th, with two colons. What are those called? Commas. October 11th, 2024. The charges are felony and unlawful imprisonment ×2. Sam Murray is our victim, age 72. Our defendants are Carlos Hernandez, age 37, and Joshua Zuazo, age 39. So, on October 11th of 2024, two men posing as DTE Energy utility workers allegedly entered the Rochester Hills home of Hussein Sam Murray, 72-year-old jeweler and pawnshop owner. The night before, the same men had appeared at the Murray home claiming to check a gas leak, but were turned away. The next morning, wearing vests and using signage to appear legitimate, they returned. Inside the home, Mr. Murray was led to the basement and never came back up. His wife, Linda Murray, testified she was assaulted, bound with duct tape, and robbed while the men searched for valuables. Later, Mr. Murray was discovered dead in the basement, with the medical examiner ruling his homicide by blunt force trauma and strangulation. Oof, that stinks, right? That's terrible. There's many, many bad ways to go out, and that's probably one of them. Blunt force. All right, so let's start with, we're going to start with some news clips just to kind of get a background and see what's going on here. So first up is a news clip.
A stunning new image of a suspect wanted for murder could help solve a horrifying case. Thank you so much for joining us for 7 News Detroit at 11. I'm Mike Duffy. The Oakland County Sheriff says it was a targeted attack against a Hamtramck business owner. 2 suspects showed up at his home on Newcastle Street in Rochester Hills and conned their way into the home.
DTE. We're checking for gas leaks.
What followed left a 72-year-old man dead and his wife tied up and terrorized. Tonight, the sheriff and a former neighbor are sharing what they know with 7 News Detroit reporter Brett Cast.
Well, law enforcement has been here most of the day and now into the night, finally securing that critical footage showing the suspects behind this brutal murder.
We're DTE.
2 men posing as DTE workers investigating a gas leak.
We're checking for gas leaks.
Knock on a Rochester Hills front door. Their car even had a DTE placard on the side, but soon after being let in, they allegedly murdered the homeowner in his basement.
He was found again deceased in the basement. We're not sure exactly the cause, quite frankly, because there was so much blood.
Sheriff Michael Bouchard says the suspects first visited Thursday night but came back Friday morning. On that second visit, the 72-year-old homeowner took the suspects downstairs, and then the suspects came back upstairs alone, tied up the victim's wife, and searched the home for roughly 20 minutes.
A loving guy, owned a business, cared about his neighborhood and his community. Shouldn't have been a target of this. No one should ever be a target of this.
Records show the business he owned is a jewelry store in Hamtramck. A sign outside the store said it was closed for a family emergency. The sheriff says they're investigating whether owning the store made him a target by thieves looking for cash or jewelry.
We believe this was very targeted. It wasn't random. They're not just knocking on doors and doing this.
But when I started hearing the details of what happened, it was very disturbing.
Austin Rogers grew up across the street and says his dad is friends with the victim.
He was a nice guy. He was, always doing yard work. That's when I would see him. You always wave, say hello.
The sheriff's department sharing this crucial piece of evidence, hoping someone recognizes the suspects, while a neighborhood is still reeling from what happened.
A utility person walks up to your door. You're inclined to trust them, especially if they have a truck out there that says DTE.
And DTE says before visiting your home, they'll always give you a heads up either by phone, text, or email. They say you can always ask a worker for photo identification, and whenever in doubt, make sure to give DTE a call, and they can confirm if that worker is legit. In Rochester Hills, I'm Brett Cast, 7 News, Detroit.
We will follow any new developments in the search for the suspects in the murder in Rochester Hills. You can find updates on air and on WXYZ.com.
All right, so that kind of gives us a little bit of background. We have one more news clip because again, I'm coming into this blind. So we got one more. And then we'll get to the trial. Let's see what this is about.
Jolly. Oh. This morning, police are searching for a second suspect involved in the murder of a Rochester Hills man. It's a brutal crime that has the entire community on edge.
Now, one of the suspects has been arrested. 37-year-old Carlos Hernandez has been charged with murder in the death of Hussein Murray. Now, Murray was 72-year-old. He was a father, a grandfather, and a business owner.
Investigators say Murray was killed during a robbery when Hernandez and an accomplice disguised as DTE workers told Murray they were investigating a gas leak in an effort to get inside the home. Hernandez was arrested over the weekend in Louisiana and now faces a murder charge.
7 News Detroit reporter Ryan Marshall is live in front of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in Pontiac this morning. So Ryan, the family of Hussein Murray is now speaking out about him. What are they saying?
Well, Kiara Keenan, good morning to you. They are saying he was a kind and compassionate man. This family absolutely grappling with his murder. One man in custody, another man on the run. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office is leading a national manhunt for the second person believed to be involved in the heinous murder of 72-year-old business owner Hussein Murray.
We just look forward to catching the second person and holding them fully accountable for a completely disturbing and unforgivable act, in my opinion.
We're DTE. We're checking for gas leaks.
Authorities say both men came to Murray's Rochester Hills residence on Newcastle Street and posed as DTE employees checking for a gas leak. Once inside, they allegedly killed Murray and tied up his wife. 37-year-old Carlos Hernandez was arrested Saturday in Shreveport, Louisiana, and charged with murder.
We had local agencies and up and down, the process all across the country looking for the vehicle we thought he was traveling in, and a local sheriff's Sheriff's Office in Louisiana, in partnership with this whole effort, spotted the vehicle and pulled him over.
Hernandez also had open arrest warrants in Ohio that involved armed robbery.
That also helped us in the process to get up this nationwide manhunt before even we had our warrants in hand.
As for the victim, Hussein Murray, he owned a Hamtramck jewelry and pawn shop. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office believe both men targeted Murray and are looking at robbery as a motive. Murray's grandson released a statement saying, quote, "Our family is deeply saddened by the loss of my grandfather, Hussein. My grandfather was a man with a heart of gold who treated all those around him with kindness and compassion. I am eternally grateful for the support the community has shown our family in this difficult time. We are also grateful for the Oakland County Sheriff's Department's tireless work in seeking justice for my grandfather and compassion for our grieving process." Yeah, this is certainly a sad and tragic story. Back here live in Pontiac, authorities are urging the public's help today. This morning, right now, they have a $2,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of the second suspect. If you have any information, you are urged to call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-SPEAK-UP. That is 1-800-SPEAK-UP. You will remain anonymous. They need to find this man now, and they are hoping that they can get some answers and they can get that taken care of and squared away, because this person's still on the run. We're here live just outside of the Oakland County Sheriff's Department headquarters in Pontiac. I'm Ryan Marshall for 7 News Detroit this morning.
Yeah, Hussein's death has really shaken up the community. We will stay on top of this story. Thank you, Ryan.
All right, seems like a nice, well-respected, had a jewelry shop, pawn shop. Seems like a nice guy. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to day one. Let me get us queued up. Hopefully we have closed captioning. Let me see, when does it actually start? Get us queued up here. Just give me a moment. Yasmin Poles is going to be our judge. And we listened to this earlier. The audio is really good. We got really good audio, so we're happy about that. Oh, no closed captioning. No closed captioning, you guys. That stinks. That's the only bad thing. No closed captioning. So, all right, here we go. Day one.
All rise. Oakland County Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Yasmin Polis presiding. Good morning, everyone. You may be seated. Calling People versus Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291950
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the Court, John Petrofess on Andrew McGarrow on behalf of the people.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P301, appearing on behalf of and with Joshua Zuazo. Mr. Zuazo is standing to my left at the counsel table.
Okay, tell me your name.
Joshua Zuazo.
All right, good morning to everyone. So I do want to bring in the juror who came yesterday at 8:30 in the morning, even though they were instructed to come back today at 8:30 in the morning. I don't know if you heard about this, Mr. McCarthy, but one of the jurors came in yesterday morning, buzzed, and said, I want to talk to the judge. I need to talk about why I can't serve. I, of course, staff sent the individual away, said you must return today. I'm going to bring that person in individually to question them as to what their concern is at this time. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Just that
Mr. Professor did tell me that yesterday.
There's video media. They need to be instructed not to show the juror who's coming in face or record or photograph that juror.
Understood. I think everyone knows. Okay.
Will that juror be in the jury box?
Yes. Yes.
All rise for the jury.
Hi there. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Come on in. Have a seat. All right. Please be seated. So my understanding is you came in yesterday morning.
Yes.
Yesterday morning, because you were here on Monday, you were chosen on Monday.
That's correct.
And then you said you wanted to address something with me, so we just wanted to get that out of the way before we got going this morning. What's going on?
I mentioned Monday that I might know the victim and the family.
Okay.
It was brought to my attention in the courtroom that I may not. I certainly do.
How do you know them?
I went to school with Boheed Murray. His brother is a religious advisor in my community.
Okay. All right. So, and I know we talked a lot about this during voir dire, and the lawyers asked a bunch of questions regarding it. So, my recollection is you went to school with him 30 years ago.
Correct.
You did not have any communication. You have not had any communication with him over the past 30 years.
With the exception of his 40 under 40 celebration.
Which was when?
10 years ago.
10 years ago.
Correct.
All right. So it's been quite some time.
His brother is a religious advisor in my community. It's hard to pin down what interactions might be determined there.
Well, I mean, when was the last time you had any interaction?
A year.
Okay, and in what capacity would you say interaction? Coming and going? Or?
Religious advisor.
Okay, all right. So, I mean, at this point, you've been sworn in as a juror to serve. So I'm going to let the lawyers ask questions, but it's pretty complicated at this point to let you go.
Understood.
So what I'm going to need from you is confirmation that you're going to be able to set that aside and listen to the evidence only and make a decision based on evidence only, not any prior past relationships or personal knowledge you have of what could potentially be the victim's family here.
Okay, I stated that Boheed, when we read the list of possible people who testified here, the prosecutor mentioned that I do not know the victim. When I heard the victim is when it sank in. I didn't claim to maybe know the victim personally, but the family members certainly.
Well, what changed between that, like overnight? Because you were here for a long time on Monday, so what changed?
When you read the charges and I heard the victim's name, Linda.
Okay, so how do you know Linda?
She's my friend's mother.
When you say friend, though, this is an individual you haven't seen in a decade? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. We just really need to
I
dig
own
down
a business in the city of Troy, and he's an attorney in the city of Troy.
Have you used him for work?
No, not personally. I haven't hired the firm, no.
Okay. All right, Mr. Petrofessa, any questions?
Just briefly, Judge. We had a discussion Monday on this topic about, I think you said you may know the victim at one point. Yes, I said I may know. Okay, and when we talked about it a little bit more, I think we know the victim. You may have gone to high school with a family member, and I think that's where we left off on Monday. If that's not my determination, but sure. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
And let me just follow up on that. So you don't, the person that you went to school with, did you ever hang out at this person's house?
Yes, I played basketball in his driveway.
Okay, so you knew mom and dad?
We were on the same basketball team.
Okay.
Yes.
So you knew his mother and father?
Yes.
Like in passing as acquaintances, like someone's parents, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you feel like realizing that that's your affiliation with the family now, that you could no longer be fair to the defendant here then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. McCarthy, do you have any questions?
I do.
And here I am singing the praises of the audio, and there is no audio. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's for privacy. I don't know.
Thank you.
Hey, Trace, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I promise the audio is good until there is no audio.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, juror in seat 9 is no longer with us. There's some information that we received that no longer allows him to serve on this jury. That should not affect your opinion or how we move forward or any of the voir dire process that we've had. But we do want to know whether or not anyone discussed in the jury room this morning any information that was provided to us through juror seat 9. We'll just take hands if anyone talked to juror seat 9 or juror seat 9 share any information with anyone. It's important for us to know that at this time. I'm seeing all nods. So nobody had a conversation this morning with juror seat 9. Counsels, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes, Your
all right,
Honor.
then we're going to go right into openings. Good morning. Go ahead, Mr. Bashkasa.
May it please the court. Counsel. Good morning. About a year ago, you're going to hear that Linda Murray and her husband, Hussein Murray, who would also go by the name Sam, were enjoying the fruits of their 54 years of marriage. They had raised a family. They were enjoying grandkids. Her husband, Sam, was still working on a regular basis at the two businesses that he had run for almost 3 decades. Down in Hamtramck, he had both a pawn shop and also a jewelry shop. And he would still go there on a regular basis. And you'll hear as the testimony comes in that that life that they were living and were expecting to continue to live came to an abrupt end starting on October 10th of 2024 when there was a knock on the door. And that knock on the door was at 10 p.m. And that knock on the door was with this defendant, Joshua Zuazo, and his co-defendant, Carlos Hernandez. Little did they know when that knock on the door came that their fate was about to be changed forever, and there was no going back. Linda Murray is going to testify this morning, and she's going to tell you that there was a knock at about 10 o'clock, and she's upstairs getting ready for bed, and her husband Sam is downstairs. And when that knock comes, they had a house that was set up with Ring cameras. And there's several Ring cameras around the house, and the Ring cameras also not only let you know somebody's there, but they also give you the video of what's going on at the knock on the door. So Sam goes to the door, and she's at the top of the stairs, and she'll tell you she could see what happens at the front door. And she'll tell you when the door opens, Defendant Hernandez and Defendant Zuazo are standing there, and they're dressed as DTE employees. And they are not DTE employees, but they're posing as DTE employees, and they want to get into the house. So they're saying, we're here because there's a gas leak, and we need to get in and check the house. And Linda's suspicion is up right away, and she yells down, it's kind of late for a gas leak check, isn't it? And her husband Sam has the door open, and Hernandez is still having a conversation about needing to check the gas. And Linda shouts down, Sam, do you have your gun on you? Because Sam, because of his businesses, because of the pawn shop, because of the jewelry, was licensed to carry a firearm and would carry a Glock on his right side. The conversation ends. Sam says, you're not coming in. It's too late. And then Hernandez says, well, we'll be back tomorrow. The door closes. They continue on with their night. You'll hear in the next morning that Linda has a doctor's appointment, and she goes to the doctor's appointment. She gets back to the house about 10 o'clock. When she gets to the house, Sam's already been cooking that morning because she's going to bring in food for his employees. It's a Friday now. And he often would cook for the employees, and he'd bring it in to share with them throughout the day so they had something to eat at lunchtime. Usually would go in around noon. So she gets in there, she starts cooking up breakfast for her and her husband. There's nobody else who lives at the house, it's just the two of them. So as she's doing that, Sam has already made the food. He's over in the family room. There's another knock on the door. And this time, when they go to the door, Linda's now on the first floor, and she cuts through between the kitchen and the front door, and she's looking towards the front door, and she can see that it's the same two guys who were there the night before. And she will identify Defendant Zuazo and Defendant Hernandez as the two guys who were there. You will see the Ring camera videos of all of these. And again, they want to come into the house. They have fake DTE badges. They come along with props like gas detector that you can buy on Amazon for $25, and they want to get in. This time Sam lets them in to check for the gas. So as they come into the house, the gas that they want to check is going to be in the basement. So at first, Zuazo comes in and kind of lingers around. I think Linda thought he was going to go to the gas dryers. He doesn't. And then Hernandez says something kind of strange, like, well, I forgot something out in the truck. So he disappears slightly, but she doesn't hear the alarm in the house beep. So she doesn't really believe he actually left the house to go out to the truck. And then you're going to hear that her husband, Sam, leads down into the basement. And you're going to hear that Zuazo is the first one to follow him down the stairs. And then Hernandez comes behind. And Hernandez closes the door. And that's the last time Linda ever saw her husband alive. She'll tell you that she's in the kitchen. She's doing breakfast. She hasn't finished it. It takes 10 to 15 minutes. She doesn't hear anything coming from the basement. She doesn't hear commotion. She doesn't hear screaming. She'll tell you, I believe, that her husband was a loud talker, and that for his age, he was a strong, physically fit guy. She doesn't hear anything. So as the door opens, up comes Hernandez first. Hernandez now, and you'll see the pictures between the entry exit to the basement is very close to the kitchen. Hernandez is there, and he starts saying, "Where's the cash? Where's the safe? Where's the jewelry?" She's like, "We don't have a safe. I got cash in my purse." It's like, "Where's my husband?" It's like, "Where's the cash? Where's your jewelry? Jewelry's in a safety deposit box. Where's my husband?" And then you'll hear, up comes defendant Zuazo. And now she sees him at close range, and she sees blood on his shirt. And at that point in time, she starts screaming. She starts screaming, "What happened to my husband? Where's my husband?" And Zuazo says to her, "He's sleeping." Then you're going to hear Hernandez, who is a huge human being, I think he's like 6'5", 450 pounds, hauls off and punches Linda on the left side of the face. She's then pushed by Hernandez. "Are you going to shut up?" She said, "I'll stop screaming." At which point in time, he starts in the kitchen to bind her up with duct tape. At that point, "Where's your cash?" "In my purse." Starts going through a kitchen drawer. "Where's your car keys?" "They're attached to the purse." And while that's going on, you'll hear defendant Zuazo doesn't leave the house. He doesn't go in the car. He doesn't drive away. He doesn't run down the street. Instead, what he does is he goes upstairs and ransacks the bedrooms up there looking for valuables. Goes into the master bedroom, which is completely ransacked. You'll see photos of it. Goes through the other bedrooms, and you'll see that there's a jewelry box that had her jewelry, which was valueless, costume jewelry. And one of the drawers from that jewelry box is taken. And you're also going to hear that defendant Hernandez does not go upstairs. Only defendant Zuazo goes upstairs. And in one of the bedrooms that he ransacks, you'll see that there's a blood smear on the wall. That blood smear, when it's tested by the Oakland County lab, come back to the victim, Sam Murray. He comes back down, time to go. So they exit through the garage. Now, they don't have a fob for the garage, so she says they're in there for a little bit, and she hears a huge boom, which is probably because the garage is disconnected. If you don't have a way to open it, you can disconnect it, pull it up, and pull it down. It comes crashing down. She hears it from inside the kitchen. She gets the ability to call the police because they take her cell phone on the house line, and the sheriff's office arrives. You'll see that body cam as soon as we start going with testimony this morning. And it's one of the things that we talked about in jury selection. There's a lot of officers who arrive. That's before they go into the basement. There's a lot more officers who arrive after they go into the basement. Because when you go into the basement, what you see is Sam is on the ground. It's a horrible scene, brutal scene, very bloody scene. The Emmy will tell you about the damage he sustained down in that basement. But you're going to see that his hands are duct taped, his feet are duct taped. They're also zip tied, other zip ties there. You'll see that the gun that would have been on his right side was gone, never found. And you'll hear what a brutal end to his life happened on that October 11th. You're going to hear how the investigation, because the Sheriff's Department with the Ring camera smartly and quickly released it to the media. And the media put it out on TV immediately, which was a great thing because they start getting tips. And as you'll see, it's not hard to see, defendant Hernandez sticks out physically. So the focus quickly turned onto defendant Hernandez and also defendant Zuazo. You'll hear from a witness who worked with him. He says, "I saw the video. I recognized him. I recognized what he was wearing from. That was what we used to wear at work, and I recognized his voice."
So I knew who that was. So the sheriff's office quickly gets on to trying to track down where they are. Now, what is happening with the defendants at this point in time? Well, they're trying to destroy evidence. So you're going to hear that truck, which was a stolen truck that was stolen about 10 days before. You'll have that witness come in and say the truck was in front of my house. It was our work truck. I went to bed at 11. It was there. I woke up at 5. It was gone. So he'll come in and say how that truck was stolen. One more layer of trying to get away with what happened on October 10th and 11th. Then you're going to hear that the plate that was on the truck was actually stolen from DTE itself. So if anyone was to have run it, say, is this a DTE truck, it would have actually come back to DTE because that plate was stolen. So that truck is taken down to Detroit. It's set on fire. You'll hear how the Detroit officers responded to the blaze. There's actually a photo of the truck on fire as that piece of evidence is trying to be destroyed. So the sheriff's department quickly starts, there's a thing called the flock system. It's used to be few places, now it's every place. Pretty soon, you're not going to be able to drive without them being able to track your plate if they want to, because it photographs the plates. And they got him, Hernandez, going south. And they're also aware, now that they've started their investigation, that Hernandez has another residence that he uses down in Texas. So they put out a bulletin all the way down the trip, what they expect to be to Texas, and Louisiana on October 12th quickly comes in contact with them and pulls them over. They conduct a search warrant, and what you're going to hear they find in the vehicle that Hernandez is driving is the original license plate on the stolen truck that's designated POCO, because I think that's the company's name. That's in there. You're also going to hear that there are size 13 shoes, 3 pair of size 13 shoes. And on one of those pair of 13 shoes, there's blood. And when the lab tests that blood comes back to the victim, Sam Murray. You're also going to hear there's 1 pair of size 11 brown boots. Not size 13, but size 11. There's also blood on that. Those boots also come back to the victim. Then you're going to hear that there's a bucket hat found in that, a bucket hat that is identified by witnesses as the defendant wearing on prior occasions. And then you're going to hear that as the investigation continued, the lab that was processing that scene comes up with DNA of both defendants on different items that were found at the scene and in the basement. As the case progresses, you're going to hear evidence that throughout this course of events, which started way before October 10th and 11th, because as the investigation now focuses, you're going to hear that in fact, defendant Hernandez had gone to Mr. Murray's store almost a year earlier, back in October 2023. And he had pawned items there. And he's going to be identified by witnesses as being a guy who they remember coming into that store. By his size, he stuck out. They also have the records of his pawn slips. And then you're going to hear how he came back in February of 2024 and was also at that store. This time at the store, horrible detail. But he actually asked to be introduced to the owner. And he was introduced face-to-face to the owner, Sam. And you'll hear that Sam would park his car at that building, open to the public. You could see his car, it's an older Audi. You could see that he would park his car outside the house in the driveway, so you could see if he's home or not home. So this was not random. This was not an accident. This was targeted. They did not give up after the first time, where a lot of folks might have said it didn't work. They may call DTE, they may call the cops, I'm not showing back up tomorrow. That doesn't happen. They're back on October 11th to finish that mission. And that mission was also planned by getting false DTA stickers for the side of the truck. This was well planned, well targeted, and ended horribly. And you'll hear, I think, at the conclusion of this case, and I think you'll come to the conclusion that they were in it together from before the 10th, the 11th, and after. All of these factors, I believe you'll find the defendant guilty as charged on all counts. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. The first thing I want to do this morning is to extend Mr. Zuazo's sincere thanks to each and every one of you who have set aside the business that you would have been attending to this week had you not been summoned to the Oakland County Courthouse to serve as a juror. And he has known about this case since the 18th day of October last year, when he was in custody and brought before a judge and advised at his arraignment of what the charges against him were. Very serious charges. First-degree felony murder for the death of Mr. Murray, and the unlawful imprisonment of Mr. Murray, and the unlawful imprisonment of Mrs. Murray. So since that day, the 18th day of October in 2024, Mr. Zuazo has been looking forward to this day. He didn't know when his trial would begin. He didn't know who among his fellow citizens would be summoned to the Oakland County Courthouse to serve as the triers of fact, the people who will determine the truth in this case. But he did know this, that once his case was presented before a group such as yourselves, that the truth would then be known. So he's been waiting for this day as his day of vindication. And it is for that reason that I extend his sincere thanks, as well as my own, for you all serving as jurors in this very serious matter. Now, the questions that you have to determine are all focused on Joshua Zuazo. You don't have to make any findings of fact as it affects the co-defendant, Mr. Hernandez. And that is as it should be. There's a separate jury that will deal with the facts associated with him. But because the allegations are that the two men worked in concert, or that at least this, and this is what I am prepared to concede today, is that Mr. Hernandez did not work alone. His jury will have to determine the facts regarding his case, but you, sitting here taking in the evidence, are not going to have any question in your mind whatsoever that the first person at the door to try and enter the Murray home on the night, or during the night of October 10 of last year, is Carlos Hernandez. As Mr. Petrofessa said just a few moments ago, and you all will see for yourselves in a little while when both juries are assembled and the testimony begins, he is a distinctive individual by his size. He's 6'5", or I read in one report 6'6". When he was arrested in October of last year, he weighed 450 pounds. I don't know exactly what he weighs in at this time now, but the fact of the matter is a very big individual. Certainly one who stands out. And you'll see the ring videos, you'll have a feeling for a very good eye view of who the first person is. The question in this case is one of identification, as to all of you. Now, I understand what Mr. Petrofessa said, that he intends to present evidence, the people do, that would show that Mr. Zuazo is that second person. Your job is to determine whether he is correct, and has he proven that allegation of identification beyond a reasonable doubt. In the law, depending on the seriousness or the type of case there is, we have different measuring sticks by which different juries determine what is the truth. In a criminal case, that measuring stick is the highest burden of proof in the law. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't have, and Judge Polis has already given you a description of what a reasonable doubt is. She's going to instruct you on it again at the end. But I ask you to keep that in mind, because what your job as jurors is to scrutinize the evidence, listen carefully to it, and come to a conclusion that you are convinced is the correct one. Either that the people have failed to prove, or they did prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a serious obligation. And I'm sure when you received that summons, whenever that was, it said you had to be here this past Monday to serve as jurors, or at least potentially serve as jurors, you looked at it as not a wonderful opportunity to do some public service or civic duty, but as an interference in whatever it is that each of you would have been doing this week. But now, because you have taken that solemn oath that was administered to you on Monday afternoon, your job is to determine the truth. That's what a trial is. It's a search for the truth, and you all are the truth finders and determiners. So just along those lines, I want to tell you that if you let your mind wander while we are all gathered here together and start thinking about those things that you would be doing this week had you not been summoned and sworn in to serve as a juror, while the testimony is being presented or exhibits are being displayed, the evidence in the case, you're going to miss something. If you go this afternoon at lunchtime and have an excellent meal somewhere, and when we get into the afternoon session today or tomorrow or Friday or however long this trial lasts, and that meal starts to settle and your eyes become heavy and you start to drift off, you're going to miss something. Don't let that happen. This is serious business. And that oath that maybe went in one ear and out the other has real serious implications. And the reason for all that is, and the reason why it's so important that you listen, is because in the end, when all the evidence has been presented, and the arguments of Mr. Petrofessa and myself have been presented, and Mr. Magaro, and Judge Polis has concluded, giving you her final instructions on the law, 12 of you will be chosen to go back into that jury room where right now you can talk about anything except this, the only reason why we're all here together, and then begin your deliberations, your discussions about what the evidence is. And that's where paying attention is essential, because you can't honestly participate in those discussions if you weren't paying attention. And the way and the reason why, and even as wonderful as the United States is, we didn't come up with this idea of 12 people on a jury. That goes back to the Old English common law, and it's been around for centuries longer than the United States has existed. And the reason it's done that way is because 12 people of differing life experiences and just knowledge of life in general sit down, they listen to what the evidence is, and then they all tell their different perspectives. And they engage with one another and come to a determination of the truth. And that's, while I am cross-examining witnesses and listening carefully to everything that goes on during the course of the trial, while Mr. Magaro and Mr. Petrofessa are examining witnesses and doing exactly the same thing, you all will be sizing everybody up. One of the things that Judge Polis has already instructed you on, and she's going to instruct again, I'm pretty confident, at the conclusion of the trial, is listening to the witnesses. And I'm not going to say that any person who comes into this courtroom and takes an oath to tell you the truth, because I know who these witnesses are, and I've read what they've said in the past, and I have an understanding of what I expect you all are going to see. I'm not going to tell you that anybody's a liar. But one of the instruction you get on listening to witnesses is people can give testimony about what they think they saw, say it honestly because that's really what they believe, and still simply be wrong. I I'm not a very good mathematician. I had trouble with that when I got to trigonometry. But I understand that, we all understand 2 and 2 is 4. But a person can add up a column of numbers and get the wrong answer, think they're right, they answered it on their test paper because they thought it was correct, and simply be wrong. This information that you're going to hear during the course of this trial is traumatic, and it's disturbing. And as you sit through it, you are going to be traumatized yourself to a certain extent, because you're going to see some photographs that are pretty rough to look at of Mr. Murray, where he was found by the deputies that went to their home, the Murray home, and started their investigation. You're going to see Mrs. Murray testify. She herself is a victim of a crime. There isn't any question that this happened. It's a question of who did it. And the identification is the issue as it affects Joshua Zuazo. But you're going to see terrible things. Then it's hard to do that. And it's especially hard to do it when you're the trier of fact. Because, unlike anybody else, you are obligated to use cold-eyed calculation to determine the truth. You can't let sympathy or emotion enter into your decision-making about what the facts actually are. It's a hard job, and I don't envy you. And I know what all it is that you're going to see during the course of the next few days. So I can tell you right now from the beginning, it's pretty tough stuff. And that certainly wasn't something that you planned on having happen to you when you opened your mail on the day that your jury summons came. But I'm confident in each and every one of you. I don't know if you noticed, but I actively participated in the jury selection that we conducted on Monday. And I can assure you, if I didn't have that confidence as a fairly well-experienced attorney, you would not be occupying the seats where you find yourselves today. Now, I'm going to have, and I want you to just keep a couple of things in mind regarding this issue of identification. Well, the ring camera makes it really clear who the big fellow is. It doesn't really identify Mr. Zuazo. And there'll be quite a bit of questioning about that. The person, Kelly Broad, who says that, and I expect his testimony will be, because I have some knowledge of it, that he saw that ring video on television in the days immediately after this event took place. And he came forward and he made an identification of Mr. Zuazo. I will have a series of questions for him, and I ask you to listen with keen interest there, because that's a really important thing. He's an essential witness in this case for the prosecution to establish that Mr. Zuazo is the person. And the question will be, and the one that I will raise in the end in my closing argument, is whether Kelly Broad is correct. This is an important and serious matter, and you want to see justice done, and I get that. But justice and retribution, they don't equal the same thing. And your job as jurors is to find what the real facts are and to make a determination regarding whether the correct person has been, and that is Joshua Zuazo, has been identified as the second man involved in this case. It isn't that it didn't happen. It isn't that it isn't a terrible crime, or they are all terrible crimes. But the question for you as Joshua Zuazo's jurors is whether he is the second man. And is he responsible for any of the crimes that were committed on October the 11th? I thank you for the attention you've paid so far. I know you'll pay attention during the course of the trial, and I look forward to getting my next opportunity to speak with you when I present my closing argument on behalf of Mr. Zuazo at the end of the evidence presentation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to send you back to the jury room for about 10 minutes. When you come back the next time, we will have both juries in here. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to kind of swap between where you sit. I don't know where you're going to be brought in, but you're either going to be brought in here, you're going to be brought in one of those front two rows. Obviously, it's more comfortable to be sitting where you're sitting right now, so we are going to be cognizant of that and try to switch between the breaks. But right now, just procedurally need to set that up and see you back in about 10 minutes.
All right, for the jury, please.
More convenient for the Sheriff's Department to take down Mr. Zuazo and bring him up with Mr. Hernandez, or can we just bring up Mr. Hernandez now?
I would say probably, are we looking to do a few hours? I would take him down, let him use the bathroom if need be,
and then bring him up?
We'll bring Mr. Hernandez up first.
Okay, and then is Miss Lofton?
That way they don't have to cross paths.
Okay, perfect. Is Miss Lofton here?
I saw her already, Judge.
Okay, all right, so let's do that, and then we will be back.
So that's why only Mr. Zuazo is there, because Mr. Hernandez is not. All right, that's interesting. So they're going to take him out. They're going to swap juries now? Wow, I'm really confused. Well, we got to see what's going to happen here. We got to see what's going to happen. If they're going to bring him down, Mr. Hernandez up, and do their openings, and then bring them all back up. This is really interesting. All right, well let's go through openings real quick. Well, first of all, there was a male juror that during voir dire didn't say anything about knowing the family members of Mr. Murray. So that person, male, he got booted. He got yeeted. Juror number 9 is gone. He used to play basketball in the driveways in high school, so he knew the parents. All right, so Mr. Murray owned a pawn shop on October 10th. There's a knock on the door. I have 2023, October 2024. October 10th, there's a knock on the door at 10 p.m. Linda is getting ready for bed. That's the wife. Ring camera is set up. We're here to fix a gas because there's a gas leak. Linda shouts down, "It's kind of late for a gas leak. Sam, do you have your gun on you?" He was licensed to carry a Glock. Sam says, "You're not coming in." Hernandez says, "We'll be back tomorrow." So the door closes. Next day, Linda goes to the doctor, comes back around 10. So Sam cooks for his employees. Again, nice guy. Usually goes in around noon. So here it is on a Friday. There's another knock. This time Linda looks out. She says it's the two same guys. This time Sam lets them in. They go down to the basement. Sadly, that's the last time she's going to see Sam alive. She doesn't hear any screaming. Apparently Sam is a loud talker, boisterous perhaps even. Hernandez comes back up and says, "Where's the cash, the jewelry, and the safe?" She's like, "Where's my husband? Where's the jewelry?" She says jewelry's in the safe deposit box. So then Zuazo comes up. He's got blood on him. She's like, "Where's my husband?" Zuazo says he's sleeping. Hernandez goes and punches poor Linda in the face. They tie her up. Zuazo goes upstairs, ransacks the bedrooms. A jewelry box is taken. Bloodstains come back from there that it's Sam's blood. These two gentlemen exit the garage or through the garage. Linda hears a huge boom. Sam's on the ground. It's just really brutal. He's a lot of blood. His hands and feet are duct taped. His gun is gone. That's not found. The DTE truck was stolen. So even if they ran the plates, checked on it, they would have come back as legit. Apparently then the truck was set on fire. Then they're going to find a pair size 13 shoes with Sam's blood on it, and then a pair of 11 boots, sized 11 boots with also with Sam's blood on it. There's a bucket hat that can be tied back to the defendants. There's DNA that ties back to them. And then earlier, Hernandez went to the pawn shop and asked to speak to the owner. So it was targeted. This right now, this is what the state is laying out, that this is targeted. And then Michael McCarthy gets up. He's Joshua Zuaro's representative. Just kind of talks, I guess he got arrested on the 18th. He's looking forward to this day. Mr. Hernandez did not work alone. He's 6'5", 6'6" at the time. It's 450 pounds. It's traumatic. It's disturbing. It's not a question of did this happen. It's a question whether Zuazo is the second man and is he responsible. All right, we can fast forward. Let's do some zuma. Boop, boop, boop. Do some zuma. All right. Here comes Mr. Hernandez. Okay, so now they're both going to be present.
versus Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291950FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945FC.
John Petrofessa and Andrew Magura on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P30169, appearing on behalf of the Joshua Zuazo. He's standing to my left at the defense table.
All right, tell me your name.
Joshua Zuazo.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paulette Michelle Lawson on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who is standing to my right.
All right, tell me your name.
Carlos Hernandez.
Okay, all right, we're going to bring the jury in a moment. Everyone can have a seat. I just want to have a brief little discussion here with the defendants as well. So I've heard some chatter that there might be some upsetness between the parties here. I just want to make it very clear to you that if there's any obstruction of justice whatsoever that I find, you will quickly be taken down to lockup, and you will watch your trial go on without you being present in this courtroom. You'll just watch it through a screen and not be here. And if you want to test that out, try me, okay? All right, so very clear. I don't expect anything like this to happen. We've been together for the past few days. I've not seen anything like that. But I'm just making it very clear. I will exercise my right to do that. Do you understand? You understand? Yes. Okay. All right. Let's bring in our jury. Yes.
We had just a few issues if we could place them on the record prior to the jury coming in. If that's
Sure.
okay.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the first issue, my client's wife is listed on the witness list, I believe now, only of Mr. Zuazo and Mr. McCarthy. She is in the hallway. She does wish to come in and observe her husband's trial. It's my understanding that the prosecutor is objecting to that, and I wanted to make a record of that.
Sure. What's your position regarding that?
I absolutely don't believe she should be in here. I think we need to make a record on her anyway for this, because her name appears on my witness list. Her name also appears on Mr. McCarthy's witness list. This court, understanding the implications from the attorneys about her involvement in this crime itself, had asked for some counsel to discuss matters with her. We reached out on last Friday to Scott Kozak, who's been in touch with her. Mr. Kozak has received some discovery regarding this, had conversations about her involvement with me, and I believe with some of the other attorneys also. And what we received on Friday was a communication indicating that she would not testify because of potential criminal liability. Am I reflecting that correctly for the record?
You are?
Yes, ma'am.
So she would essentially take the fifth?
Yes.
And do we still believe that to be the case?
Well, she's outside. If you want to put her on the record for 30 seconds, we can.
I don't believe Mr. Kozak is with her, though, so she doesn't have her counsel.
Well, she hasn't asserted her fifth yet, so the court hasn't appointed her counsel. As soon as she does that, then, and if she is asking for counsel, I'll do that.
So I think she was appointed counsel through an order. Is that right?
I never actually signed the order. It came to my attention that there was going to be a witness who was going to take the fifth. But until a witness takes the fifth, the court wouldn't have any jurisdiction to appoint counsel for somebody. So let's just get through it right now.
I can do it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lawson.
Which way would you like her to?
This way. And you could just stand right there. I'll be able to hear you. Tell us your name.
Amanda Ileana Hernandez.
Okay, all right. I'm going to get you sworn in because we have some questions for you, okay? It's our understanding that you want to be in the courtroom, but you're potentially a witness, so we're just trying to figure out whether or not you're going to actually be called in this case. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, put your hand down. So you understand that you've been subpoenaed to be a witness in this case?
Yes.
All right, and it's my understanding that you would be planning on asserting your Fifth Amendment, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and is that something you plan on doing then? Yes. Yes, all right, Mr. Petropasso.
And you've had conversations with an attorney, Scott Kozak, before
yes,
this?
I have. He's actually tried to get me taken off the witness list, but he can't get in touch with Mr. McCarthy.
All right, any questions, Mr.? I know that's not accurate. Go ahead, Mr. McCarthy.
Well,
Any questions for the witness on behalf of
I
Mr.
think
Zuazo?
the fact that she's stating that she's going to assert her rights under the Fifth Amendment and remain silent, that satisfies me. I'll strike her name from the witness list, and I have no desire to have her testify, given my understanding of the evidence that would implicate her.
What's your position?
The position is that she still shouldn't be in here for several reasons. First of all, she's still a potential defendant, and she still could be potentially charged. I don't want her having access to testimony of what's going on. Secondly, she's still in constant contact with the defendant. I have concerns about her intentionally creating a mistrial. She's also living, I believe, with another witness, Danielle Diaz, her mother, who's going to be testifying tomorrow. I also believe that she can watch, because I believe it's being live streamed. If she wants to follow this case, she can watch it on live stream. It also creates an issue if she's sitting in here and a jury sees her sitting in here, then they're going to say, why is the prosecution not calling her, not understanding I can't call her? So if she's in here.
Still call her, though. And I think this is the way that we're going to get around this. But what are your thoughts, Ms. Lofton?
Your Honor, since she has been struck on Mr. McCarthy's witness list, she is here to show support for my client. I think that is important for the jury's view. So I would ask that she be allowed to remain.
She's still on your witness list?
Yes.
And you still could intend to call her?
I could give her use immunity if I decided to.
Okay. All right. So for that purpose, because obviously you're telling me you're going to take the fifth, you are not yet called a witness. You could be called a witness and come in, and you could say the same thing you just told me right now. That just prevents the lawyers from asking you any other questions, but doesn't prevent you from being called as a witness. So I am going to ask that you remain outside the courtroom at this time. Okay?
Your Honor, before she leaves, I think there's one other thing that she should have a clear understanding of.
Sure.
And that is that I shared some discovery with Mr. Kozak in order to enable him to give good advice to his client, Ms. Diaz. Now, she could very easily be charged in this case, and I don't want her to lose track of that, because as I understand it, when there's an ongoing investigation, which I believe as it affects her there is, then the subject of that investigation is not entitled to have the information being gathered by the prosecuting authority. And that is the case that she finds herself in right now. So I think that she has to be removed from the courtroom and be outside of the courtroom the entire time.
Okay, unless she's otherwise called as a witness if the prosecution
seeks
to exercise that. And at this time, I will, in fact, sign an order appointing Mr. Kozak to be your counsel moving forward until at least the end of the trial. Sound good to everybody?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, we ask that you wait out in the hallway.
Thank you. Your Honor, the only other matter, I am objecting to an exhibit, which is a video that will be coming in through, I think, the second or third witness, but we thought it appropriate to do it now since the jury has not been brought in. I am objecting to exhibit number 16. That is a body-worn camera of one of the first responding officers that makes his way into the residence. He does kind of a cursory search upstairs. He's involved of an entire search of the home. He then comes upon Mr. Murray in the basement, and the body camera is depicting the scene as he is seeing it. I do believe under MRE 403 that it is overly prejudicial and also needlessly cumulative. We're also hearing from that officer. We're also seeing pictures of what he is seeing. So not only are we having testimony and pictures, we're also now seeing a body-worn camera. And for those reasons, I'm asking that the body-worn camera, exhibit 16, not be allowed.
But that argument, wouldn't it be, I hear arguments from the defense asking that body-worn cameras be shown. So, it's only applicable sometimes, but not others. That's your position?
I think due to the graphic nature of what he comes upon, I think it's overly prejudicial.
Okay, overly prejudicial. What's your position regarding that?
Your Honor, all evidence presented that doesn't correspond to their position be prejudicial. That's not the test. It's just if it's substantially outweighed At this point, it's going to depict the scene when Deputy Copeland shows up. It's going to depict the victim, the state she was in. It's going to show clearing of the house. It's going to give information and context to the jury, what the scene was like when they showed up. The pictures that are going to be emitted are going to be through the crime scene investigator with the placards and things like that afterwards. We're not playing the full body camera, which would be over an hour. It's been edited down to 28 minutes. Mostly, the video is going to show versus the testimony of Deputy Copeland. So the video is going to depict far more than what Deputy Copeland is going to testify to. I'm going to ask him a few questions and then play the video because that's going to show what happened that day.
Okay, do you join on that objection?
Yes, in the test for 403 is not overly prejudicial, it's unfairly prejudicial. And its unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of the evidence. So I join in the motion brought by Ms. Lofton, but I'm making that distinction because that's the actual language in the rule. And it is, I submit in agreement with her that the presentation of that body-worn camera would be more unfairly prejudicial than probative because you do have the witness who can tell you what he saw. And in response to your question regarding people objecting or wanting the body-worn camera, I submit that those instances where defense counsel asks for that is because it records the statement made by a particular witness, which may be different than what it is that the officer remembers from what it is that they
Not
say.
always. I mean, there's a ton of scrutiny regarding whether or not there's a body-worn camera if it's not played in trial. This court is always, if it exists, play it because it's going to give the best description of what that officer was able to view at that time or any conversations that happened in or around that. I mean, the evidence here in and of itself is prejudicial. We've got information here that is read to the jury that they're going to hear evidence of a felony murder that involves detailed injuries that, rise to a level of just inhumanity. I mean, the evidence in and of itself here is prejudicial. So I have a hard time thinking that the body cam video shouldn't be shown because it's overly or unfairly prejudicial, as pointed out, pursuant to 403. Prejudicial evidence is allowed unless the court finds that it is rises the burden to the defense and causing fairly prejudice and being less than probative. I think it's probative. It's going to be admissible. So 16 is in. Any other objection?
No objections and nothing further prior to the jury being.
How about people? Any objections to anything?
No, Your Honor.
Are there going to be any other objections that I should expect through trial other than potential just questions or anything like that?
I think that's where we're at right now, yes.
Same with the people?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, then let's bring in our jury. Juries. All right, jury in the box, obviously, thank you for your patience this morning. I know everybody was back here on time. Sometimes things take a little bit longer than anticipated, but we're ready to get into witnesses at this time. People, call your first witness.
People call Kristen Nahas.
Get into that witness stand, stay standing, raise your hand, I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the information you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Kristen Nahas.
Your witness.
And ma'am, can you spell your name for us, please?
First and last?
Yes, please.
KRISTINNAHASS.
Okay, thank you. And where do you live?
I live at 3759 Newcastle Drive in Rochester Hills.
Okay, and how long have you lived in that subdivision? 11 years. Okay. Do you remember back in October 11th of 24, did you have to talk to the police that day?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of the day did you have to speak to the police?
Probably around 12:15.
Okay. And what did you talk to the police about?
I told them what I had seen that morning when I had been out for a walk.
Okay. And you went out for a walk that day?
I did.
Okay. And what time did you leave the house to go for a walk?
I left at 11:15 to walk my dogs around the block. Sunny. It was a beautiful day like this week.
Okay. So you left your house about 11:15 to walk the dogs?
I did.
Okay. And while you were out walking your dogs, did you observe anything that caught your attention?
Yes. The first thing was it was very busy.
Busy. Okay.
Immediately, the houses, down from me had a lot of action. The dogs were kind of excited about work crews, a lot of trucks, a window crew at another house 3 doors down. So they had a table saw out in the driveway and people working. It was, exciting for them. They were distracted.
The dogs were distracted.
Yes. But almost immediately, I heard a squeaking noise, like a fan belt, of a vehicle that was going so painfully slow. It was kind of annoying, but everything going on, it was maybe 5 miles an hour. And it was, as it passed me, the pickup truck carried on down the street.
Okay, and when you saw this truck, what street were you on in your subdivision?
I was on Newcastle. I was only 2 doors down from my house.
Okay, so you had just started your walk, and
started the walk,
and a lot of stuff is going on, but you see a truck.
I heard it first.
You heard the truck first. What type of truck was that?
It was a pickup truck, a white pickup truck.
All right. Anything about that truck that caught your attention besides it going slow and the noise?
Honestly, it was the noise was obnoxious almost.
Okay, and so when you heard this noise, that truck caught your attention, and what did you do next?
It rolled on, so nothing. I carried on with my walk. Continued maybe another couple houses down. Stopped to let the dogs take a sniff, and then I could hear it coming back up the street, the other direction, toward me.
Okay, so I want to just orientate a little bit. Are you familiar with the Murray's house?
I am.
And do you know where they live?
I do.
Okay, and were you friendly with them?
I was.
Okay, so in relation to where you live and to where the Murray's house is, can you describe to us where that is?
3 doors down on the opposite side of the street from my house.
Okay, so when you left with your dog that morning to walk, were you heading in that house's direction?
I was headed toward the Murray's house.
Okay, and so you testified that pretty quickly you heard this truck.
I did.
Okay, and when you saw this truck, was it coming from behind you or towards you down the street?
As I left my house to start the walk, the truck came from behind me and passed me down toward the street. It passed me and it passed the Murray's house and it disappeared around the bend.
Okay, and so while you're walking, that truck goes past you and the Murray's house at that time?
It did.
Okay, and about how long after you saw the truck, heard that noise, does that truck come back around?
Within a minute.
Okay, and when that truck comes back around, do you hear it first or do you see it first?
I heard it.
Okay.
And I looked up then to see it.
Okay, and when you looked up to see that truck come back around again, what did you observe, if anything, of that truck at that time?
The first response was annoyance. Basically, this as slow as you could be, almost advertising, hey, I'm casing your street. It felt that way. It would feel that way to most people.
So when you observed that truck, were you concerned at that time, or was
yes.
it just, it was, okay. Did you see any markings on this truck?
I did look up to confront the driver, and initially looked at the face. The window was down and was prepared to just kind of hold my hand up and say, how can I help you?
Okay. Did you do that?
I looked up and I looked at the driver, and at the same time I saw the DTE decal on the side of the truck. It diffused me completely.
So when you saw it may have been utility company, you were no longer concerned?
Yes, it occurred to me that, they're just looking to do service somewhere.
Okay, and at that time you said you were going to stop and confront the driver. Mm-hmm. Did you observe anything about that driver at that time?
At that time, not necessarily.
And so after easing your concerns about what you observed about this truck, what did you do next?
I carried on around the block, fairly short block. I was back to my house within 12 minutes, probably, and I went home with the dogs.
Do you recall about 11:15 you left, and it was about a 12-minute walk, you'd say?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall how many people were in the truck?
Yes, there were 2 men in the truck.
Okay, 2 men in the truck.
There were.
Okay. And when you see this truck the second time, does it continue driving at the same slow pace, or does it stop, or what does it do?
At the moment that, as I mentioned, that I felt like I was going to intervene, and I saw that they were actually pulling up to the curb, I was taking a picture of my dogs to send my daughter at school. So they're on a leash, I have my phone out, and I'm taking a picture. And in that picture and at that moment, I can see my dogs looking over my shoulder at them as they're pulled up to the curb and actually getting out of the car. I could hear them.
Do you recall what curb they pull up to? Do they pull up to Murray's house, or is it another neighbor?
I didn't actually turn around and visually see, but sensing that they were directly behind me, it would have been the neighbor just to the southeast of the Murray's house, the tow.
Do you ever see them exit the truck?
I didn't see them, but I heard them get out, feet at the ground, doors shut, start to get things out of the bed of the truck.
Okay. And is that as you're walking around the block at that time?
I was standing, the dogs were sniffing.
Okay.
I hadn't quite walked away yet, and I could hear them start to, what I assume was getting their beer.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last thing you just said.
They started to, I heard them exit the truck, I heard them shut it and get into the back bed of the truck and access gear, in my mind, buckets, maybe 5-gallon bucket.
But you don't recall anything they're wearing or any description of those people
In
in the
that
truck?
moment, no. But
When you say in the moment,
it didn't necessarily register to me in the moment what they were wearing, which became interesting to me after the fact.
okay. So you go back home, and is there at some point during the day that the police arrive to the Murray's house?
Yeah, I feel like shortly thereafter, the dogs were new to me, so we spent a lot of time in the yard, and there was immediately action in the street. I feel like by maybe noon, I'm just using my memory, but the neighbors were out. It was obvious that something serious was happening, and I would guess it was probably a half hour to 40 minutes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I think it was about a half hour later, so I estimate noon.
Okay, and when you see this commotion, the police outside, do you go over to that residence to
Yes.
speak to them? Okay, and at that time, do you speak to the police and tell them what you observed that day?
Within the course of a few minutes, one of the neighbors had said they think there was some.
Well, objection to any hearsay about whatever a neighbor said.
We're not out for the truth of the matter, sir, so it wouldn't be hearsay.
It's a prompt.
One second.
If there's an objection, you have to wait. Well, I don't know if somebody said something, why isn't it for the truth of the matter, sir?
For the effect on what I heard, I don't know what she's about to say. I don't know what this neighbor said. It all depends on how the evidence is being offered.
Then I would suggest that you heard what the neighbor said. What did you do next, rather than hearing from the neighbor?
That's fine.
It's good.
Thank you.
Re-ask the question.
Yeah, you go down to where the police are.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yeah, everything records. We have to say
yes.
it's all right. So you go down there and you tell the police. You hear something from the neighbor, and you go down to the police. Is that correct?
Immediately prompted me to engage with an officer.
Okay. And when you speak to this neighbor, does it jog any sort of memories from that morning?
Viscerally, yes.
Pardon me?
Viscerally.
Okay. What memory did that jog?
It occurred to me, it was a short sleeve weather day. It wasn't, it was warm. And immediately realized that the driver of the vehicle, I believe, was wearing a balaclava, the style where the whole face is cut out, and a hoodie with the hood up. And that the passenger in the vehicle, who was turning his body towards the passenger window, was also wearing a hooded. On reflection, I surmise it could have been a Tyvek suit for both the driver and the passenger, which immediately I realized that's very out of sorts for this hot weather type of day, especially the balaclava.
So it wasn't until after you saw the commotion, talking to neighbors, that this sparked something in your mind. And you told the police what you observed that day. Right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Gordon. Nihas, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Judge Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase the question, okay? Now, you engaged with the officers when you saw that there was commotion down in front of the Murray house and police cars were present, correct?
I would say that I was present. I didn't engage with anyone at that time. I didn't speak to an officer.
Okay. An officer came to your home at some point and spoke with you, correct? And you were on the front porch. I mean, and this was in daylight, and it was sometime in the early afternoon of Friday, October 11th, correct?
Yes.
And you told them, the officer that you spoke with, what it is that you saw that day, right? And would that name Officer Bowie ring a bell with you? Okay. So you spoke with Officer Bowie, and then you also told Officer Bowie that you would give him a written statement, correct?
I did.
All right. And then you've had an opportunity to see that written statement before you assume the witness stand here this morning?
I did.
Okay. And you've read over it. I know that you, in your statement, you identified the driver having this balaclava mask, and also that he was a man with an olive complexion and little to no facial hair to note. Direct quote from you. Yeah. And you said that he had a light-colored, hooded, possibly Tyvek material with a Alte Viz orange balaclava with the entire face exposed. That's what you wrote?
I believe.
And then what you also told the officers, and I believe you said here during your direct testimony, is that you didn't see either one of the two people that you say were in this vehicle actually exit. You heard it, but you were moving on with your dog walk, correct? And this was not anything of interest to you. You were more concerned with taking a good picture of the dogs and sending it on to your sister and continuing with the walk, correct? Is that a yes? Okay. Now, you said that in your statement, the passenger, or his passenger, was a male, but the only observation, I think he may be taller and thinner than the driver. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. You didn't say anything in your written statement when this was all fresh in your mind about what it was that the second man in the vehicle was driving.
Wearing?
Wearing. Well, that's what I meant to say.
Oh, I don't recall that I didn't write what he was wearing.
Well, may I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you a document. Will you please tell me whether you recognize it? And then, if you do, I'll have further questions for you. Do you recognize that document?
I do, yep.
And is that, in fact, a copy of the statement you wrote out for Officer Bowie on October 11th of last year? All right. Now, what I'd like you to do is take a look at that and see whether or not you gave a description of the clothing the second man was wearing in your statement.
I didn't.
You did not. Okay. So you would agree, today is the first day of October, that nearly a year has passed.
Right.
All right. When is it that you came to remember that the second man was wearing some sort of orange or yellow clothing?
It wasn't orange or yellow. It was light in color.
Light in color. So you don't know what color?
Gray or white.
Okay. So you don't know what it was, but this other person was wearing some sort of a covering. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you were, and that's something. When did you remember that?
Well, honestly, it was probably promptly after this. Like within, it was something that maybe I should have written down in my statement, but I did not.
Okay. And did you ever call Officer Bowie or anyone at the Oakland County Sheriff's Department to tell them, yeah, I remembered something else?
I didn't.
Okay. And you knew what this was all about by the time you talked with Officer Bowie. You knew what had happened, at least that Mr. Murray was dead, correct?
Yeah.
And so this was serious.
Of course.
And you had information to provide, but would it be fair to say that the first time you provided that information about what the second man was wearing is this morning when you took the witness stand?
Formally.
Well, I mean, formally you're under oath, but what I'm asking is it's the first time you've shared that with anybody in law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, any detective was in open court here this morning, correct?
I can't honestly answer that because I was at the pre-trial day back in maybe November last year.
December the 17th?
I'm not sure what the date was. It was one of the pre-trial dates I was subpoenaed for. And there was discussion about that date. I may or may not have mentioned it, but I can't honestly say it was never mentioned.
Okay. No one asked you to write anything more,
Nothing
correct?
more, right. This was within minutes of the incident.
So and I get that. And things can happen. Your memory, you start thinking about what all you saw, and you want to add something to it. But you didn't take, and the officers did give you some identification information about how to get in touch with them, right? And so you could have done that, but you did not. You went somewhere to court, either in November or December of last year. You discussed the case a little bit further. You may have told it to someone that day, but you're not positive, correct? Because there's no recording, and you were not called as a witness that day.
That's correct.
Okay. But to summarize, what it is that you actually did see was this truck being driven by a man in a balaclava mask who you say has olive skin and little or no facial hair, correct?
Correct.
And the passenger was wearing some sort of light-colored clothing, correct? And he was maybe taller than the driver.
Yes.
And thinner, you said, in your statement.
Yes.
Okay. This is all you taken a glance, correct?
Well, in addition, the passenger his body was turned away, so from the orientation of someone from their side view,
you couldn't see.
Appeared to be thinner.
Okay. You couldn't see very much, correct?
There are limitations to what I could see. Correct.
Thank you. May I approach? I have no further questions. I'll just retrieve that document.
Sure.
Thank you.
Cross-exam, Hernandez.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. I just have a few more questions for you, okay? I'll try not to ask the same questions that have already been asked. As you described the person that you said was in the driver's seat, I know we've gone over, you said olive complexion, little to no facial hair to note, correct?
Correct.
You also then described a high-vis orange balaclava mask. What does high-vis orange mean to you, just so that the jury is clear?
It's like a safety orange. Maybe that would be like a hunter's jacket. That is high-vis, meaning high visibility.
Okay, and that is the mask or the hood that this person you saw had on, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Oh, any redirect?
Just briefly, Ms. Niles, there's some question on the cross-examination about the height difference. You never saw them step out of the car and stand next to each other?
I didn't. This was just from the belt line of the window, like the height of their head, essentially.
Okay. Inside the
cab of the pickup.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Any objection?
I have no objection.
No objection, Your Honor. You're excused. People's next witness.
People call it Deputy Copeland.
Good morning, Deputy. Stay standing, raise your right hand. I'll get you sworn in. You swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Deputy Tazrick Copeland.
You're with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Deputy, can you spell your first name and last name for us, please?
Sure. First name T-A-S-R-A-Y. Last name C-O-P-E-L-A-N-D.
And Deputy Copeland, where are you employed?
Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
21 years now.
All right. And prior to your employment at the Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No.
And Deputy, what is your current title right now?
Patrol officer.
All right. And where are you currently assigned to?
Rochester Hills substation.
And I want to direct your attention to October 11, 2024. Were you also assigned to that particular substation then?
Yes.
Okay. On that day, did you receive a dispatch about a potential robbery occurring in Rochester Hills?
Yes.
All right. And where were you, if you recall, when you got that dispatch?
I was in the area. Can't tell you exactly where when the call came out, but I know it was close by. Yes.
And I'm having a hard time hearing. Can you just raise your voice a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So you were in the area just?
Yes.
Okay, and was that while you were on the road?
Correct.
Okay, and on that day, were you in a fully marked Oakland County Sheriff's Office patrol car?
Yes.
Were you alone or with a partner at that time?
No, I was alone.
Okay, and when you received that dispatch, do you recall about how long it took you to head over to that location?
It was less than 5 minutes, if I recall correctly, because I wasn't that far when I heard the call come out.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, do you recall where you parked your vehicle?
I parked one house down from the actual home.
And were you the first deputy to arrive on scene for that dispatch?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the first thing you did when you arrived on scene?
Walked up to the home. I remember knocking. I believe there was a Ring doorbell or something. No one answered. Then I started to walk around to the side of the house. Then I called for the dispatcher to have the person, if they were still talking to them, to open the door.
And did that person open the door?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day and time, are you equipped with body worn camera?
Yes.
Can you describe to us how that works?
Well, you hit the button to record. So it records everything the moment you press the button.
And that day and time, October 11, 2024, when you arrived to that house, was your body camera working?
Yes.
And that day and time, did it record the events that you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people are moved to admit People's Exhibit 16 and publish it to the jury.
All right, so there previously was an objection to 16. The court did find that it was otherwise proper pursuant to 403. Both defendants' objections are noted for the record. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, 16 is admitted, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's going to be volume associated with it, so I don't know how loud we can make it.
Okay, well, is it playing on both then?
It should.
Okay.
And Deputy, I'm going to play your body-worn camera. It may stop it from time to time and ask you questions, but most likely we're just going to play it all the way through, okay?
Okay.
And let's just make sure he can identify it as well as being his own.
Yes.
So which monitor am I going to be looking at?
I think what you see on your screen should be what everyone else is seeing.
Understood. We're not seeing, it is not working right now. It was working earlier.
Do you see it on your laptop?
Yeah, it's where I
just
don't know.
not.
I don't know why it's not working. We tested it all out. Give me 1 second. The audio's working, but
Okay.
we got it. Yesterday when we had IT down there, everything was working.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Let's see if we can get somebody down.
we might have someone here that can.
This ages you.
Thank you.
All right, we're done.
You're not. Record's still on.
What's that?
The record's still running.
The record, yeah, we never stop the record, so we just haven't identified.
Yes, and Deputy, would this be the body-worn camera that would that be the recording that was recorded from when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Do you still have her on the phone radio?
She's still on the phone. Hold on, I'm trying to see if they can open her door.
10-4.
I want to take that shower with her all the time.
They have ring cameras, so like ring cameras all over.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right, make contact.
Hello? Yeah. Okay.
Is anybody else in the house?
My husband, I don't know where he is. The people that were here were gone.
What's your husband's name?
Sam.
Okay. Okay. That's okay. I always went to the car to check the house. She has duct tape around her wrist. I don't have a... The victim has duct tape around her wrist. And I'll wait for you guys before we clear this house and look for the husband.
Ready at 13, what are the numbers? 3750-3730. Call me to confirm with her that it's at DTE on the truck. Yes, at DTE on the truck. You were here last night.
DTE on the truck. She said they were here last night.
Looking for a gas tank. Which I thought was really unusual. We wouldn't let them in.
Okay.
Can I go to the basement?
No, I need you over here. I need you out here.
Okay.
Just stand on outside. Is that right?
She said they were there last night, like that.
I want to do one floor at a time. Get some more bodies. No problem. We're good. I want to do one floor at a time. Do we have the guy? Yeah, she said her husband's still in here. She said that they left already, but they have ring cameras. She opened the door with her wrist tied up with duct tape. I walked with her to the kitchen so she can get the tape off her wrist. I don't want somebody to leave. You gotta watch the back, so we're gonna watch the back. So somebody stay here, and then you want to wait for one more? Sherman, head to the back, please. Watch the back. Yeah. All right. Well, no, I need one more body because I want to do one floor at a time. We walk to the kitchen cabinet so she can take the scissors off. Okay. I mean, the duct tape off. That's all. Yeah. I don't know. I'm good. Is Higgs in there? I think Higgs is left there. Well, then go for him. Oh, okay. Well, how much do you know there? As many as we can get. We got a big house here. It's a pretty large house, so whoever you can get over here, the more the merrier. Copy. If you have any vehicle inspection area, advise Auburn Hills of the area, inspect the area, going to vehicle for them. I'll try to get a couple local in right. You said it was a DTE vehicle, ma'am? Yeah. Was it just a label, or the whole truck was marked DTE?
It was a little truck. I absorbed from DTE outside.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. You need to sit here and watch all this. Let's do it. Wait. Yes. We're good. We need more bodies. Yeah. Please. Victims given a description of a possible DTE vehicle that's marked with DTE, white in color. Possible DTE vehicle marked with white in color. So, talk to me. When we walk down there, Caddy, what do you see over there? Is that what yeah. Yeah. We walk down there, they got an open area, like a living room / family area. Yeah. And then this is the dining area. Okay, dear. Okay. You're okay, yeah, we're here.
And Deputy Copeland, at this time in the video, what is your concern? What is going through your head as a police officer?
To make sure there are no more threats in the home.
Right. And so what are you doing right now?
We're trying to clear the house, make sure there are no threats, and make sure the house is secure.
And I was hearing over on the radio you were asking for more bodies. What does that mean?
We need more officers to clear this house because it was a big home.
Right. So is it fair to say you were waiting on more deputies to arrive so you can clear the house?
Correct.
And is that your standard procedure when you arrive to a house based on the information that you have?
Yes.
I got you on it. Yeah. Yeah, we already walked through here. Yeah. All right, we're good here. Yeah. We were already in here. Yeah. Stay at the door, Caddy. We're good, Caddy. Come through. Come across. That's fine. Stay at the door. Move on here. They got an open area up top. And all the way here. Okay. And I got a basement here. Yeah, I see the basement. Yeah, understood. Okay. It's too fucking open. She owns them? Yeah. This might be. Take over. Alright, you're good. We may want to try to do a flight for this possible DTE vehicle. Alright. Yeah, let's take it. I need the victim off the front porch, so whoever gets here, let's get her away from the front porch. What you got with you guys on higher step points? Thank you. set of stairs over here, Cabby, and over there your way.
I see the stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a hallway down here.
Yes.
I've got an open door in front of me before I get to your hallway.
Okay.
Okay, so it's pretty slow and methodical.
All day. All day with you. We got some tape here, too.
We get some more bodies.
Yep, no way. We got time.
Yeah, we got time. That's right.
We're good. Yeah, that's duct tape, too.
Yes.
Talk to me. Yeah, we go. We going down there first.
I think we gotta get down there in case he's hurt. He took him with her. With
Who's related?
He got here.
Okay.
Angela's got our victim out by his car.
Okay. She just told me she thinks he's in the basement. We're still searching anyway, so we're good. How are we looking? We going down first. How are we looking, guys, before you get here, please? I got blood on the wall and the handle, or the grill. Okay. To the basement.
I need one more.
All right.
Mark's out front, so.
Okay. Radio, if you can you do flock? Can you dispatch your flock or no?
You didn't come through with your report.
Okay. So if anybody has flock capability, we need to see if we can figure out this vehicle and which direction it's going. If they do have a kidnapping going on with this.
Once those two get in here,
yes,
we can go and press on.
Yes, we're good.
Mark's in here with me.
Yeah. Come around, up the way, Mark, through the kitchen.
Hey, Mark, go.
Yes, Mark. I don't have access to the flock, so I appreciate it.
There's a lot of wall down. No, our guys are in it. Just come on, that's all clear. That's safe.
Just come to me.
When Harry and Brandon get here,
yeah,
we'll then I'll secure this first floor and then you guys do your search.
Yeah.
I got a few open doors. I'm gonna have to clear this one open door here before I get to you.
Make sure you get a body with you. See, we're good. I'm holding the basement right now, so we're good.
You come with me. You stay here with me. Okay, so that whole side's clear. That's clear. 3 over there, 1 long gun. You got a hallway here, open door here. Harry, I need you in here.
Come. Okay. Go ahead. Kevin, you got this. I got this.
As soon as Harry gets in here,
yep,
I'm going to press forward. We're going to check this first open door.
Go ahead.
You guys can go through. You're clear to the basement.
Okay. He's over here in the corner. Okay. Be careful with that open area too, Mark.
That whole area is clear. I'm pushing forward to this door that's open.
Okay, I'm holding, so you're good.
Clear.
Open door there. I mean, closed door. I got this.
Copy 248-396-7707 Verizon.
We're tagging with the home pawn stores to figure out where are they, just in case they may be taking this guy to the pawn store. We got bodies?
Okay, we got bodies. I'm going to just cover you.
What about this? What is this? You need to go through it.
There's more. Yeah, this thing, yeah. Yes, fine.
We got ready with us. Kathy, you ready? I'll go first. Go ahead. Go ahead. Kathy, still holding this here. Well, take some clean back now. So that's the direction. Where you going? Go back. You got one down. Go. We gotta go. Remember, is he dead? I got it. Let me do the talking. Let me do the talking, please. Go. 6, we got one down. Shot in the head.
Are we good? I did that.
Copy, EMS in route 1 down, shot in the head.
Clear. Look at the blood behind you guys. Watch your step. We need lights. Right behind you, James. Right behind you. Let's get first. Everybody relax. You hold this. Let's get with Harry and clear upstairs. Yep. Everybody relax. We're good. Yes. Get with Harry and clear upstairs. We're clearing upstairs now. Everybody stand by. Where you at, Joe? Sure get clear? Yes. Okay. Hey, hold on 1 second. This one has a... Go ahead. Kobe, you get that all this over here? I got you.
Joe, 60 10 4 and everything.
First out, right? Okay, ready to go? Yep, here. Come on. I got here. Okay.
Information. We have 2 suspects. That's one is a tall.
Go.
Here.
Who's with me?
That's 2 of the one.
How do I? Clear over here. D, you good? I'm coming your way. No pause here. That's it. Clear. You here? Come on. We're here. Lay it. Clear. All right. Come your way. I did not, but we can. Where we at? Got an out. I got a continuation over here. You guys check this room? Not yet. Hey, we're pushing forward here. I got you. Okay. Pushing, moving. Closet. Clear. No addicts. Did we already get over here? Yeah, we hit this first. In the garage. Garage. Clear. Let me do the talking, please. House is clear. Sit fire exit here. Mark, we're coming back to you. We're clear. Where's she at? Halen, check there. If she has access to the ring camera, please. Say again, please. Damn. We did this right? Yep. Yeah, we're good. Did you see the casing? Yeah. Oh no, that's not a casing. We got a blood oxidant, we got a blood splatter, right there. Where?
For the ring underneath his body, it's a gold ring.
Okay.
Probably would object to the right.
Okay.
Yeah.
They got ring cameras. We got at least got that. Anybody up on fire? Boy. I don't see it. 270, check. Thank you, sir. Me neither.
There's one hand of the wall right there in the corner.
I mean, I'm sure they
His legs are behind his
hands are bound too.
I wonder who was over here. This one.
Yeah. If you look at that and then look at this over here. Did we even, this is still a question, but did we check this four posts?
I don't know.
Please.
There ain't fucking walls. You got Joe, close.
Right there, and watch the tree off. I know it's silly, but what the hell? Yep. Let's ask her what type of gun it is.
We also have zip ties right there that they look at my use. Look at the zip ties.
This doesn't look that old.
This.
I'm wondering, but did they say they were here last night? Something different.
They said they were here last night. I assume she's talking about the
Because this could have been going on all night, and so that could be part of it. But looking at the feet,
I can't. I can't really tell. He's still warm, but he's still heavy.
this is not that
It's got to be a gunshot. No, he's still warm. It's going to be a gunshot with all that coagulated blood.
Look at that weight right there. Hit him with that.
Probably. I don't think so, Buzz.
I don't think so. Look at all the static all the way over there. They might hit him with that weight.
We can't tell. Shit. I can't tell. Fuck. Hang on. Ask her about the gun holster around his waist. What type of weapon did he have? Please. I understood that there's a holster around his waist with no gun. Just trying to figure out, does she know what type of weapon he had at the time around his waist? I see that.
Watch your legs, Cole. There's blood in that box right there. In your legs.
Thank you.
Couldn't find a pulse?
He's so heavy. Just checking around his neck. It's hard to tell, if anything. Where's fire at? I thought they were here.
Yeah, as soon as fire arrives, send them downstairs,
please. You just said that you're waiting on fire. What does that mean?
Waiting for the fire department to come to check them out.
Would that also include EMS?
Yes.
Still breathing.
Look at his hand. It looks like
Copy, fire.
Who was the last homicide? The one with the son chopped up the mom and dad? That was in the trunk?
yeah.
If you two need to go, Do what you gotta do. I'll hold it till fire gets here.
Alright, let me put my rifle away.
Go.
And then I can close.
I'll hold it. Bring me some more, please, when you get a chance. Since I'm primary, so. I'm just curious now, since they own all these pawn stores, if they head to a pawn store.
There's a ring laying right on the ground. Is that a ring? Laying right on the ground underneath that?
There is. There is.
It's a lot of blood all over.
It is. Like I said, he's still warm. He's still warm. So
if you got hit with that weight right there. See that weight underneath it?
I do.
I wonder if you got hit with that.
Because I don't see no shell casing.
There's spattering all the way over there.
The only thing left in pending I have is this alarm on factory. Okay.
Copy.
Shit, it's on the fucking camera. I'm sorry, go ahead.
When you get distracted.
I checked for calls, but he's still warm. I checked for both calls. I didn't feel one, but feel free to check over me. I'm good. We don't know for sure if he got shot. We had that weight. We don't know. There's a weight underneath this cause of death.
What? 10-9. Touch.
I touched his neck, and I touched what you got to touch. Let's make sure you try to save him first. Yeah. Touch whatever you got to touch. I don't care. I touched his neck and his first out. That's what I was asking. Then that's what I was trying to figure out what type of gun he had.
Whichever unit asked for, and then the phone for Brandon came back with no info, so this possibly got worked out.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
He's still warm. He's not. Okay. He's bringing the stretcher down. No.
He's still warm.
He's still warm.
It just happened.
I checked his neck and his wrist. I didn't feel nothing as far as the pulse. The same.
Nothing.
Yeah, anything else? Just go out in the rig. You got a picture in the rig. It's a DV here.
Hold on, I get it.
If they're going to transfer, we'll just take a whole bunch of pictures real quick. Well, we got all the pictures. We'll load all the pictures here. But I got you. But so far, nothing. He's nothing.
What's the last one?
He's flat.
Both didn't start.
Down here. No, all thing I checked was his neck, foot, pulse, and his wrist. That's it. You're not giving me this. Right, does she have access on her phone? And the ping came back from her down. Okay. What about like framing and everything? Yeah, did this one? You know yet? We're about to find out. I'm pretty sure they did. So we got to do an SW4 ring. You got exit order on? Because she said they were here last night.
Bulging on the back.
Okay.
I can't see the hole though.
They were here last night. That would be good enough. Just come on out. Just don't touch anyone. Keep it there about a minute. And then it's happened.
So they were here last night and left. This could be part of it too. You said, well, that's old.
Well, nothing happened last night. Oh, okay. Out of the back. Okay. So you you said where's the exit in?
There's bulging on the back.
I did not see a hole. Gotcha. Thank you.
I also So you didn't inspect it completely?
Yes. Or, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm with you. It's not very easy. It's solid.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
That's right. There's a C or K. C really is on the line. There's a flashlight. The flashlight. Oakland. Was Oakland here?
Yes, we have to see there.
Keep everybody out of this house. Everybody but a detective and.
County here.
You still the Oakland? No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
If they get here, we'll chase them away. But I'm just trying to keep track of who's been coming in and out of this house.
Okay.
Yeah, for me. I got it.
You guys haven't seen any stakes or anything around the house? Or?
No, we just searched and saw the body, and we kept searching. So we didn't go back over for inventory or anything like that.
Less noisy? Probably, yeah. I'll think of that because I figure it'd be like that less noisy. No one would hear it down here. Yeah.
Did we do this? This little footprint right here?
No.
Step on this? Okay. So that's either
no. Mark did not go that way. Mark went this way.
we hit you out of lane.
Well, this is issue rate.
Right, I'm just trying to match the print.
Yeah. Because there's no footprint right here, but this is his shoe. It's not looking.
It's not matching.
It doesn't look like his issue rate.
It's not matching. Yes, sir.
Take your camera off and get a whole thing before we get too many hands on the fire.
Understood.
Just take ISO video.
Understood.
Pretty good.
See, come on, man.
They're going to get a search warrant out.
Yeah. Here you go.
242
Before we start digging everything on it.
It looks like
that week for Verizon, last tower the phone connected was at 11:58 standard time at 201 Industrial Drive, Lake Orion. The phone was 0.87 miles from the tower and Hernandez Park, northeast of the tower.
Investigate it all. So we can see what it is, where it's at.
Continuous answers at the tower.
Open guy saying only pawnshop. Now, I heard that on the radio. I don't know how they know or who they know.
Okay.
So that's
well, they came to specific house early. Of course, they really know that they own pawn shops and were looking for either something specific here or that they would have
Deputy, is that a fair and accurate representation of the scene when you arrived to 3730 Newcastle that morning?
Yes.
And up there in that corner, is that an accurate and correct timestamp of the date and the time that you were there?
Yes.
Fine. And I know I have a few more questions. I know in the video you noticed that he had a gun holster on his waist.
Yes.
While you were there on scene, did you ever recover or find a gun in that house?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Prosecution Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Copeland, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I just have a couple questions to ask you here this morning, but if I don't make myself clear, tell me that. I'll rephrase it, okay? Thank you. Now, this your involvement in this case started on October 11th of last year when you arrived at the Murray house. Is that right? Correct. And then your involvement ended when you left that house that day, correct? Yes. You obviously were wearing a body-worn camera throughout your search through the house and finding the body and all of the things that we've just watched. But that was pretty much your involvement in this case, correct? You didn't do it. You didn't interview any witnesses that day, and you didn't gather any evidence, correct?
I did speak to the wife.
You spoke with Mrs. Murray, right?
Yes.
And because you talked to her when she opened the door for you, correct? Yes. But beyond that, and you wrote a report about that,
correct?
Yes, and she indicated to you that these two individuals had come to the house the night before. Is that right?
Yes.
And she's the one from whom you obtained the information relating to the DTE Energy, correct?
Yes.
But beyond that, that was pretty much what she was able to tell you, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Cross-exam for Hernandez. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
I want to go over just a few things. How many minutes from when you were dispatched did you arrive? How long do you think it took you? I know you were on road patrol, but how long do you think?
I think less than 5. Can't give you an accurate.
Okay. And you testified that you were the first officer on the scene, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, both juries were able to see, obviously, the body cam video, I should say. And we note that, obviously, later in the video, you came back downstairs after you located Mr. Murray, and you made a comment. I know it's silly, but what the hell? Check for a pulse.
Yes.
Okay. When you arrive on scene, obviously, you don't know what happened, correct?
Correct.
And you are there to determine, one, if there are any people in the house that could be a potential threat to yourself, correct?
Correct.
But also to see if there are any people located with injuries. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it seems from the conversation between the deputies that you had made an initial decision that he had been shot in the head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you know now that actually was not the case, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you decided to wait then to check for a pulse or to render aid. Was that based on the fact that you believed he was shot in the head? And usually people with head injuries do not survive?
Well, given the fact that the way he was laid and all the blood that was all over his body, I thought he was already dead, to be honest with you.
All right. And Mr. McCarthy touched on this, but your involvement ended that day, so is it fair to assume that you never had any interaction with Mr. Hernandez, my client?
No.
All right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. You may step down.
And may this witness be excused?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No, please excuse. People's next witness.
People call Valerie Myra.
Are you done with
Good morning. To approach the bench to be sworn in.
Good morning. If you could just get in the witness stand and stay standing. Raise your hand. I'll get you sworn in. Thank you. Do you swear from the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Valerie Mabra.
All right. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. If you could do us a favor, I know there appears to be microphones around, but I believe they're for recording, not for amplifying. And if you don't speak loud enough, somebody is going to raise their hand so we know that they can't hear you. So please speak up as loud as possible, okay?
Okay.
Okay, if you could tell us how you're currently employed.
I am employed as a forensic lab investigator for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, where I have been for 8 years.
Okay. And did you have any specialized training for that position?
Yes, my primary job is in the latent print unit, and I will examine and process items of evidence for latent prints. And part of that job also means that I will respond to major crime scenes within the county. And I had on-the-job training for about 8 months and went to crime scenes with the existing members of the group. And I also took an evidence technician course and a 40-hour crime scene investigator series course at the International Association for Identification in 2018. So I've had numerous training throughout the years.
Okay, and have you been qualified as an expert in the state of Michigan and Oakland County before?
Yes.
And did you testify at the preliminary examination, in fact, in this case?
Yes.
Were you qualified as an expert at the time of preliminary examination?
I don't remember.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender this witness as an expert in the field of fingerprints and crime scene investigation.
Fingerprints and crime scene. Any objection?
No, Your Honor. I received the curriculum vitae from this witness, so I don't have any objection.
I did as well. No objection.
Okay, all right. The jury shall perceive that witness's testimony as an expert in fingerprint and crime scene analysis.
Okay. Before we get to what your involvement was in this case directly, can you tell us, one of the things that you mentioned was about how the Oakland County Sheriff's Office has a special crime scene investigative unit?
That's correct.
And you're part of that unit?
Correct.
And when you're called out to the scene of a major crime and that unit is called, are you the only person or are you part of a team?
I'm part of a team. We have members from the latent print unit and from the firearms unit that make up that team. Depending on where people are in their careers, sometimes we have 4 members, sometimes we have 6. It all depends.
Okay. And part of that team, do you know an individual by the name of Sierra Ramirez?
Yes.
And does she have a specialty with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, she is in the biology unit.
Okay. When you do crime scene analysis and you get there to investigate a scene, is part of that taking photographs?
Yes.
Do you also put placards so you can then reference the evidence that's discovered to track it later?
That's correct.
Because once something is seen and then it's marked, it travels through the basically chain of being forensically tested after that.
That's correct.
And by forensically tested, that would include DNA and fingerprints.
Yes.
Okay. We had a case that occurred on October 11th of 2024. Were you involved in that?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were called out to?
The address?
Yes.
I would have to check my notes.
Can you check your notes? And while you're doing that, do you write a report as part of your duties?
I do. That's part of processing crime scenes is authoring a report. And I was called to 3730 Newcastle Drive in Rochester Hills.
Okay. Is that location in the Oakland County, state of Michigan?
Yes.
When you authored that report, did you sign your report at the end?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 12. Do you have a copy of that without the exhibit sticker?
I do.
Okay. And we met last week to go over all the photographs and your report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does exhibit number 12 accurately reflect the report that you did in the ordinary course of your business and duties?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move People's Exhibit number 12 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, I have no objection on behalf of Mr. Zuazo.
No objection. All right, 12 is in.
Judge, I'm going to wait to publish for that.
Okay.
I want to also say that last week we went through the labeled numbered exhibits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were shown a bunch of photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to show you just the first photograph of that group of photographs. People's Exhibit number 1A. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And does that accurately reflect the front of the house when you arrived that day?
Yes.
Okay. We had exhibits that we had talked about regarding the photographs that went from Exhibit number 1A all the way through 1CC as far as the photographs. Is that correct? That we labeled and went through last week?
Yes.
The photographs that I just indicated, do those accurately reflect everything that you saw?
Yes.
And there was a second set of photographs that we went through, and they're distinguished because the first set of photographs that are 1A through 1CC are the upper levels of the house. The photographs that we had gone over that are labeled 2A all the way through 2BB, those are of the lower level of the house, which are the more graphic photographs. Do you recall going through those?
Yes.
Does that second set of photographs also accurately reflect what you saw that day, both on the upper levels and then again on the lower levels?
They do.
Your Honor, the people would move People's Exhibit number 1A through 1CC and also 2A through 2BB into evidence.
You're going to need to say them specifically because the record is going to have to somehow reflect what those all are. unless you intend on going through them one by one when you're doing it.
We're going to do that once, if there's no objection to them entry, so that way I'm not being duplicitous about going through it twice. But if there's
I'm
no...
just concerned about the record. I see, because I know that you've given me the list, so I know what they all are, but the record's not going to see what we're looking at. You'll just do it that way then?
Yes.
Okay, any objection to those being admitted?
No, Your Honor, I've reviewed these exhibits. I believe that the...
Ms. Lofton?
Probably.
No objection. Okay, they're all in.
Okay. Now we're going to go through photograph one by one. We're going to start with 1A. It should show up on your screen as it's showing up on these two screens. Okay, do you recognize 1A as the front of the house?
Yes.
And does that show the Audi in the front part of the driveway?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as and introduced as 2B. Do you recognize that front entry of the house?
Yes.
Did you enter that house through that front entryway?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1C. I have it labeled, for lack of a better term, as the front staircase. Do you recognize that staircase?
Yes.
In the house, is there in fact a front staircase, which is in 1C, and then a rear staircase?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1E, the top of the staircase. Do you recognize that photograph?
That's 1D.
1D.
1D, yes.
Okay. And in that photograph, the closet doors are noticeably open.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1E, also the top of the staircase, looking towards the master. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And in fact, is that the master bedroom ahead of that photograph?
That is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1F, which is the door into that master bedroom. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Did you go into the master bedroom?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1G. Is this traveling inside of that master bedroom?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you observed in the master bedroom in regards to the drawers?
I observed that the drawers were pulled out of the dresser and kind of just thrown about, with the contents kind of strewn about the room.
Yep. I'll show you what's been marked as 1H. Is that another photograph as you travel into the master bedroom?
Yes, there was also a jewelry box that was on the ground with the contents, again, strewn about.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1I. Also another angle of a different view from inside the master bedroom. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is it again showing the drawers with items askew?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1J. Is that a view towards the, I guess, the window side of the bedroom?
Yes.
And is that another set of drawers that have been removed from a different dresser?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1K. You recognize that as a high drawer set? Credenza, I guess, I don't have a really good term for what that is. Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as 1L. Do you recognize that photograph as leading from the master bedroom to the master bath hallway?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1M. Do you recognize that as the master closet?
Yes.
I'm going to show you picture 1N. Is that the inside of the master closet?
Yes, I believe there were two closets.
I was just going to ask you that. There's a his and hers master closet.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1O. Is that the floor of the master closet?
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1P. Is that a photograph from the master bedroom down the hallway in the upstairs?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1Q. Okay. Is there another bedroom that you come across as you walk through that hallway?
There is. That is the bedroom that is on the right side if you were coming from the master bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1R. Is that an item that you see at the doorway of that bedroom?
Yes, it appeared to be a drawer from the jewelry box that was in the master bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1S. Do you recognize this as another upstairs bedroom?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1T. Is that the entry from the hallway into that bedroom?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1U. Did you notice anything on the doorway wall going into the bedroom on that left side if you're walking in?
Yes, there appeared to be a apparent bloody swipe mark on the wall.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1V as in Victor. Is that a close-up of that apparent blood smear?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1W. Do you recognize that as a photo from inside that bedroom looking back towards the hallway?
That's correct.
And now the blood smear is on the right-hand side of the photo?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1X, the dresser drawers inside that bedroom. Does that accurately reflect that?
Yep.
And also 1Y, a close-up of those drawers?
Yes.
And were those drawers open when you went into the bedroom in that position?
Yes, they were.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1Z. My terminology is the back set of staircases. Is that the second staircase you saw?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1AA. Is that a scene from the before you go down the stairs?
Yes, from the landing that's at the top, yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 1BB. Is that a photograph of the staircase going down?
Yes.
And the door that you see at the bottom that's now at this point in an open position, that's a staircase that goes down to the basement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1CC. And is that a closer view of the last set of the stairs going down towards the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go now to photograph 2A. Do you recognize these items on the floor in the kitchen?
Yes, they are black pieces of tape.
Okay. And I'll show you what's been marked as 2B. Do you recognize that as another set of duct tape?
Yes.
And as far as placards go, this one's been given an exhibit placard of number 2?
Yes.
Okay, and when it's given a placard of number 2, that's a way to track it through the rest of the system at the Sheriff's Office lab?
That's correct.
And the first one that I went to, did that also have a placard number 1 in front of that?
Yes.
I'm going to go to exhibit number 2C. Do you recognize that as duct tape cutting and scissor that is on the kitchen counter?
Yes.
And that was given placard number 3.
That's correct.
And picture 2D, is that a close-up of exhibit number 3?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2E, the landing towards the basement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you travel down into the basement?
I did.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit 2F. Okay, is that a photograph from the basement leading into the back, lack of a better term, furnace area, water heater area?
I called it a utility room in my notes, but yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2G. Is that as you're getting closer to that area in that section of the basement?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2H. Is that a photograph from an angle of the victim and his injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what did you observe that caught your attention about how he was in that position and any type of bindings that were on him?
It appeared that he was bound both at the hands and at the feet, and he was laying on his left side, and he had apparent blood pooled underneath him and spattered in different areas around him.
Okay, and you've had, unfortunately, a lot of experience in crime scenes that are graphic. Is this a graphic crime scene?
I would say this is especially brutal, yes.
Okay, and the duct tape that's shown in this exhibit 2H, is it the same color duct tape, or are there two different colors of duct tape?
There appeared to be two different colors. There was gray tape and also black tape.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2I. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2I?
So this is a close-up of his bound hands that were in front of him. It appeared that he was bound with both zip ties and tape. So this is a close-up of that.
Okay. So he's bound with both duct tape and zip ties?
That's correct.
And also in that photograph, is that what appears to be a Home Depot bag?
Yes, there was a sink that was on the ground of that room, and inside that sink there were various pieces of plastic, a plastic bag, the plastic Home Depot bag, kind of a larger clear plastic tarp type bag, and then also a red inflatable type of plastic.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2J. You recognize that photograph as showing placards number 4, I believe 10, 11, 13, and 15.
I don't see 13, I see 14.
I don't know.
2J says 410.
Okay. I think 13 may be behind the pole, but
yes,
that
it is.
Okay. That being said, you recognize that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2K. Is that a close-up of a pair of glasses that was found?
Yes.
And that was given marker number 4?
That's right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2L. That's a different angle showing the position of the victim, but also placards number 5, 6, 8, 9, 13, 14, and 15. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
I'm going to go to 2M, which is a close-up photo of 5, 6, 7, and 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
We indicated that there was some zip ties that you saw around the victim's hands. What are those items that you noticed?
In this photograph?
Yes.
So these appeared to be zip ties that were already fashioned together. They kind of appeared like ready to use.
So objection is speculation. You can say what it is that you observed, but to draw a conclusion about what their purpose was.
Okay, let's rephrase the question.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2N. Is that a close-up of the zip ties 5 and 9?
So the zip ties were just number 5, and 9 was the apparent bloody shoe impression under the zip ties.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2O. Can you tell us what you see in 2O?
So number 6 is the smaller set of zip ties, and 8, I believe, is the duct tape.
Okay. And what color is that roll of duct tape?
That is gray.
And that's exhibit number 8?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 2P. Is that a close-up of exhibit number 8?
Yes.
And I'll show you what's been marked as 2Q. Is that a close-up of exhibit number 7?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is in exhibit number 7?
So that was a piece or pieces of gray duct tape that was stuck to a piece of burlap that was near the victim.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2R. That's placard number 13. Is that the sink that you referenced before?
Yes.
Okay, and that's not a connected working sink. That was just laying on the ground.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2S. Does that show those exhibits number 4, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2T. Is that a close-up of another exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's in that?
In this photograph, it is the clear plastic, and then inside the clear plastic there was a roll of duct tape.
And can you tell us what color that duct tape was?
I believe it was gray.
Yep. Do you have it in your notes or your shirt?
Is
That is gray.
refer to
Okay.
it?
Okay.
I haven't checked yet. Can I refer to them?
Would you like to check?
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess that is black tape.
Okay. 14 is the black tape.
Yes.
Excuse me. It's the frame of the answer, the form of the answer, I guess. If the witness knows, please tell us, but we don't want to have any guesses put into the record. She knows or she doesn't know.
All right, I'll let you cross-examine about it.
All right, thank you.
By way of background, the witness could not recall that she believed it was gray, and we started to look through the notes. The court indicated that the prosecutor would have to state as to whether or not it would help refresh her memory. I think she then asked for it, and that was given, permission was given without objection. After referring her notes, she then testifies that based on the information in her notes, it's black tape. Is that a correct recitation of what occurred here?
I believe it is.
I think that's true.
Okay,
Yes, it's the guess that I objected to.
And then you can just follow up on
I will.
cross-examination.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2U. Is that a placard for the upstairs blood smear?
Yes.
And that's number 16?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2V. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2V?
This is a close-up of the victim's feet, and they appeared to be bound with that black duct tape, and he has a shoe on his right foot and his left foot is bare.
Okay, and do you come across his other shoe, his left shoe?
It was nearby, yes.
Is that also in the picture, or is that somebody else's foot that's in the picture when it's being taken?
Yes, I think it's someone's.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I'll show you what's been marked as 2W. That shows placards number 18, 19, 20, and 21. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2X. That's a close-up of exhibit number 18 and 20. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us for the record what 18 and what 20 is?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes.
$18 was the bar with the weights on it, and 20 was the gold ring that you can see below it.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2Y. Can you tell us what's depicted in 2Y?
So this was thought to have been a possible tooth, which we gave placard 21 for. Upon collecting it, we realized it was not a tooth, so it was not collected.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 2Z. Is that a photograph of the rest of the room?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 2AA. Okay, that's placard number 9. Can you tell us what placard 9 depicts?
Placard 9 depicts a apparent bloody shoe impression that had been processed with a chemical called leucocrystal-violet.
Okay. And did you do that processing?
I was part of it, yes.
Okay. Now, is that something that before it's processed, would that have been visible to the naked eye, or would that not have been visible until it was processed?
I believe part of it was, so the leucocrystal-violet works to enhance already visible prints and also develop ones that are invisible to the eye. So whether this one was fully visible before we sprayed the chemical, I don't recall.
Okay. And I'll show you what's been marked as 2BB. Is that another angle of those shoe prints?
Yes.
Also, as part of your involvement in this case, did you
have, as part of the team, crime scene diagrams done to depict in relationship to each other where the items are?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could approach the witness, I'll show you what's been previously marked as 5A and 5B.
You may approach.
To recognize 5A as a diagram of the upper stairs that was done by the scene?
Yes.
And 5B, does that represent the lower floor?
Yes.
They were reflected accurately as it was drawn?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move People's Exhibit 5A and 5B into evidence?
I have no objection. Those are part of the report that I received a long time ago.
No objection. No objection. And then Mr. Petrofessa, those are an enhanced version of what would be in a report, right? That was something
Correct.
that was done to be done.
That was already, yes, it's a blown up version.
All right, 5A and 5B are admitted without objection.
And just finishing up my questions for you, you have a specialty and expertise in fingerprint analysis, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you process the scene to see if you could reveal any fingerprints that were left there by either of the defendants?
I did.
Okay, and through your investigation, you were able to get a set of known prints from both defendants to compare it to?
Yes.
Okay, so when you did your comparison, were you able to find any prints anywhere you looked that matched either of the defendants?
I'm sorry, are you talking about my processing on scene or later at the lab?
Both.
Yes, I did not develop any that I was able to take with me from the scene. I collected the plastic and received prints from that plastic, and I was not able to identify either the defendants on that plastic.
So everything you printed basically does not come back with the prints of either Mr. Hernandez or Mr. Zuazo, is that correct?
Yes.
And in your expertise, if people are wearing gloves, would that prevent leaving of fingerprints?
It would.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Cross-exam, Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Myra, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. He is one of the two defendants in this case. I have some questions to ask you here this morning, and I'll tell you the same thing that I said when you testified at the preliminary examination about my questions, and that is, if you don't understand the question, just tell me that, and then I will rephrase it so that it's clear that you understand what I'm asking. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. So following up on this fingerprint business, we saw a lot of duct tape or some type of tape, gray tape and black tape.
Yes.
Many pictures taken of that tape in the scene by yourself or others that went to the scene on the 11th of October to record all the evidence that was present, correct?
Yes.
And at least one of the pictures that we saw, if not more of them, showed a roll of duct tape. Gray tape in particular, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was taken into evidence, correct?
Yes.
My question to you is either on that roll or on any of those pieces of duct tape, whether you check them or analyze them to see whether there were any usable prints, usable meaning latent prints that you could actually investigate.
There were no latent prints developed on that tape.
Okay, none were developed. Tell me, and tell the jury, please, what kind of work you did in order to get or to investigate to see whether there were prints on those items of tape that were collected, either the roll of tape or the pieces of tape.
Well, sometimes we have the investigators choose if they want to have something tested for fingerprints or biological evidence. So sometimes they will choose one over the other, just depending on the circumstances. I did process a piece of the duct tape that was, I'm not sure if you have my latent print report, if I would be able to refer to that.
You certainly can. If that will refresh your recollection, do you have that report there with you?
I don't have the latent print
Hold
report.
on just a minute. Let me see. I think I might have it right here. Yes.
believe this is Report 24-0253852-073. Does that sound right to you? Maybe you'll know it better by looking at it. May I approach you?
Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, is that your report?
Yes.
And you recognize it as such?
I do.
And reading it, does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay. Now, you remember the question about how many pieces of this duct tape that you examined?
Yes. So investigators determined that they wanted me to process the bundle of crumpled duct tape that was used to bind the victim's hands for latent prints, which I did, and I did not develop any comparable prints on that duct tape.
Okay. Now, you said, you prefaced what you just told the jury, or juries, by saying the investigators determined that they wanted you to look at a certain bundle of tape. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So the only thing that you were asked to look at in the way of duct tape was, or that black tape, however you call that, whatever title it has, was the stuff that the investigators told you to look at. Is that correct?
That they've asked me to test back in the lab, that's correct.
Okay. So, but you were a person on the scene taking photographs and recording on those drawings that you put together what was there on the scene, correct?
Correct.
And you've got places, because it's those two drawings are for the main floor of the house and the basement of the house, correct?
Correct.
And in both places, the main floor and in the basement, there were numerous pieces of duct tape that you identified when we looked at all the exhibits in Exhibit 1A through CC and 1B through 2B through, or 2A through 2BB, correct?
Correct.
Upstairs or main floor and down the basement. So out of all that tape that was there, the only one piece or bundle that you examined was the one that somebody else, not you, told you that they wanted to have examined, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So you don't have any control over what it is that you're supposed to do when you're back at the fingerprint lab, correct? In terms of what it is you're going to examine.
Correct. I'm examining whatever is given to me, yes.
Exactly. And you, even though you, because not every case that you examine fingerprints on is a case where you were at the scene doing a crime scene sketch and all the other work that you did in this case, correct?
That's correct.
It's just a coincidence that you were wearing your crime scene investigator hat in the same case that you were wearing your fingerprint analysis hat, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you knew there was a lot of duct tape there, correct? I mean, you know that.
Relative. There were several pieces, yes.
Several pieces, and at least one roll.
Yes.
Is that right? And you said earlier during your direct examination that you wouldn't expect to find any fingerprints if a person was wearing gloves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever used duct tape? Have you ever used it?
Yes. Yes.
You know how it sticks on the end? The duct tape sticks, and you got to kind of pry it off the edge of it to pull it from the roll.
Yes.
You think that's very easy to do when you're wearing gloves?
I'm not sure.
Thank you. Now,
are you referring to then if they wouldn't have gloves on?
Exactly.
Then my testimony was that if you had gloves on, you wouldn't leave prints.
Right, but what I'm saying is it's hard with gloves on to even pry it up, correct? If you got to use your thumbnail or your fingernail to get it moving, right?
Right.
Okay. And thank you. Now, you looked at a number of different things, though, besides duct tape for fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
And you have your report in front of you. Could you just tell the jury what other things you looked at? Thank you, sir.
I processed the 3 pieces of plastic that were in the sink. So the larger clear plastic tarp, the Home Depot bag, and then the deflated red inflatable.
And there were no fingerprints that were matched up with Mr. Zuazo or Mr. Hernandez, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have samples? I mean, and those are the ones you're looking for. And you had samples of both men's fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
And so, at least from fingerprint analysis, there's no evidence in this case of their prints being put anywhere, correct?
Correct. I did not identify their fingerprints on that plastic.
And as far as all the photographs that were done and all of the work that you did looking through the house and the scene sketches that you made, there's no evidence that you found that put Mr. Zuazo in the Murray's house during your crime scene analysis on October 11th, correct?
As it relates to my involvement, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions. If I may just approach to retrieve that document.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Any cross-exam for Hernandez?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'll just wait one moment to see what kind of day this is.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So I want to talk a little bit about your involvement. So I know that you testified that there was a number of people from the forensic team that was there with you on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In looking at page 1 of your report, it lists personnel. I have totaled, there was 9 people. Does that sound correct?
Could I refer to my notes?
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes. Let me know when you've reviewed it.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So how is it that you divide up the duties? Do some people, as you stated, you have some specialties in fingerprint analysis and crime scene analysis. I'm assuming other people have different specialties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So how do you divide up the duties when you get to a live scene?
We're all trained to do all of the processing techniques that we use. Sometimes when somebody comes from a particular unit, they will just naturally do that portion of the processing. So we mentioned Sierra Ramirez earlier. She is from the biology unit. So she typically will do any DNA collection processing that needs to be done at the scene. The other processing items that we do, such as the sketch or the measurements or photographs or note-taking, is just kind of divided up. We're all trained to do it all, and we just divide it on who needs something to do at that time. As we get there, we don't always get there at the same time, so different things just naturally take place, and the duties are just divvied up, as needed.
So on that particular day, were you the one taking the photographs or no?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, when you get to a scene, are you first briefed by the officers that are already there?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Do they draw your attention to what they have found, or do you just go about your way and find all of the things that you can locate?
Yes, they will usually tell us what they have already found or seen at the scene. And then as we go through, we will look for any in addition to what they've already seen.
Okay. And who makes the call on what evidence to actually collect, like put in bags and take with you? Who makes that call in this team of 9?
That is usually kind of a collaborative effort between the crime scene team and the investigators. Ultimately, it's the investigators' scene, so they will make the ultimate decision of what to collect.
Okay. And are you involved in the actual collection of the evidence when that decision has been made?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Were you in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And when you collect evidence, can you describe that to the jury? Is everything thrown in one bag? Is it separate? How does that work?
Yes, it's photographed and then everything is put in their its own bag for preservation purposes and designated with the appropriate information on.
Do you use paper bags or plastic?
It depends on the evidence.
Can you describe that?
Usually for biological evidence, we're using paper because it's able to breathe. Things that can go in plastic might be currency or things that don't, things that you're not worried about, mold growth would go in plastic, but typically we're using paper.
Okay, and you said biological. Is that some type of blood or liquid substance on an item? Is that what you meant by biological?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you know your approximate time of arrival on October 11th?
I believe it was 2:18 p.m.
Okay. Now, you had testified that not only do you take information from the officers as to what they have already found, but obviously you do your own search of the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the juries were shown a body camera where the responding officer noticed blood on the wall and the handrail leading down to the basement. I am not seeing that at all in any of your reports. Do you recall, or if you need to refresh your recollection, do you know if that was photographed by yourself or any swabs were done of that particular area?
I don't remember being told about that. If it is in a photograph, it would be in one of the overall photographs that it was just captured in. I wouldn't have taken a direct photograph of that.
Okay, so we did see a direct photo of the bloody swipe, I think it was described as, upstairs. So I'm talking about essentially a bloody swipe or some type of blood that was on a handrail. Do you have any recollection of seeing that and or documenting it in any of your reports?
No.
I know Mr. McCarthy spent some time going through all of the items that you tested for fingerprints. Is it fair to say, in looking at your report, you tested 98 items, or 98 times you tested something that was collected?
I developed 98 fingerprints on the clear plastic tarp.
Okay, so out of the 98 prints, you were unable to compare those to either Mr. Zuazo or Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes, all 98 prints were on that one item.
Nothing further, thank you. Oh, one moment. Sure. Absolutely. You mentioned what time you arrived. Do you recall, or is it listed somewhere in your report, what time you left?
Yes. Can I refer to that?
If it refreshes your recollection, yes, you may.
It will. 21:05.
And for us people who use the regular clock and not military time, do you know what time that is?
5 after 9.
Thank you. All set, Mr. McCarthy? No further questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. Will you direct here?
Just to follow up on a couple questions that they asked. You talked about the fingerprint evidence and also biological or DNA evidence. Did you remember talking about that briefly? Yes. Is it sometimes that you have to make a choice that you can test it for one or the other but not both?
Yes.
And why is that?
Sometimes you can... The processes that we use for fingerprints can sometimes destroy DNA, and also when they are testing items for DNA, they will swab and potentially wipe away any fingerprints. So a lot of times we will have them choose one or the other.
Okay, and that picking or choosing, does that come in consultation with the detective in charge of a case?
Yes, that is up to them.
Okay, and it's not for you to decide what the detective believes should be tested for one thing and not the other. Is that fairly correct?
Correct. We can give our opinion on what we think would be the better choice, but it's up to them ultimately.
Okay, and you could tell the detective, I understand you want fingerprints on this marble, but I really think, in my experience, we're not going to get fingerprints off of the marble.
Yes.
You've had that discussion in theory with officers in the past?
Yes.
Okay. There was also some discussion about the blood swabs at the scene. So you already testified Sierra Ramirez was at the scene?
Yes.
And her specialty is the DNA and blood collection?
That's correct.
Okay. And if there was any blood collection, that would have been through her, is that right?
Yes.
talked about lack of fingerprints on the duct tape, and that also means that there was nobody else's fingerprints on that duct tape either, correct?
That's correct. It was very crumpled, and if you know what duct tape is like, it's hard to pull apart. So it was kind of just a mass of sticky tape.
Okay. Finally, I know Mr. McCarthy asked you a little bit about the duct taping process, I guess, for lack of a better term, with gloves. You're not a duct tape expert, I would guess, but is it also possible to open duct tape where you have your glove left on one hand and you pry it open with the other to open a roll of duct tape?
I would think so.
Yeah, there's not a single way that you can get duct tape off the roll, is that right?
I'm sure not.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay, all right, you're all set. Thank you. You may step down. Any objection to releasing the witness?
No, Judge.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No. Okay, why don't you guys come up for a second? So we'll come back at 1. I'm going to excuse you now for lunch. We're going to do 1 hour. It's noon, so we'll come back at 1 p.m. You're going to be taken back into your respective jury rooms, and just as we've discussed over the last couple days, please do not leave those rooms until a member of staff lets you know that you are free to leave if you wanted to go down or leave the building. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, the jury, please.
All right, seems like they're just going to take them out now. It's going to be lunchtime, so we can definitely Zoom. I'll go over some notes, though. Hold on. All right. Definitely don't want to show that. Wait, hold on.
I'm just going to get, can you open?
Oh, now they're just messing with me. Now they're just messing with me. All right, let me fast forward. All right, so we'll go over some notes here while they're at lunch. So we heard from the neighbor, Kristen Nahas. She basically identified the truck. She said it was a pickup truck with somebody with a mask on, high visibility mask. She said one guy was taller than the other. Another guy had olive skin. Then we heard from Deputy Tazray Copeland. He was a first responder. He's the one that had the body cam on. And then we heard from Valerie. I didn't catch her last name, but she's the fingerprint expert. So the state had an opening, and then the Michael McCarthy, who is Joshua Zuazo, he's on the far right, so that's Joshua Zuazo and Michael McCarthy. And then that is, I'm still getting used to their names, Paulette Lofton, and that's Carlos Hernandez. So she's in green, obviously. And then our victim is Sam Murray. So these two, well, allegedly, one person came over the night before. They were DTE, which is basically like an energy company there. Is it like Detroit? Does the DTE stand for Detroit? Do you guys know? Because I'm just saying it's a utility. It's a DTE Energy. Does it stand for anything? Oh, here, what does it stand for? Just says it's a utility company. Doesn't really, they're not really saying what DTE stands for, but I'm thinking Detroit something energy maybe. Anyway, if you guys know, let me know. So they come over the night before, which would have been October 11th. We saw the Ring camera footage of them, of some guy in a mask, saying, hey, there's a gas leak. Linda, who is the wife, says, it's too late for Detroit Edison Energy. It's DTE. DT. What's the T stand for? Oh, Detroit DT, I guess. Detroit Energy or Edison. Detroit Edison. All right. Detroit Edison. All right, cool. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I know it's the power company. I figured that much out. I was just wondering what the DTE stood for. If it was Detroit, to me, I was guessing Detroit something or other. Yeah, Detroit Edison. Cool. Thank you, guys. All right, so October 11th, they come over, they knock on the house. It's 10 o'clock at night. Linda, the wife, is like suspicious. She's like, don't, where's your gun? Basically to husband Sam there. He says, you're not coming in. So they come back the next day, and he lets them in. He's going to make lunch for his employees. They take him downstairs. He never comes back up. They come back up. They have blood on them. They're demanding where the jewelry is. They tie up her. Thank God they didn't assault her, because that would have been even worse. So they tie her up with duct tape. Then the first responder, Deputy Copeland, comes in. We see his body cam, and we hear him talking. They thought it was a gunshot. That's how bad this was. They thought it was a firearm at first. So, and they immediately are thinking about pawnshop. This has to do something with the pawnshop. They have Ring camera, so they knew that they were going to have these guys on tape, on video, I should say. So Sam, he was on the ground. His hands and feet were duct taped and zip tied. His gun was gone, so they took his weapon as well. He had a Glock. Then let's see what else. That's kind of the highlights. The bedroom was ransacked. So then they showed the body cam. He's walking around. You see a lot of drawers were pulled out, jewelry boxes were pulled out. They clearly were looking for money or jewelry, whatever it was. All right, so let's zip on forward, because we still have like 4 hours to go. So it's gonna be a late night for us. So let's get forward. Let's get zipping forward.
Kindly remind before we get going with this afternoon's testimony, I just want to kindly remind the jurors that when you are out in the public within the courthouse, to not make contact with anybody. Please refrain from saying hello to anybody, whether or not you recognize them or don't recognize them. It's my understanding that a juror has said hello to one of the lawyers. We don't find that there was anything wrong with that, nor did that lawyer continue that conversation or respond. But please do not do that, okay? Please do not do that. That instruction is very important, and it's for the necessity to maintain even an appearance of impropriety. In addition, there are restrooms within your jury room. So I know that we might have staggered the time frame of when you came in today, 8:30 and then 9 o'clock. If you get here early, you are still welcome to buzz the side door. A member of chamber staff will let you into your jury room. Please try to use the restrooms within your jury room and not out in the public, as that could cause others to run into you in that situation, okay? So I know it's awkward and it's not how we typically conduct our normal day-to-day lives, but it is important that we do that in this trial. Thank you. All right, people's next witness.
People call Thomas Colleen. Sworn in.
All right, good afternoon, sir. If you could just stay standing once you get in the box and raise your right hand and look to face me, and I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to provide this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated, and then tell us your name.
My name is Thomas Keelan.
All right, you're a witness. What's your question?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you tell us how old you are, please?
51. Oh, no, 52.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
POCO employs me.
And what does POCO do as a company?
Traffic barricading company.
How long have you worked for them?
Over 20 years.
Okay. What are your duties with them?
Signs. I install signs.
Okay. Were you, as an employee of that company, were you given a company truck to take home?
Yes.
And can you describe the truck that you were given to take home?
It's a white truck, Ford truck with POCO logos on it, on the side doors, and DOT numbers on it, and a POCO plate. And,
okay. Was it a Ford or a Chevy?
Ford.
And do you know what, is it a 250, 150, something else?
I think it's a 250, I'm not sure.
Okay. And how long were you assigned that vehicle prior to September 29th of 2024?
We usually vary vehicles, so I've been driving that for probably a week or two.
Okay, so the vehicles rotate around?
Yes.
And what would you note as far as the vehicle regarding the doors and their locking ability?
The driver's side door wouldn't lock, so I had to keep that unlocked.
And what about the ignition? Did you need a key to start the ignition?
Yes.
And when you would drive that car home, would you park it in the driveway in front of your house or someplace else?
And when I'm at home, it's in my driveway. When my daughter's house was in front of the house.
Okay. And can you tell us, I don't need an address, but what area were you living in back on September 29th?
Dearborn Heights.
Okay. And do you recall the evening of September 29th of 2024? With the vehicle, did you park it someplace that night?
Yes.
And where was it parked when you went to bed?
In front of the house.
And what was the last time you recall seeing it that night?
Probably when I went to bed between 10 and 11. I didn't look at the clock, but it was probably about 10 or 11.
Okay. Was there any type of alarm system on the truck itself?
No.
Okay. As far as grades of truck, A being phenomenal and Z being not such a great truck, where would you rate it in that system?
It's middle of the alphabet. It's not that.
Okay.
Wasn't that nice.
And did you wake up on September 30th?
Yes, I woke up at September 30th at about 5 o'clock in the morning.
And did you go out to your truck?
Yes.
And did you find your truck?
No, it was gone.
Did you call the Dearborn Heights Police Department?
Yes.
Did you report it as stolen?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number Q, if I could approach, Judge. We're going to avoid the teleprompter.
Sure.
Do you recognize that license plate?
Yes.
POCO 32, is that the plate that was on your vehicle?
Yes.
And that was a company plate?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 15A. Do you recognize that vehicle on fire?
Yeah, I recognize the vehicle. Yeah.
Your Honor, the people moved People's Exhibit 3Q and 15A into evidence.
Any objection here?
I don't have any objection to A. I would ask for more foundation as to B. He said he recognized it. If you could tell us how it is that he recognized it.
3Q is the POCO plate, right? And then what was the other one?
His truck on fire.
I understand it, but he didn't give us that testimony.
What exhibit number is that?
15A.
That's 15A. Okay, let's see if you can establish a little bit more foundation.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that truck?
Yeah.
How do you recognize it?
Because of the bed and the brackets and the frames and all that. Yeah.
Is there a special frame on the back of the truck?
No, they just it's to hold signs up when we lean signs against it, so they build that railing on it, so the signs don't lean over; they stand up.
And you're looking at it. That was your truck.
Yeah.
I move that into evidence.
Now I have an objection given that foundation.
All right, any objection, Ms. Lawson? No objection. All right, so that's 3Q and 15A, both in.
Yes, Judge. I'm just going to ask you a final question. You haven't been to court before to testify in this case, correct?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if you could look at the two individuals, and I'll move the podium out of the way, starting with the defendant over on the far side of the courtroom. Have you ever seen him before?
No.
You don't know him?
No.
Not a friend of yours?
No.
The second defendant, who's closer to me, have you ever seen him before?
No.
Don't know him?
No.
No contact before? I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay, cross-examine.
I have no questions for
Okay.
Colleen.
And on behalf of Hernandez?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. Just very briefly, you do not have cameras at your home, correct?
No, that was my daughter's house. No, there's no cameras.
There's no cameras. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You're all set.
Okay.
Can this witness be excused?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Please excuse.
Thank you.
Yep.
People call Linda Murray. Mrs. Murray, if you could approach this way. I'll ask you to step up, and the judge will swear you in.
I'll just step on the way up, and I'll get you sworn in. If it's possible, if you can stay standing and raise your right hand, I'll get you sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated, and then tell us your name.
Linda Murray.
Your witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to speak up very loudly, because it's not just the folks to your right that need to hear you. The folks out in the first couple rows need to hear you, okay? And if you don't speak up loud enough, well, we're going to see some hands from the folks there, meaning they can't hear you, okay?
Okay.
If you don't understand something I ask, or if I'm not clear, just ask me to repeat it, and I'll repeat whatever question it was, okay? Mrs. Murray, could you tell us how old you are?
73.
And have you been married?
Yes.
And can you tell us the name of your husband?
Hussein Murray.
And how old was he at the time of his passing?
73.
Okay. How long had you been married?
54 years.
And did you have any children from that marriage?
Yes.
How many children?
3.
And do you have any grandchildren from your kids?
Yes.
How many grandkids?
11.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention back to about a year ago. Was your husband still working at that time?
Yes.
And can you tell us how he was working?
He was a jeweler, and he worked at his store every day.
Okay. And can you tell us the name of his store?
One was Gold and Glitter, which is a jewelry store, and then on the other side was Hamtramck Pawnbrokers.
Okay. Where were they located, those stores?
In Hamtramck.
Okay. And he would go there on a regular basis?
Yes.
Did he have a regular schedule that you were aware of when he'd go and when he'd typically come home?
Yes.
Would he vary that schedule very much, or is he someone who is pretty consistent with his schedule?
Very consistent.
Okay. And during the week, Monday through Friday, what times would he approximately leave your residence and then go to those stores?
Around 12 noon,
Okay. And what time would he typically return home?
7.
Did he work on the weekend?
Only Saturday.
Okay. What type of car did he drive at the time?
An Audi,
And was it a brand new one or an older one?
older one.
And he had had that vehicle for some time?
Yes.
How long do you think it was, best guess, that he had had that car?
5, 6 years.
Okay. And did you have your own car?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have?
Infinity.
Okay. When your husband would go to these stores, were you aware of whether or not he'd ever carry a firearm for protection?
Yes.
And what type of gun was that?
A Glock.
Okay. And was your husband right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Okay. And would he wear that holster on the right side?
Yes.
Now, when your husband would go back and forth between the stores, where were you living at that point in time?
In Rochester Hills.
And can you tell us the address?
3730 Newcastle.
Okay. Was that located in the city of Rochester Hills in Oakland County, Michigan?
Yes.
And how long have you lived there at that residence?
26 years.
Because of the nature of his business, dealing with pawn and dealing with jewelry, did you have any type of safe at your residence?
No.
Nothing in it, no wall safe, no portable safe, no safe at all?
No.
Would your husband keep cash otherwise outside of the safe in a mattress or something like that at your house?
No.
Would you keep any type of valuable jewelry at your house?
No.
Did you have any jewelry that was costume jewelry?
Yes.
And where did you keep that?
In the jewelry box in my room, my bedroom.
Okay. Did you have any jewelry that was better than costume jewelry?
No.
Okay. When we get to October 10th of 2024, do you recall the events of that day and that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Were you at home that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately 10 o'clock p.m. Can you tell us if anything unusual happened?
A gentleman, Hernandez, came to the front door and said that he was from DTE and needed to check for a gas leak.
Okay. Now, you identified him by name as Defendant Hernandez just now on the record. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You did testify earlier at the preliminary examination back in district court December of last year?
Yes.
Okay. And you identified one of the defendants as Defendant Hernandez back then?
Yes.
Okay. Was Defendant Hernandez alone when he came to that door?
No.
Okay. Now, who was the other person that was at that door with him?
Zuazo was not at the door. He was standing on the walk.
Okay. There was a second person with him?
Yes.
Okay. Was that person, what description of nationality, ethnic background would you say that person was?
Average size, average height, black.
Okay. Where was it when you were first attention drawn to somebody being at the front door?
My Ring camera gave me a notification through my phone.
Okay. And where were you physically at in your house when you got that notification?
Upstairs by the master bedroom.
When you say you had Ring cameras around the outside of the house?
Yes.
And those Ring cameras were set up to notify you if somebody came to the door?
Yes.
And was it a Ring camera system where you could actually view on your camera what was going on those cameras?
Yes.
And you could actually see on your camera what was going on at the front door?
Yes.
Now, after you see that, do you leave your master bedroom or do you stay there?
No, I stay in the hallway by the door.
Okay, and when we talk about the hallway, are we talking about where the banister is?
Yes.
And what do you see happen as you're standing at the banister?
My husband opens the front door and asks Hernandez, could he help him?
Okay. Did you know where your husband was before he walked to the front door?
In the family room.
Okay. So what do you see happen when your husband opens the front door?
I see Hernandez standing there with a clipboard asking my husband to sign it for permission to enter the house.
Okay. Were you able to hear the discussion that Defendant Hernandez was having with your husband?
Only that he asked him to come in and check for the heat exchanger on the furnace.
Was there anything said about who they were at the door?
Just DTE workers.
Okay. Could you see any way that they were, let me just say, that Defendant Hernandez was dressed?
He was had a yellow vest on and a hat and mask.
Okay. And how would you describe his size?
Very large.
What did your husband say to them when Hernandez asked about coming inside?
What he asked, well, why? And Hernandez says he needed to check for a gas leak.
Okay. Did you get involved in the conversation?
Yes.
And how did you get involved with the conversation?
I asked Hernandez, I said, isn't it a little late for you to be coming to the door?
Okay. Was there any response to that?
No, he just said, I'm sorry, I have to check for the gas leak.
Did you say anything else in that direction to your husband while they were at the door?
Yes, I asked him if he had his gun.
Okay. And how loudly did you say that?
Loud enough for everybody to hear.
Okay. Was the door open at the point in time you said that?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see that second person doing when that conversation was going on? The second individual there?
At that time, my attention was on Hernandez. I believe Zuazo was still on the walk. He wasn't up on the porch.
Okay. Were you able to see the second person from the Ring camera?
Yes.
Okay. What ended up happening when they were at the door after that conversation?
They said that they were sorry to bother us and they'll come back tomorrow.
Okay. Now, I want to be very specific because we have two different people on trial here. So the word they doesn't help specify. So when you say they, is there one person who says that?
Yes, Hernandez.
Okay. And what happens after Hernandez says they'll come back tomorrow?
They leave.
Okay. Did you have any discussion after your husband closes the door about what just happened?
I just asked my husband, I said, I don't smell gas, do you? He said no.
Okay. Did you call the police?
No.
Did you call DTE?
No.
The next day, we're on to October 11th of 2024. Do you recall what you were doing that morning?
Preparing breakfast and lunch for the workers.
Okay. Did you go any place before you started to prepare breakfast that morning?
Yes, I had a doctor's appointment.
Okay. And did you go to that doctor's appointment with your husband or alone?
Alone.
And was your husband at the house when you got back?
Yes.
And did you drive your Infiniti to go to your doctor's appointment?
Yes.
Okay. When you get back into the house, where is your husband?
In the kitchen.
Okay. What is he doing in the kitchen?
He was fixing lunch to take to work.
And was that something he would commonly do, or is this a special occasion?
No, always.
Okay. And when you say people at work, approximately how many people would be working at his stores on a daily basis?
About 5.
Okay. So when you come back in, is he still cooking or has he finished cooking?
No, he's finished.
And this is approximately 10 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. As time goes by, is there a knock at the front door?
Yes.
What happens when there's a knock on the front door?
I hear through the Ring camera that someone was saying DTE.
Okay. So do you go to the front door? Does your husband go to the front door? Does nobody go to the front door?
My husband goes to the front door.
Okay. And where are you at when he goes to the front door?
In that hallway by the front door.
Okay. You're able to see what happens at the front door from where you're at?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you see happen when you see your husband go to the front door?
He opens the door and Hernandez again asks him to sign the clipboard to give him permission to come into the house.
Okay, let me stop you there. When you say Hernandez, do you recognize Hernandez as the same person who was there the night before?
Yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my left wearing a polo shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified defendant Hernandez?
The record reflects the witness has identified the defendant.
Was defendant Hernandez there alone, or was there somebody else there?
No, Zuazo was with him.
Okay. Do they come into the house, or do they stay outside?
No, they come in.
Okay. And how close do you get to who you just said by name, Zuazo? How close did you get to him?
5 feet, maybe.
Okay. And how was he dressed?
Just regular, ordinary work clothes.
Okay.
With a vest.
Throughout this process, were you able to get a good enough look of the second person there to identify him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you identify him also at district court?
Yes.
I'm going to move the podium for 10 seconds. If you look around the courtroom, do you see the... I'm not sure if that helped. Do you see the second person in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to the end of the table with a blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified defendant Zuazo.
The record reflects the witness has identified the defendant.
So what happens once they both come into the house?
They start walking toward the basement.
Okay. Now, do you have any gas-related products in the basement?
Yes.
What do you have, as best you remember, that's in the basement that's a gas-related product?
2 furnaces and 2 water heaters.
Okay. When they're headed towards the basement, do they immediately go down to the basement?
No.
What happens?
How does it get clarification on they, who all we're speaking about in that multiple?
You can rephrase.
Does defendant Hernandez and defendant Zuazo immediately go down to the basement?
No.
Okay. What happens before defendant Hernandez? I don't want to assume he goes down, but what happens before that?
Zuazo goes into the laundry room, and I assumed he was going to look for gas leak, but he looked at the wall where I have artwork instead. And Hernandez...
Were you with him when he went into the laundry room?
In that little hallway, yeah.
Okay. And do you have a gas dryer in that room?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see what Hernandez was doing?
He was standing by the garage door and the basement door. There's a hallway that he was standing between.
Okay. And does anything happen before they head down, the 2 defendants head downstairs?
Hernandez tells me that he forgot his meter and he had to go to the truck to get it.
And were you able to tell from your observations whether or not he left the house?
No, I don't know if he left the house because the door would have a chime to it when you open it.
Did you hear the charm?
No.
How long would you say that Hernandez was out of your sight after he had made that comment?
A minute, maybe.
Okay. Does defendant Hernandez return?
Yes.
What happens after he returns?
My husband starts to go down the basement steps.
Okay. When your husband goes down the basement steps, does anyone follow him down?
Yes, Hernandez does.
Okay. And who?
No, I'm sorry. Zuazo does.
Okay. I just want to be clear. Which of the 2 defendants goes down behind your husband?
Zuazo.
Okay. And does defendant Hernandez go down the steps also?
Yes.
And does one of the 2 defendants or your husband close the door to the basement?
I didn't notice who closed the door.
Okay. Does the door get closed to the basement?
Yes.
Where do you go after they head down into the basement?
I finish up making breakfast.
Okay. And how long do you think that takes?
Oh, I was almost done, so 2 minutes.
Okay. And after you finish breakfast, making the breakfast, how long would you say that the defendants were downstairs?
10, 15 minutes.
Okay. People have different tones to their voice. Would you categorize your husband as a soft talker or a loud talker?
Loud talker.
Okay. When your husband was down in the basement with the defendants, did you hear him at all?
No.
Did you hear any commotion at all?
No.
Did you hear any cries out at all?
No.
Also, folks have different abilities physically as we age. How would you characterize your husband's physical abilities at his age?
Very active and strong.
He was a strong man?
Yes.
And he was still a strong man at his age?
Yes.
What's the first thing that you remember after that 10 to 15 minutes passes while the 2 defendants are in the basement?
I was sitting at my kitchen table, and Hernandez comes up from the basement, and I stepped towards him to see if he needed something.
And what happens then?
Then he asks me, he says, "Where's the jewelry and where's the money? And where's the safe?" I'm sorry. And I said, "I have no safe." And he says, "Where's the jewelry?" And I said, "In the bank, in the safety deposit box." And then he says, "Where's the money?" And I said, "Just what's in my purse and what's in my husband's pocket."
And how much money did you have, especially remember, in your purse that day?
About $300.
And how much would your husband typically carry on him in cash?
About $5,000.
And can you tell us, after you responded that way, what happens?
Zuazo comes upstairs also. And
So he comes up behind Defendant Hernandez?
Yes, yes.
And how long would you say the delay between Defendant Hernandez coming up and Defendant Zuazo is between that?
Seconds.
Okay. Were you still talking to Defendant Hernandez about your money and your cash and your husband's cash at the time Zuazo appeared, or was that part of the conversation over?
That was over, and I asked him, "Where's my husband?" several times.
Okay. Are you asking Defendant Hernandez where your husband is?
I was asking both of them.
Okay. And what happens when you're asking about your husband?
Zuazo tells me that he's sleeping, and I notice blood on his vest, and I start screaming.
Okay. And what happens as, let me ask you this, does Defendant Hernandez say anything in response after Defendant Zuazo says he's sleeping?
Not that I recall.
Okay. What's your response after you see the blood?
I was screaming, and Hernandez hits me in the face to cover my mouth.
Okay, and when you say he hits you in your face, there's a front, there's a right, and there's a left side of your face. Which side, if you can remember, he struck you?
The left.
Was it a hard or soft strike?
Hard.
Did you receive injuries from that strike?
Yes.
Did you later, after the events are over, end up going to get medical attention for the strike?
Yes.
Did you end up losing your front tooth at some point from related to the strike?
Yes.
How long was it after the strike that you ended up losing your tooth?
About a month, 3 weeks a month.
Okay. After you're struck, what happens next?
He asks me if I will stop screaming when he removes his hand from my mouth and sits me at the kitchen chair.
Okay. And what, if anything, is he saying to you at that point?
Again, he's asking me, where is the safe, where is the jewelry, where is the money? And I would reply the same answer.
At that point in time, where is Defendant Zuazo?
He went up the back stairs up to the master bedroom.
Okay, and you saw him go up the back stairs?
Yes.
Okay. From your recollections of that day, did Defendant Hernandez ever go upstairs?
No.
What's going on as Defendant Zuazo is upstairs? What's going on with you and Defendant Hernandez?
Hernandez is binding my hands and my ankles together.
Okay, and is
duct tape.
And is that against your will?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice if any of your items were taken that day?
Yes.
What was taken from you?
When Zuazo came downstairs, I saw that he was carrying a drawer from my jewelry box.
Okay, and that was without your consent?
Yes.
Was there anything taken from your purse that was without your consent?
Yes.
What was taken from your purse?
$300.
Okay. Were there any other items that you were missing after that day?
Well, my phone, Hernandez took my phone and put it in his pocket and took my iPhone watch and threw it across the table.
Okay. And obviously there was police involvement. Did you ever recover your husband's Glock? Was that ever recovered?
No.
While Hernandez is in the kitchen, do you see what else he's doing while he's there?
He nonchalantly goes to one of the kitchen drawers, opens it, looks at it, and shuts it.
Okay. Do you see Defendant Zuazo return?
Yes.
Okay, and after he returns, does he come down the front stairs or those back stairs again?
The back stairs.
How long were they in the house after defendant Zuazo returns from the upstairs?
A couple minutes, because Hernandez wanted to put me in the closet, but because I was bound, I couldn't move, so he sat me back in the chair.
And what do you mean by he tried to put you in a closet?
They wanted me to, Hernandez and Zuazo wanted to put me in the closet and shut the door, I imagine.
Okay, and when you say they, I think you then specified, but what were each of those individuals doing at that point? Tell us specifically what was Hernandez doing to try to put you in a closet?
He grabbed me by the shoulder and the arm, but then I was really wobbly, and he sat me down in the chair.
Okay. And can you tell me what defendant Zuazo was doing?
He looked a little nervous and was like moving from foot to foot, and told Hernandez, "Let's go, bro."
Okay.
I didn't hear that quote from the co-defendant.
Ms. Murray, can you repeat, please?
Zuazo asked Hernandez, "Let's go, bro."
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been... And did they exit the house?
Yes.
How did they exit the house?
Through the garage door.
Can I have just 1 second? Did they go out the garage door, did you say?
Yes.
How long were they in the garage?
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. And did you still have your Infinity keys?
No, Hernandez took my keys.
What do you hear coming from the garage?
I hear the door slam down, the garage door. I hear that slam.
And was any type of remote control clicker for the garage connected to your keys?
No.
Okay. How was it that you were able to free yourself from being duct taped?
Around my ankles there was a small tab of tape that was loose, and I worked it around until it came off.
Okay. And were you able to make a phone call to the authorities since the cell phone was gone?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that?
The house phone.
Okay. And did you call 911?
Yes.
And how long would you say it was after 911 that the deputies arrived?
5 minutes. It was quick.
Okay. In that 5 minutes before the deputies arrived, did you hear anything or any sounds or noises coming from the basement?
No.
Did you go down into the basement?
No.
Okay. And to this date, you haven't seen any photos of the basement, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not going to show you any photos today either, but I just want to ask you just a couple things. Did your husband wear any type of rings or jewelry?
Yes.
And what kind of ring or jewelry would he wear?
He had a diamond jewelry, a ring on his finger, and a diamond watch.
Okay. And when you say a ring on his finger, what hand was that finger attached to, right or left?
I think it was the right.
Okay. And you indicated that he had a nice watch. Was that a Rolex watch?
Yes.
Okay. Did your husband wear glasses?
No.
No glasses?
Only for reading.
For reading?
Yes.
Okay. So let me show you what's been marked as photograph 1EE. It should appear up there. Does photograph 1EE accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your face?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1FF. Does 1FF show a side view of the injury that you sustained to your face?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as 1GG. Does that photograph accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your wrist?
Yes.
And I'll show you what's been marked as 1HH. Does that accurately depict the injury that you sustained to your shoulder?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move those exhibits 1EE, 1FF, and 1GG, and 1HH into evidence.
Any objection?
I have no objection.
No. Right there.
Once the sheriff office got involved, they went through the house that day.
Yeah.
Some photographs. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1D. Okay, do you recognize that as the top of your stairs?
Yes.
Okay, you see the closet that's depicted in that photograph as open?
Yes.
Would you have left that closet open when you were in the house?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1F, leading into your master. Do you recognize that as your master?
Yes.
Do you recognize that chest of drawers?
Yes.
Was it left that way when you were last upstairs?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1H. It's a different view. Can you tell us what you see in 1H?
Drawers scattered on the floor.
Okay.
And items on the floor.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 1I. Can you tell us what you see in that picture?
Drawers on the floor.
And 1K?
The armoire open.
Okay. And the drawers should be inside, but they're not inside. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have any type of jewelry box upstairs?
Yes.
And where was that jewelry box kept?
In my closet.
Did you notice when you finally went through the house, was that jewelry box where it should have been?
No.
And can you tell us, do you recall where you found it?
It was laying on the floor in the master bedroom.
And were any of the drawers missing from there?
Yes, one.
And what was kept in that jewelry box?
Costume jewelry.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3BB, as in boy. Do me a favor and look this way. Okay. Do you see 3BB?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
Those are my costume jewelry in my glass case.
Okay. And the Sheriff's Department later recovered these items and showed them to you?
Yes.
Did you identify those items as what was in the house before the defendants came in that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3CC. Do you recognize that as the contents of your costume jewelry?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to what's in the middle of that. It looks like some sort of award. Do you recognize that award?
Yes.
And can you tell us how you recognize that?
That was my grandfather's sports award that he got when he was young.
Okay. And that had been passed down through your family?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3EE. You recognize that costume jewelry as some more of the costume jewelry?
Yes.
All these items were taken without your consent?
Yes.
As this case has progressed, did you turn over the Ring camera video to the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And you had a chance to review the Ring camera videos both from the 10th and from the 11th of October?
Yes.
Did they accurately reflect what occurred and what you remember happening on those Ring camera videos?
Yes.
And you also testified to that at preliminary examination?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move the Ring camera videos that have been designated 5C, 5D, and 5E and request to publish those.
All right, before we get to that, did you admit 3BB, 3C, what the witness just testified to? I don't see that as being admitted previously in this matter.
I didn't because the guy from Cato County is coming tomorrow, but I'll move those in today.
Okay, I mean, it's not, do it as you see fit. I just want to make sure we're not missing something. All right, so the ring cameras are which numbers?
They got renumbered, 5C, 5D, and 5E. They were all on just 5, but because of things, it got renumbered.
Okay. And then the parties have seen the ring camera. Is there any
That is
objection
correct.
to admission to it?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, it's
And that's 5C, 5D, 5E, correct?
Yes. Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Thanks for stopping by. If you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
We're DTE. We're checking for gas leaks.
Went in the restaurant, so when she thought Red was her.
Just a minute. At the front door. I don't know.
It's DTE.
DTE. That's kind of a late for you guys to be coming around.
I know we've been working in the neighborhood.
It's DTE. I don't know. This is fine.
Oh, well, we just got a question. Have you guys had, are you Mr. Hussein Murder? Yeah. What, the gas leak? Where? We gotta check your back, behind the house for the meter. Thank you. On the seat.
See what's there?
Hello?
No, I'm coming. Oh, I'm coming in.
Is this the
Yes.
And just for the record, just saw IC. So just, you gotta indicate it for the record, then just call up.
And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside. We go home. And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Listen, I did. How you doing today, sir? I'm all right. So, you want to read? What am I signing for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have to do is we have to check for like cracks in the heat.
And this next one is Exhibit 5D.
Did you go for
For
that
the
one?
record, yes. And there's also 5E, which is the garage video, which I didn't mention.
Any objection to 5E?
No, I've seen 5E, so I have no objection.
Okay, same. All right, it's in.
Come on, man. Let's keep it.
Let me ask you just a few questions. When we were watching the video, the October 10th video, it looks like Mr. Hernandez is wearing like a N95 mask. Do you recall him wearing a mask?
Yes.
And was defendant Zuazo also wearing some face covering at that time?
Yes.
Okay. On the October 11th time that they were at your house, was defendant Hernandez also wearing face covering?
Yes.
And was defendant Zuazo wearing a face covering?
Part of the time.
Okay. When you say part of the time, was there a point where that face covering gets moved?
I think when he came up the stairs from the basement, he wasn't wearing a mask.
Okay, so when he came up from the basement, defendant Zuazo's mask was not on.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, cross-examine Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon.
I know that you and I met back on the day of the preliminary examination, which was December 17th of last year. I'm just going to tell you the same thing that I said that day. My name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you here today regarding your testimony. And if I don't make one of my questions clear to you, please tell me that. Then I'll rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
I just want you to answer the questions, you know, that you understand the questions before you answer them.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Now, the event of what occurred on that day, the 11th of October, certainly nothing like that ever happened before in your lifetime, correct?
Correct.
Very traumatic, without question, correct?
Correct.
And now, almost a year has passed, and it's given you quite a bit of time to think about what occurred, correct?
Correct.
And whether you wanted to be thinking about it or not, you have this constantly on your mind, correct?
Correct.
And coming here to court again is something which, if you were able to have it fade from your memory, brought it all back to the foreground a second time, correct?
Correct.
And you're here now giving your testimony, and certainly this has been something you've been preparing for and weighing, and it's been weighing heavily on you as this day, the first day of October, approached, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to be able to testify, you had to sit down and speak with the attorneys representing the prosecutor's office, correct?
Correct.
You had interviews with Mr. Petrofessa and perhaps with Mr. Magaro, correct?
Correct.
And you've also spoken with a number of law enforcement officers ever since the first day that this occurred, correct?
Correct.
They came to your house. Deputy Copeland was the first man through the door at your house. You remember that, right?
Correct.
And then that was a pretty upsetting thing when you were talking with him about, you didn't even know what had happened at that point, right?
Correct.
I mean, you knew that you got tied up. There was something that happened with your property, but you didn't know where your husband was.
Correct.
And as the day wore on, things just got worse.
Correct.
And then after you were asked to step outside of the house, another deputy came along, Deputy Hagelin, and he took you to his police car so that at least you could be sitting down away from the house instead of sitting on your front porch as you were when you first encountered him, right?
Yes.
And because when you were sitting on the porch, one of the things you observed, you were sitting right there, was all the other deputies that came to your home to see what happened, right?
Yes.
And they were heavily armed, correct?
Yes.
And obviously everybody was taking what happened at your house very seriously, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so then you didn't go back into your house. Instead, you ended up going to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And you had those pictures taken at some point during the day before you got to the hospital or before you got into a hospital bed. Is that right?
I'm not sure if it was the same day or the next day, but...
Okay. But those pictures were taken so that there would be a record of the injury you sustained, correct?
Yes.
And you spent the night, at least, of the the 11th and the 12th of October in the hospital, right?
No.
No? How did that go?
I was released, and after they did CAT scan, I was released to go home.
During the time you were in the hospital, you met with another detective, isn't that true?
Yes,
Detective Weitzman, I think his name is, or Wigeman, rather?
I assume.
Okay, but another detective
Yes.
came to see you while you were in the emergency room. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And then that same detective met with you some more times over the course of the next couple of days, correct?
Correct.
And those meetings were conducted at your son's home, isn't that right?
I repeat that?
I said those meetings were conducted at your son's home, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so there was a lot of discussion about this incident at your house in those first few days. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
And somewhere along the line, you learned what the name of the first person that had came to your door was, or had come to your door, rather, was Mr. Hernandez. You remember that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how it is you came to know what his name was?
Police officer told me.
Okay. And then at some point, you came to know the name of Mr. Zuazo. Was that right?
Yes.
And how was it that you came to know his name?
Through the police officer.
Okay. Now, did you learn those names on the same day, or did you learn those at different times? In other words, did you learn about Mr. Hernandez's name and Mr. Zuazo's name at the same time, or were those two separate occasions?
At the same time.
At the same time. Do you remember when that was?
A day or two after.
Okay, so somewhere, this occurred on a Friday, so somewhere over that weekend or the beginning of the following week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because while you were interacting with the detectives that were working on this case, you were giving information to them. They had questions for you, correct?
Correct.
But they were providing information to you. Isn't that correct?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean.
Well, they told you the names of the two people who were the suspects they were investigating. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you weren't able to provide them with those names, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know the names of either of the men that came to your home, but at some point the detectives told you those names, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, did you become aware of the fact that Mr. Hernandez was in custody?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because a detective told you that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was some news coverage of this story. You remember that, correct? Did you pay any attention to that?
Yes.
I mean, no one can blame you for doing that. I mean, this is something that affects you in the most severe way. So it would only be natural for you to be curious about seeing what the coverage was, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when that coverage was being provided, if it was on TV or in some newspaper, there were photographs, right?
Yes.
And photographs of Mr. Hernandez, right?
Yes.
And a photograph of Mr. Zuazo, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you've been very clear in your direct testimony in identifying Mr. Zuazo, correct?
Yes.
But you also, when you met with the detectives, you told them that this man, the second man in the house, was wearing a mask. Is that right?
When he entered, yeah.
Yes. But when did you tell the detectives that, if you did, that when the second man came upstairs, he was not wearing a mask?
In the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And when you were in the ambulance, who rode with you? Was that Detective Hagelin?
I don't remember an officer riding with me. I remember the paramedic.
You told it to a paramedic?
No, I told it to the officer.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I just want to get clarification. The first time you told anybody that the second person didn't have a mask on when he came upstairs into your kitchen was when you were in the ambulance?
Yes.
And that you're just sitting there in the ambulance, you hadn't moved yet, and the detective was there with you, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know that man's name that you talked to?
At the time, no.
No. And have you seen him since?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know his name now?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. But somewhere along the line, you were shown a photograph of Mr. Zuazo. Is that correct?
Days later, yes.
Okay. Now, when you were shown that photograph, were you shown one photograph or were you shown a whole bunch of photographs?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did the detective or whoever it was you were interacting with at that time, did he or she say, I'm going to show you some pictures or a picture and maybe you'll recognize this person, maybe you won't?
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't remember if you saw one picture or more than one picture, is that right?
I think it was more than one, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And you made an identification?
Yes.
Okay. And then in your mind, that identification is the thing that you said, correct?
Yes.
And that is the thing that you've said consistently since the first time that you went to court and you gave testimony on the 17th of December, correct?
Correct.
And then you said the same thing today, correct?
Correct.
And you identified not only Mr. Zuazo, but also Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Yes.
So in your statement to the police, and I think this is to Detective Wiggerman, who met with you a couple of times at the hospital and also at your son's house, you were being asked about the big man, and you were unable to provide a specific height range for him back on maybe October 12th or 13th, somewhere in there, in the days following the incident at your home. Do you remember that?
I was unable.
That's, well, I mean, that if the detective wrote that in his report, that you said that the Hispanic might have been 6 foot tall, that your husband was 6'2", and he was about as tall, and then...
I was talking about Mr. Zuazo at the time.
Okay, so you're saying that the person you were describing in the report was written down as the Hispanic man, but you're saying that you were talking about Mr. Zuazo?
Yes.
Okay, so you couldn't, and you said your husband was 6'2", and he might have been 6 foot?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach? I just want to show. Yes.
And this is from?
This is from the report that was written by Detective Wiggerman, and it's got contradictory information, and I just want to know if she can look at that, if this would refresh her memory about what she told him.
Come on up, first bunch.
Sure. Did not describe the man, the Hispanic man, to be 6 foot tall.
Correct.
Okay. And if somebody wrote that down in their report that you said so, that person is wrong about what you told them.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. Do you remember telling the same detective that the second man, who now you are identifying as Mr. Zuazo, had his face mostly covered?
Yes.
Okay, so which was it? Did the man have his face mostly covered, or was it uncovered at some point?
I'm gonna object. She's already clarified. There's 2 different points in time. This is not a one-time question.
Well, let me just make that very clear. I'm not trying to imply otherwise. You've said that there was a point where Mr. Zuazo had the mask off, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell that to Detective Wegman, if you remember? And I know you might not, and that's fair. I get that. I'm just trying to make, I want to understand what your position is opposed to what it is he wrote down in this report I'm reading.
Okay, the mask wasn't completely off.
Okay, and so when he wrote down had his face mostly covered, that would be inaccurate based on what you were reporting to him.
Yes.
Judge,
okay.
I object again to the form.
You can ask questions on redirect. All right. It just if we could be more specific about to whom she's talking to, because I don't know if she.
And I'll do that.
Insert that, but just making sure she knows who you're talking about.
It's Detective Wigman, who you might not recognize or remember exactly. I know you saw a lot of police officers, or detectives, but this is during one of those interviews that you had either in the hospital or at your son's home. It wasn't at your home. I don't know if that helps to refresh your memory.
It was in the ambulance.
Okay. Then was this individual didn't write anything down about him having a mask off at a particular time. And so if you told that to him, he didn't write it down. Is that correct? I mean, you can't explain what he did, but what I'm saying is if it isn't in there, it isn't because you didn't tell him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And it is your testimony today that he did not have, Mr. Zuazo did not have the mask on when he came up the steps. Is that right?
What?
Where was the mask? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, was it like hanging? Pardon?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Exactly.
And I understand it's a very traumatic and upsetting thing that's going on, and you're very much involved in that. You didn't see anything hanging out of a pocket or anything like that.
No.
And it wasn't laying on the floor.
No.
Correct? And it isn't something that, to your knowledge, ever was found in your home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me just one second. Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Murray. I appreciate your testimony.
Cross-exam for Hernandez.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Murray. Same goes for my questioning. If you don't understand something, just let me know and I'll try to ask it a different way, okay?
Okay.
Alrighty. Now, I know Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on this. When you were giving your testimony, when Mr. Petrofessa was asking you questions, you identified the 2 people sitting at this table as Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, you did not know these individuals prior to October 10th or October 11th, correct?
Correct.
And as you testified, you were provided the names after being shown pictures by the officers that came to your house or came to your son's house to discuss with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on October 10th, you described that the individuals came at night and we saw a ring video of that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you were upstairs during that whole interaction the night before on October 10th, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we can kind of tell from the sound, and I think you touched on this, when someone comes to your door and rings the doorbell, do you get a notification on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Are you then able to communicate by talking into your phone to the person that's standing at your front door?
Yes.
Is that what you were doing that evening, or were you just yelling from upstairs? If you know.
Yelling from upstairs.
Okay. You would agree with me, obviously, you described a much longer conversation and event that we saw on the Ring camera. So does the Ring camera only videotape for a certain portion of time and then stops?
Seems like it, yes.
Now, you testified previously that at some point, due to the lateness in the evening, you yelled to your son, "Do you have your gun?" Correct?
To my husband.
To your
yes.
husband, I apologize. And you testified that you said that loud enough because you wanted the people standing at the door to hear that, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that shortly after you made that statement, the two individuals decided to leave, correct?
Correct.
They did not force their way in that evening, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't receive any ring notifications throughout that night indicating that anyone else was around your home, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's fast forward to the next morning. As we saw, the doorbell was rung again, and that's when you got that notification on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, it seems from the ring video that you may have come to the door first, and then your husband came. Is that accurate, or did your husband go to the door first? We're talking about the morning.
Yeah. That part is kind of a little unclear, but I think I was at the door also.
Okay. And again, your testimony is that Mr. Hernandez asked to come in the home, correct?
Correct.
There was no force to get into the home. There was simply a question, and then he was let in, correct?
Correct.
Now, you made mention about the security system that you have, and if a door is opened or closed, you kind of hear a chime. Is that correct?
Yes.
But if the door is left open, someone could go in and out multiple times without hearing that chime, correct?
Correct.
Now, we can kind of tell from the ring doorbells that were played that the two individuals arrived at 11:22 and that the garage was shut at 11:41. So that's a total of 19 minutes. I know you described some time frames, like 10 to 15 minutes in the basement, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. Does the 19 minutes that I am using based on the ring camera sound accurate?
Yes.
Never at any point during interactions with either of the two individuals did you see any weapons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you described that there was some conversation about checking the furnace downstairs, correct?
Correct.
And that it was Mr. Zuazo and your husband that kind of started to go towards the basement?
Yes, correct.
And it was at that point that you testified Mr. Hernandez said that he had to go back outside and retrieve something from the truck.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you did not know whether or not he actually went outside because you didn't hear the chime, correct?
Correct.
But as we established previously, if the door had been left open, you would not have heard that chime. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right, your testimony was that once Mr. Hernandez was back in the house, your husband and Zuazo go downstairs, and then I believe you paused a little bit, and then you also said then Hernandez went downstairs. So prior to Mr. Hernandez coming back into the house, had Mr. Zuazo and your husband gone downstairs?
No.
All right. So was there a pause in after your husband and Mr. Zuazo go downstairs, then Mr. Hernandez, or were they all walking in a line?
They were walking in line.
Understood. Now, you testified that you did not hear anything out of the ordinary in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you testified at some point in time Mr. Hernandez came back upstairs, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that at that time he actually went to check the stove and the dryer with a meter?
No.
Isn't it true that, in fact, Mr. Hernandez was upstairs for a period of time, more than the seconds that you described, before Mr. Zuazo came up the stairs?
No.
So your testimony is that once Mr. Hernandez and once Mr. Zuazo were back upstairs, that is when Mr. Hernandez started asking you about jewelry or money, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where was Mr. Zuazo during that line of questioning?
Behind Hernandez.
Now, I know that you had mentioned at some point in time during that conversation, you asked where your husband was. Is that before or after you saw blood on Mr. Zuazo's clothing?
Before and after.
Okay. Now, you described that you were not necessarily given an answer of where your husband was, correct, at first. And then I believe your testimony was following that you were able to look at what Mr. Zuazo was wearing and you saw blood, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe that?
There was a stripe of red blood on his right side of his vest.
Okay. And at that point in time, I believe that you indicated that you let out a scream, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I see that you are wearing glasses today. Do you remember if you were wearing glasses during this time frame that we're talking about right now?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were hit in the face. Were you wearing glasses at that time?
Yes.
Were your glasses pushed into your face?
Yes.
At some point in time, you testified that Mr. Hernandez walked you over to the kitchen table and then you sat down there, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall if he touches your arm to take you there?
Yes.
You then testified at some point in time that Mr. Hernandez took off your watch, correct?
Correct.
That was on your wrist?
Yes.
Obviously, he was close to you when he was doing that, correct?
Correct.
Were you watching him take your watch off?
Yes.
You then testified that he took your cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
Where was your cell phone at the time?
On the table.
Was it close to you or far away?
Close to me.
Did you watch him as he took your cell phone and put it in his pocket?
Yes.
You then testified that Mr. Hernandez went through your purse. I believe you said he took your key and some cash, correct?
Correct.
How close was your purse to you?
Inches.
Did you watch him go into your purse?
Yes.
You testified that it was only Mr. Zuazo who went upstairs, and I believe you could hear things being thrown around. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that Mr. Hernandez never went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
You testified that while all of that was going on upstairs, Mr. Hernandez was putting duct tape on your hands and feet, correct?
Correct.
I'm assuming he was pretty close to you since he was putting the tape on your body. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you watching him as he put the duct tape on your hands and your ankles?
Yes.
Now, I know Mr. McCarthy went through some of this, but you have had multiple interviews with the police, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You've also, I'm sure, met with the prosecutors a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And you've previously testified in a court hearing, correct?
Correct.
Now, in all of those close interactions with Mr. Hernandez, you have never reported that you saw any blood on Mr. Hernandez, correct?
Correct.
There was some questioning about your husband having a gun. Do you remember that line of questioning from Mr. Petrofessa?
Correct.
Okay. You never saw that gun at any point after your husband went in the basement, correct?
Correct.
That gun was never pointed at you by either of the individuals that were in your house, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were never threatened with any weapons, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Just briefly, is it fair to say the events of October 11th, there was a lot of police involvement, a lot of the sheriff's office involved in having contact with you?
Yes.
How many deputies or detectives would you say you had contact with either on that day or overtime? Total, what would you guess?
4.
Okay. And how many of those 4 can you name?
None.
Okay. So they're kind of like you might have talked to some but not know the name of the people that you talked to. Is that fair?
Yes, I'm sure they told me their name, but I don't remember who's who.
Okay. When you gave your first statements to Detective Officer Hagelin on that 2/12 on October 11th, did you describe the 2 individuals to him as one white or Hispanic male, tall and fat, very fat? possibly in his 40s, and one black male, average height, average weight. I believe he had a mustache or beard, possibly in his 30s. Is that how you first described him?
Correct.
Okay, and that was before any names were attached to him later on in the world when you learned of names Hernandez and Zuazo, is that correct?
Correct.
And on TV, they were also identified on the television that you would watch?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to try to be specific about this because you were asked several times by counsel about mostly covered versus uncovered. Are there different periods of time when you're dealing with defendant Zuazo when his face covering is different, or does it remain the same throughout the entire interaction on the 11th?
No, when he comes up the stairs, it's different.
Okay, and before he was mostly covered, is that correct?
Yes.
And after he comes up the stairs, he's not covered?
Not completely.
Not completely covered. Was it enough for you to see his face?
Yes.
So let me ask you this one more step, which after defense counsel brought it, I just want to go one more step because there's a period of time after defendant Zuazo is now up on the stairs, he's on your level, and then he goes to the upstairs area, correct?
Correct.
Then he returns and he comes back to your level, correct?
Correct.
And then both him and defendant Hernandez try to put you in a closet, correct?
Correct.
And then they exit the building, your residence, right?
Correct.
Okay, now specifically, and take time to, I don't think you've ever been asked this, but take time to remember before you answer. In that final time when defendant Zuazo comes down and they're trying to put you in that closet, how would you describe his face covering at that point in time?
He was covered.
He was back to being covered.
Yes.
You also identified the DTE truck. Could you tell us how it was that you were able to identify the DTE truck? How did you see it?
When upstairs by my master bedroom, by the banister, there's a window. And I could see through that window. I could see the truck in front of the house.
Okay. When you say you were upstairs, so we're talking about on the night of the 10th?
Yes.
Okay. On the day of the 11th, did you get a look at what type of vehicle was out there on the 11th?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it that you saw a vehicle on the 11th?
Through the door.
Okay. And let me just ask you, is there any doubt in your mind under oath that defendant Hernandez was one of the two men that was there both on the 10th and the 11th?
No doubt.
Is there any doubt in your mind that defendant Zuazo was one of the two men that was there both on the 10th and the 11th?
No doubt.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Murray. You may step down. Watch your step as you step down. And may Ms. Murray be excused?
I have no objection.
All right, she's otherwise excused, and being a victim, she's allowed to
Thank you,
remain within the
Judge.
four walls.
She can attend the rest. Judge, people, I don't know if you were going to say.
Well, that was really good testimony. That people like that give me, I don't know what the right wording is, but her strength, makes me feel her strength in the face of such a horrible thing is just commendable, and I'm so I don't know, proud for her, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Like, good for her. Good for her. Look these guys in the eye and say, nope, I am not going to be a victim. All right. So we're going to zoom a little bit here. Not sure why we don't have audio. She's swearing somebody in. All right. I'm going to fast forward till we get some audio. Oh, this is a weird, long break. Where's the audio? Very admirable, yeah. Sarcasm. Wow, this is a weird, long break. Oh, here we go.
If you can just get into that witness sample that door towards you, you can walk right in. Watch your step, and then if you can just turn and face me, I'll give you. You swear to testimony that you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Hussein.
All right. Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And can you tell us your connection with the family of the victims in this case?
Family members.
Okay. And how are you connected to the family?
He's my uncle's son.
Let me direct your attention back to last year. Were you employed in connection with the family?
Yes.
And how were you employed?
I was employed as the sales at Hamtramck.
Okay, now I think you're going to be the first one that I'm kind of sure you need to speak up pretty loud so everyone in the first two rows can hear you too. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you employed?
Hamtramck.
Okay.
It's the Golden Glitter Shop.
And was the victim Sam the owner of that?
Yes, he was.
And how long had you worked there?
20 years.
Okay. And what were your duties there?
Sales, inventory, clean and everything like.
Okay. Did you work in both stores or just one store?
Both.
And when you were working in the pawn store, were you familiar with the way that they would do transactions as far as people pawning items and then coming back to get those items back out of pawn?
Yes.
Were there type of documentation that you would do when you were doing pawns?
Yes.
And what was the documentation that you had standardized for that store?
We have to ask for IDs.
Okay, and when you say ID, do you take an individual's driver's license?
Yes.
Do you take any type of fingerprints?
Yes.
Do you enter that into your computer?
Yes.
Are these things just your store policy, or are these part of state law?
State law.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with the pawn industry, but there's a rate of redemption, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that rate of redemption, is that a store specific, or is that state law too?
State law.
Okay, and what's the redemption rate?
3%.
Okay. In your dealings with the store, you're familiar with how to enter things into the computer?
Yes.
You're familiar with how to take fingerprints?
Yes.
You've dealt with a lot of customers?
Yes.
Okay, this case occurs, and obviously it touches your family very deeply. Do you, as part of the store, go back through the records to see if, after Carlos Hernandez was arrested, if he had any connection with your store?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 13.
Come on.
I can approach, Judge.
Yes.
I'll ask you if you recognize this computer printout.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us whose name is on that?
Carlos Hernandez.
Okay, and do you have more documentation of pawns that were conducted by Carlos Hernandez and your store?
Yes.
Can you please look through those and tell us what you see in there as far as the documentation and the dates?
The date on the first one is March 7, 2022. And the second page is a picture of his
picture in the system, the ID.
And what's the next one?
The third one shows the date that he pawned it, this item for $100.
Okay.
It's October 18, 2023, and it was at 2 o'clock, and it was 2:02:47.
And does it say how much was pawned?
It was pawned for $100.
And the next page?
This is a different page, but if it's for the same paper as this
Yes,
one,
that's the
the
receipt
same.
page.
It's the same one, yeah.
Yes.
And this ticket was also pawned on October 18, 206, $400.
And what was that?
What was the item? This page does not show me what was the item, but there should be another paper that shows each one, each ticket.
And the next transaction?
This page also goes for that. The third transaction was on October 18, 2023 for $1,200.
And does it say the item?
On this page it doesn't.
Does it say it on the next page?
On this page, it should say right over here in the red, but to be honest, I cannot read it.
Okay.
Oh, I do see, actually, sorry. I do see it's a pair of glasses.
Are those Cartier glasses?
Cartier glasses, yes.
Okay. Is there another transaction?
This transaction also on October 18, 2023 for $1,100. This is a charm, 10-karat gold charm.
Okay. And what date was that?
October 18.
Okay. Are there any other
2023.
Does that complete all the transactions?
Yes.
Are there any redemption documentation when he came back in to redeem any of those items?
You don't have him here, but I know that I took a picture and I sent it to keep it on file.
And when were they redeemed, as best you remember?
January, February. I don't know the exact date.
Of what year?
2024.
Okay. Are those items kept in the ordinary course of the business? The items I've shown you?
Yes.
People would move People's Exhibit number 13 into evidence.
I have no objection on behalf of Mr. Zuazo.
No objection. 13 is in.
Now, in addition to the receipts that we just discussed, was there another occasion that stood out in your memory after the arrest of defendant Hernandez?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that occasion?
He came in and he asked about a Rolex watch.
Okay, when you say he, you're talking about defendant Hernandez?
Correct.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing? You're going to have to say what color his shirt is, if you can.
Beige.
May the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant Hernandez?
The record reflect the witness has identified the defendant Hernandez.
Can you tell us what you recall about that occasion?
Me and Mr. Sam were doing inventory.
Who's the first person you referred to before you said Sam?
Me and Sam were doing the inventory.
Okay.
And he walked in towards us and asked about Rolex watches.
Do you have a special section in the store where the Rolex watches are kept?
Yes.
And is it in a display case in part of the store?
It's in a display showcase.
Okay. And what happened after the defendant asked about that?
I walked with him towards the watches, and I'm sorry. I walked with him towards the watches, and we talked a little bit about the watches. Then he asked me about the owner, and I pointed at Sam. Then I called Sam towards us.
And did Sam come over towards you?
Yes.
And what happened when Sam came over towards you?
They shook hands and they talked, but about that time I walked away.
Okay. When defendant Hernandez had come in that day, was he accompanied by anybody else?
No.
He was alone?
Yes.
On the, I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, any questions? Zuazo here?
Yes, I do. Just to get some clarification. When this introduction was conducted with the Rolex watches, when did that occur?
I don't remember the date.
Okay, without a specific date, just in time. Was it before the transactions that are recorded in exhibit number 13 that you went through?
I don't remember the dates.
It could have been beforehand or afterwards?
I don't remember.
But you don't have any doubt remembering that Mr. Murray and Mr. Hernandez shook hands in Mr. Murray's pawn store?
I do remember that.
Okay. You just can't tell us when it occurred.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Is that a yes?
I remember.
So you recognize Mr. Hernandez because of them shaking hands and you talking to him about Rolex watches, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so that, when did you make that recognition? When did you see Mr. Hernandez's picture?
When we looked him up on the computer to see if he was one of our customers.
And you saw it, the identification card?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I've got nothing further.
Cross-exam defendant Hernandez. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
If I ask you something that you don't understand, could you let me know and I'll try to ask it a different way?
Correct.
Okay. You stated that you worked at Hamtramck Pawn for 20 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a busy pawn shop?
Not really.
How many customers do you usually have on a day?
It depends on the season.
What's the busiest season?
Around Christmas.
Okay. So on an average day during Christmas, how many customers do you have per day?
I really don't know.
Okay. 4, 10, 50?
No. Something around that.
Around what?
Around the 50.
So 50 people per day during Christmas. What's the average in a non-busy season?
10.
Have you worked the same shift all 20 years, or does your shift vary?
No, my shift's vary.
Do you recall what your shift was back in March of 22?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what your shift was in October of 23?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what your shift was on this occasion that you've just described, that my client came in and shook hands with the owner?
I don't remember because as I said, I work with the family and I'll work with a flexible schedule.
Now, you were provided copies of paperwork for the transaction when it's alleged Mr. Hernandez came in to pawn his items, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You then testified about a whole nother set of paperwork that you weren't shown today, showing that it was at some point in January or February where Mr. Hernandez came in again, this is 2024, and redeemed or picked back up his property. Is that correct? How long does the store keep the property?
Usually we do keep them for like about a year. Mm-hmm. Sometimes, like when special kind of cases, we hold on to the receipts till we are told we could get rid of them.
Okay. Is the redemption paperwork the same type of records that you were just shown with the pawn? Is it the same kind of records?
It'll be one of those papers, but it will have his signature that he picked up his items.
Okay. And when someone comes up back to pick up items, do they have to show ID?
Yes.
Do they have to
the
give
ID or the ticket?
Okay, ID or the ticket. So this conversation that you are describing, you are not sure if it's January of 2024 or February of 2024, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now the conversation, let me back up, and I may have confused myself, so I probably confused you. The conversation where you are alleging Mr. Hernandez came into the store and shook the hand of the owner, Sam, you have absolutely no idea what year, month, anything about that interaction, correct?
I know it was 2024, but what month, what date exactly, I don't know.
How do you know that it was in 2024?
Because when the accident happened, I know it wasn't too long when the time that I have seen him.
Do you remember if it was cold outside, warm outside?
It was cold.
When you had this independent recollection of this conversation that you saw, did you alert police?
No.
Did you ever write out a statement and send it to the police saying, I think this is very important, here is what I know?
About what? About him?
About this shaking hand situation over a Rolex?
No.
You obviously think that detail is extremely important, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any regret?
Did defendant Hernandez stand out in your memory because of his size?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. You may step down. Any objection to the release of this witness?
Oh, no objection at all.
Can she remain in the courtroom to watch the rest of the proceedings if she desires to?
Sure, if there's no objection by Ms. Lawson, recall.
Your Honor, if we could reserve that for a potential argument at some further time, we could do that now. I would approach.
Well, all right, why don't we ask Ms. Hussein out of the courtroom right now, and what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, it's been about a couple hours, so I'd like to swap the juries as well. So let's take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll bring everyone back.
So they're doing a jury swap. So they're switching them around. They're keeping both juries are in the room at the same time. But what they're doing is they're swapping them. You know, you have just one. You have like two rows, I think, of jury box, and so they're switching them around so that not one jury is closer to the judge or closer to the defendant. So they're swapping them around. All right, so we heard from Linda Murray, and then we heard from Hannah. Linda obviously is the wife. Hannah is, we think, what did we land on? Second cousins? Is that what first cousins? We landed on that. Her testimony was significant because Mr. Hernandez came in sometime in 2024. It was cold. She doesn't remember exactly when. See if something's going to happen here.
I just talked to Ms. Lofton. If she doesn't want that witness to remain here for whatever reason, I don't care. I'll just tell her she can't stay in here.
I'm more than happy to give the reason on the record, Your Honor. Ms. Hussein testified that there are documents that she sent to the police or sent to someone about the redemption period that I want to make sure that I have. Or if that isn't true, that the prosecutor's office or the sheriff's department did not receive those documents, I do think they're extremely relevant, especially since they are trying to put my client in the store in 2024. So I do think that's relevant. So I would like to know if those documents were actually received, and if so, I will put on the record I don't believe I have them. So I want to make sure that we have everything we need. Obviously, the prosecutor is not intending to admit those, which is a little difficult to understand since he's admitting the other records that he received from the store.
So you might recall her based on that, or would you question detective regarding that?
So I think I would probably question a detective unless all of a sudden I am presented with this document that I would like to cross-examine this witness with that document.
Understood. Okay, so Mr. Hussein will stay outside of the courtroom until that's determined, and just let me know at any time that that's not your position anymore, and we'll allow her back in because it is an open courtroom.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Understood.
and so we'll take our break now, about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All rise.
Boy, there's been a lot of. And Ken, have a good night. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you. Hopefully you'll join us tomorrow. Have a good one. Yeah, there's been a lot of weird things going on. Like the juror 9 was dismissed because he knew the family members. Now they don't want Hannah to stay because she had provided some documents to law enforcement about this redemption of these items. She would still like to cross her, so she doesn't want her to stay in the courtroom, which again makes sense. It's just I'm seeing so many things I had not seen before in a trial. So basically, she's the one that said Hernandez came in, shook hands, was asking for a Rolex, shook hands, she introduced Sam to Hernandez, and then she walked away. So sounds like she's really taking that to heart, you know. All right, we're gonna zoom here a little bit. Let's see if I can. We still have a little bit of time to go. Let's see here.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated.
People versus Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291-59950FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291-945FC.
John Petrofessa and Andrew McGarrow on behalf of the people.
I was just going to say, I see everybody. Nobody's changed, right? We're all here. Okay. Mr. McCarthy, Ms. Lofton, both defendants. All right, we'll bring in the juries.
Yes, I'm recalling Hannah Hussein for 60 seconds. The attorneys have all talked during the break. We just want to clarify one thing.
Let's do it.
And then she can stay.
All rise for the jury, please.
Welcome back. Please be seated.
People are recalling Hannah Hussein.
All right, we're calling Ms. Hussein.
You can approach your
still under oath, the court will.
Yeah, Mr.
advise
Hussein,
you.
you're still under oath, okay? I'm not going to re-put you under oath. I know you just testified, so that oath still remains. You may be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Professor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hannah, at the break, the attorneys discussed exhibit number 13, and we just want you to clarify a couple things for the jury, okay?
Sure.
We talked to you about the redemption payments, and I think maybe we need to clarify that for the record. Do you recognize exhibit 13 regarding the transaction with a pawn date of October 18th, 2023?
Yes.
Is there in fact redemption payment information
Yes.
on this? And this is dated January 26, 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
And that took place at 3:15 p.m.?
Correct.
And the item was pawned on October 18, 2023 for $100, and it was redeemed on January 26, 2024 for $124. Is that correct?
Correct.
The attorneys also talked about documentation regarding the pawn slip regarding an item that was pawned on October 18, 2023 at 2:06 p.m. for $400. Can you see that?
Yes.
And it correctly has a redemption payment for January 26, 2024 at 3:15 p.m. for $460.
Correct.
And all this paperwork was pulled up, if I'm reading your information right, December 12th, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And also regarding transaction also dated on October 18, 2023 at 2:10 p.m. There was an item pawned for $1,200. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there was a redemption that was received on January 26, 2024, 3:15 p.m. for $1,356.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And finally, redemption, a pawn for on October 18, 2023 for at 2:12 p.m. for $1,100.
Correct.
And there was a redemption made on January 26, 2024 for $1,244.
Correct.
And that was the redemption information that you had discussed that you didn't confirm until just now.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you nervous when you were testifying?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to add to what we just discussed?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Do we have any cross here?
I have no cross.
I just. All right, so this is cross for Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Ma'am, you indicated that you can redeem in one of two ways. One, the person can show their ID, and if the ID matches the person who pawned it, they can pick it up, correct?
Correct.
Or if you have a ticket or a slip that the store gives, you can pick it up that way, correct?
Only the ticket.
Only the ticket. Okay, so if you have the ticket and you're not the person that pawned it, you can still pick it up, correct?
With your ID. You have to have your ID and someone else's ticket.
Okay, but your ID does not have to match the person who pawned it, correct?
If you have the ticket.
If you have the ticket, yes.
No.
Okay, nothing further.
Any redirect?
Do you note it any differently than we just saw if it's a third person who's picking it up?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. And I believe you are now excused as a witness.
Yes.
No objection, Your
No objection? All right, so you may remain in the courtroom if you see fit. People's next witness?
People call it Brian Kelly Broad.
Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead and raise your right hand. I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. Put your hands on. Are those transition glasses? Yes. Okay, that's why they're a little bit dark. No problem. You can- Okay, no worries. You can have a seat and just tell us your name.
Brian Kelly Broad.
All right, you're with
Thank you, Your Honor. And sir, can you spell your first name, your last name for us, please?
Brian Broad.
Okay, and Mr. Broad, do you know Joseph Zuazo?
Joshua Zuazo?
Yes.
Yes.
And how do you know that?
He worked for me as a temporary employee, and then later on we hired him into the main company,
Okay, and where was that employment at?
St. Mary's Cement.
Okay, and is that your company?
Not my company. Just I'm production manager there.
Okay, and do you remember when that was that you guys hired him in as a temporary employee?
You know, I could go get documents and look at it and tell you exactly what dates they are. I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
It's been probably a year and a half ago.
Okay, so would it be fair to say it was sometime in 2024 that he was employed there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when he was employed, he was a temp employee, or was he an actual employee of the cement company?
He was a temporary employee. We initially hire people into the through a temporary service, and they do some cleanup activities and stuff like that for us. Gives us a chance to evaluate the employees. You know, what's their work ethic like? You know, what kind of person are they? Do they get along well with other people? And then from there, we take the next step and bring them up into the employment of the company itself.
Okay.
St. Mary's Cement.
And with Mrs. Zuazo, did you do the actual hiring of him as a temp, or was that just done outside of you?
Well, they come in and they have to go through a certain amount of training, and we also interact with them, kind of walk them through, kind of walk them around, kind of give them an initial interview and that stuff. And we have to do that because it costs us so much to train them. And we've had quite a few people. It's not a job for everybody. It's dirty, it's hard, it's nasty, it's hot in the summer, cold in the winter. And it's not for everybody. So we've had a lot of temporary employees that come in and take the training at $500 a crack and then not come back the next day. So we use a process where we walk them out into the field so they can see what the other temps are doing, and so on like that.
So would it be fair to say the temporary employees that are hired there during this process, are you intimately involved with their supervision and training at that time?
Yeah, quite a bit. I actually have a supervisor that runs the crew, but I interact with them quite often.
Okay. And so it would have been sometime in 2024, you believe that Mrs. Zuazo started working there?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you work shifts with him as a temporary employment or a temporary employer?
I worked shifts.
Yeah, shift. Were you worked? Were you working?
The temps worked pretty much straight Monday through Friday, 7 to 3:30.
Okay. And was he working with you at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did he remain a temporary employer or employee during that time, or was he ever hired in through your company?
He did get hired in. So he was a temporary employee for 90 days. It gives us a look at them, how they're doing, like I said, what's their work ethic? Do they get up and get it? Are they on time every day? Do they come every day? Right.
So at some point he was hired on full.
He was.
Okay. And did he remain employed there?
No, he didn't.
Do you recall how long he was actually employed as a employee of that company?
It was approximately 60 days. They go through a 90-day probation period for the union, and within that 90 days, we have an opportunity to look at him. Josh, even though he was was a good worker, you could ask him to go out and do stuff for you. He had a problem with wearing safety gear and sometimes not doing the right things when it came to safety. He was, and I had several complaints about him being.
Well, I'm going to object to complaints. What this witness knows that he observed, that's one thing, but talking about what somebody else says, it's hearsay.
I agree.
And Mr. Broad, at some point he was no longer retained through your company. That'd be fair to say. Okay. And do you recall how often during that time period, during that 90-day probationary period, did you work with him?
I saw him usually every day.
Did you have lunch with him?
No, I'm a manager.
Okay.
So I don't eat lunch with the guys. As a matter of fact, I don't eat lunch at all most of it. So.
Okay.
No, but I would see him in the field when he was working, passing by, so on and so on.
Did you talk with him?
Yeah, sure.
Did you make small talk, become friendly with him?
I try to be friendly with all the guys that work with me. It works out better that way.
Okay. And as part while he is a temporary employee, is he given materials of the company like clothes, boots, work tools, anything like that?
Not as a temp, but once they hire in to the company, into St. Mary's Cement, then we give them uniforms, steel-toe boots. They're issued at least one pair a year. Safety glasses, they needed them, and that was something that he needed, so we got him some safety glasses. And that not the kind that you just the plain old ones. We bought him prescription glasses, specific.
So not like the cheap plastic ones you get at Home Depot.
No, these were well, I say very nice. They're prescription safety glasses, right? They're a step above just the normal plastic ones that folks are getting.
And he was given those glasses?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you said that employees would get work boots. Did he receive work boots as well?
Yes, he did.
And then did he receive any sort of clothing that would signify St. Mary's Cement or anything like that?
Yeah, we have fire resistant, fire retardant clothing that are uniforms that they're required to wear. They're high visibility, and then they have stripes on them that are reflective. And then usually the guys get like a blue colored, I don't know, looks like a Carhartt. They're actually Carhartt, but they look like khakis or something like that, or work pants, right?
And if their services aren't retained after the period, do they give those items back, or do they retain them?
Well, we request that they give them back, but the circumstances in which Mr. Zuazo left employment were less than. He was pretty upset.
So it would be fair to say.
It would be fair to say that he probably had uniforms that he hadn't turned in, or he was actually in a uniform when he left, I believe.
So you're unaware if you were able to collect those items from him? Okay. And while he was working with you, did you become familiar with his voice?
Yes.
Right. How about the way he walked?
Yeah.
Was that distinctive in any way to you?
Different than. Well, I mean, everybody walks different and has a different manner in which they.
Okay. And at some point back in October of 2024, did you see a Ring video camera through the media that caught your attention?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw that, did you recognize, how did it draw your attention?
When I saw it, I thought to myself, gosh, that looks like Joshua Zuazo. He had that same black hat, that floppy hat that he always wore to work, and that black satchel. And the uniform, I was like, God, that's our shirts.
And when you saw that, that immediately sparked a memory for you?
Yeah, it did.
Okay. And when you saw that, what did you do with that information?
I talked to Packmeyer.
Would that be Detective Packmeyer?
Yeah.
And would that be of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And did you explain to him what you saw and who you thought that was?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you were working with him during that period, did you know him to have any other nicknames or names?
Well, I'd heard guys talk about.
Well, I'm going to object again. If it's hearsay, then I don't think he should be telling me, this jury, what he heard other people say.
What's your position about that?
I don't believe it's hearsay. May I follow up real quick?
Well, why don't you believe it's hearsay?
I'm going to ask him a follow-up question regarding whether or not he knew him to go by a different name.
Well, I think it's not hearsay, so I don't think it really goes to the truth of the matter asserted. So you can ask the question.
Did you know him to go by any other names?
I knew him to go by Yogi.
You knew him to go by the name Yogi.
Yes.
Did you ever call him Yogi, or did you always call him by name?
I always called him Joshua.
Okay. I'm going to, 1 second, I'm going to play something for you. You can see that on your screen, okay? I'm going to play with them marked as People's Exhibit 5E.
This previously entered 5?
Yes.
You should say E or B.
And I didn't want to bother you guys for late, but we had to check the outside.
Yeah, I understand. But you understand. You were on edge.
Listen, I did. How you doing today, sir? I'm alright. So, you want to read? What am I signing for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we have to do Did you have to check for like cracks in the heat?
And that person that came walking up to the driveway and standing on the porch, is that the person you believe to be Joshua Zuazo that you were working with previously?
Yes, sir.
And what was it in that particular video that we just saw and that you previously watched that struck your...
Well, what I noticed here is the way he's walking up, he's got that black satchel that he always carried with him to work and that stuff. There was a different video I saw in which he had that black floppy hat on.
Just 1 second. Are you pretty sure that's the person known to be Joshua Zuazo in that video?
Looks like him.
I want to play, Your Honor, what's been marked as People's Exhibit 5 that had already been admitted, Your Honor.
Come on, man. Let's keep
Did you just hear that voice in there?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Does that voice sound familiar to you?
Sounds like Joshua.
That's Joshua. Okay. And that person that you help supervise and you work with, that you know to be Joshua Zuazo, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him, identify by something he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark blue shirt and glasses.
Now, let the record reflect an inquiry ID has been made with defendant Zuazo.
The record reflect the witness says identified defendant Zuazo.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examine Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Broad. My name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Mr. Zuazo, and I have some questions to ask you here this afternoon regarding your testimony. Now, if I don't make myself clear to you with a question that I ask, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase the question, okay? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes? Okay, I understand it's a little hard to get used to this, but we are making a record. We got to use yes and no's for answers. So Mr. Zuazo was brought to the St. Mary Cement Company as a temporary employee through some agency that your company works with. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you said that, when he was hired in as an employee, after 90 days, your company issued things such as boots to him. Is that correct?
So, yes. The 90 days that I was speaking of originally was as a temporary employee. While they're temporary employees, there are some folks that we've had to buy boots for because they couldn't afford to buy boots and they were in horrible condition. That wasn't the case for Joshua. He made the 90 days. He always had his boots and all that stuff and clothing. He did use, I can't remember whose it was, but sometimes we'll have extra clothing there, and he would use those shirts that were not being used by somebody else, right?
You mean while he was a temporary employee?
Yes.
Okay. And so then, after he became an actual hired employee of St. Mary's Cement Company, then these Wolverine steel toe boots were issued to him. Is that correct? And the reason that your company didn't have to provide him with footwear prior to that time was because when he came to work, he had the appropriate footwear to do. Now, he was in the cleanup aspect of the concrete production?
Cement, sir.
Cement production.
Yes.
And so this is making the powder that goes into concrete mix, and he worked in a factory, is that right?
An industrial environment. I guess it's a factory. When you say factory, a lot of people think GM, pharmaceutical.
Well, I'm just thinking.
It's not clean.
I didn't ask you whether it was clean. I take your word for it that it's dirty, but it's a place that is it's a regular spot that people go to every day where cement is produced, correct? Yes, and so he was not on the production side, he was on the cleanup side, correct?
Originally, yes.
And then eventually he moved up to being on the production side?
Yes, sir.
While he was on the cleanup side, were you the supervisor of the cleanup people, or were you the supervisor of the production people?
No, I'm the manager of production.
Manager of production.
I have people that are supervisors below me. There is a supervisor that manages a cleanup crew every day, and I've got a couple other supervisors that manage things.
So you have another supervisor that manages the production then too, is that right?
Yes, I have
Because you're a higher up, couple levels above the laborers, correct?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, if you got people working for you that are supervising other people below them, then you're a couple levels up, right?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's the reality of your job, correct?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where you're going with this, but if you're going with,
I'll ask the questions. And if I ask you if you're wrong about knowing them, I'll get to that, okay? But right now, I ask the questions and you answer them. And the last question I asked is you were 2 levels above Mr. Zuazo and the other workers that were at his level, correct?
1 level above him.
Well, I thought you said you had supervisors working below you.
Different places.
Well, how about in cleanup?
There was 1 person who supervised the cleanup that worked directly for me.
Okay. And below that person was the workers, right?
Yes.
So that's 2 levels. You've got a supervisor working for you who is in charge of the workers at the lowest level, correct? So that you're 2 levels above, right?
Okay.
No, it isn't okay. You can add, can't you? You got the little people down on the bottom. You got the supervisor that you hired or you put in place, and then you're that supervisor's boss, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, how much time would you be spending with a guy that's 2 levels below you in what you refer to as the field?
I spend quite a bit of time in the field. Actually, about 50 to 60% of my time is spent in the field.
So I grew up in a family of construction people, and I spent a lot of time in what we called the field. And the field was where the construction was actually being done, the job. Mm-hmm. But what you're telling me is that you're calling your factory situation the field. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's indoors or in a yard, correct?
Yes, in both indoors and outdoors, okay. Several different buildings.
And there's all kinds of activity going on. Is that
yes,
right? But you're 2 levels above the workers who are doing the cleaning. How often would you be out there seeing whatever it is that Mr. Zuazo was doing as a temporary employee?
Quite often, because...
Well, how often? Not quite often, but are you doing that every day?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day I'm out in the field. I spend at least 50 to 60% of my time out in the field, sometimes even more.
How many men or women or both work out in the field?
There's 4 people on shift. There's 6 to 7 temporary employees that do the cleanup, a supervisor, and a control room operator. He's not actually in the field. He's in the control.
So, and then how many of those supervisors are you on top of?
The cleanup supervisor
and the production
CRO, and the production supervisor actually works at night shift.
Okay. So, and you're not there at night because you're working during the day?
Yes, sir.
So you're seeing, you're interacting with, it sounded like 7 people in the cleanup crew and then the supervisor and one other job that you mentioned. So you got about 9 people there, right?
Yeah, usually.
And then this is a big place, right?
Yes, sir, I guess.
Well, I don't want you to guess. I haven't been there. The jury members haven't been there. Is it a big place, or is it some little tiny thing where 7 people are all shoulder to shoulder in the factory?
No, it's not like that at all.
All right. There's a lot of moving around because you said some of it's outside and some of it's inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
that's a yes. And so the fact is, and you're supposed to be checking out what's happening and making sure that the production is going correct.
Yes, sir.
Also, seeing that the cleanup is being done correctly,
yes,
right? Because if the cleanup isn't done right, then that affects the production, correct?
And many times the cleanup requires somebody to go by and troubleshoot why we have cleanup needs. You know, what's spilling, diagnosing what the problem is. You know, does the skirting need adjusted? Is the belt tracked over? Why are we having that spilling?
And you're doing that, right?
Yes, sir. Okay,
that's your job. That's your primary function of being the supervisor there, the manager, whatever the title that you're. It's making sure that that cement is being produced so that it can go where it needs to be in order to become concrete, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got contracts that there's demands for this stuff, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're a real important responsibility is make sure that that cement is going out the gate of the factory operation.
Yes, sir.
And making sure that all the machinery is working correctly, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the meanwhile, you got 7 people there that are working at Mr. Zuazo's level. Are you interacting with all of those people a lot every day?
At least once a day, I would encounter the cleanup crew, if nothing more than to check on what was going on with the crew and the particular job that they're working on. And like I said, take a look at what's happening with that spillage and why that spillage is there.
So you're seeing Mr. Zuazo all the time, and he's there for those 90 days, and you didn't object to the idea that he was hired in as a regular employee. Is that right?
No.
Was it your idea that he get hired?
I talked with my supervisor.
Okay.
We discussed, merits, and we do that with everybody.
Okay.
That we hire in, just so that we have a sounding board for, if what I'm seeing is what he's seeing, right?
Okay. And whatever it was that was being observed was good enough for him to get hired, right?
Yes, sir.
So he wasn't a bad employee at that point?
No, not a bad employee, no.
Okay. And then after the 90 days of being a temp, where he gets to the point where he's hired in, 60 days later, now he's not an employee anymore because he's not wearing the safety glasses that you got for him as often as is required, which I imagine would be 100% of the time.
Yeah, it wasn't just the safety glasses. There were other times where he didn't have his proper PPE on.
What's PPE?
Personal protective equipment. That's the safety glasses, hard hats, steel toes, gloves, etc.
Okay. So sometimes he wasn't dressed properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the reason that led to his dismissal?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. Well, that was the reason you gave during direct examination. And so did you become aware of Mr. Zuazo applying for unemployment?
No, I don't.
You have nothing to do with it.
That doesn't filter down to me. That's handled by HR and all that.
Okay. And you had an interview with Detective Packmeyer.
Yes, sir.
When you first contacted the police because you saw this ring video and you thought you had valuable information to provide to the investigators, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that there was animosity when Mr. Zuazo was informed that he was fired. Is that right?
Yeah, he threatened to kill me.
Okay. So he threatened to kill you, but he didn't kill you, did he? No, he didn't. That didn't happen. And this occurred, you getting let go, when was that? Or not you letting go, him being let go. This was like February or March of 2024?
I believe so. I couldn't tell you without looking at the actual documentation and what the dates are.
And that's fair enough. But it's at least 6 months later that you see this video on the news. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And, of course, there hasn't been anything bad that happened to you in between the day that he was dismissed, correct?
No.
And you don't know anything about his unemployment request being objected to by your company.
I never even heard anything about
Okay.
that.
I mean, that's not your responsibility there at the job. When he threatened you like that, did you go to the police and tell them that I discharged this person and he threatened me?
The reason I didn't go to the police.
Why? The question is not why, yes or no. And it sounds like the answer is no.
It would be no.
Yes. And then here this time goes by, and you remember this man, Mr. Zuazo, if for no other reason than because he said something to you that was unsettling. Is that correct? Threatened to kill you?
You're going to have to rephrase that because I don't understand
All right.
what you're saying.
When you saw the video, you recognized, you say, Mr. Zuazo, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is this guy who threatened to kill you when he got let go from your company, right? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Because we're making a record. I know you're saying yes, but we got to just get it.
I'm with it. I
All right, no problem. And so that was something that stuck in your mind. You didn't forget that, right?
What, did he threaten to kill me?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I've had several employees that we've terminated that have threatened to kill me. I mean, I had one that called and texted for 4 or 5 months afterwards saying they were going to kill me. And the reason I didn't call the police for Joshua was because I called the police on the other guy, and I couldn't get anybody at all to give me any help. Nobody. Not Taylor, not Downriver, not the Detroit police, none of them. So,
but in fact,
in my mind, I wasn't going to get any help if I called. So you got to understand that there's reasons behind why I didn't call.
That's fair enough. Nevertheless, you say that regardless of whether you told the police, you did tell it to Detective Packmeyer that he made that threat against you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
And by doing that, then this trouble comes Mr. Zuazo's way, right? Because you're making this identification.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you feel a little bit of justification about that, correct?
No, sir. That's
No?
the reason I called.
All right. Now, in your written statement, because when you met with Detective Packmeyer on the, I think it was like the 17th or the 18th of October, and you wrote out this statement, you said that what you heard Joshua Zuazo say on the Ring video was, "Come on, let's go." You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. But the person who's doing the speaking, you saw the video just a few moments ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And what the person who's doing the speaking and walking away from the garage says is, "Come on, man." Did you hear that?
Yes. I mean, it was in the video.
Well, did you note that? Did it impress you that he said that? "Come on, man." That's the only statement that's made by whoever that speaker is. Not, "Come on, let's go," like you wrote in your handwritten statement that you gave to Detective Packmeyer on whatever date it was, October 18th.
You're asking me to say exactly what I heard on the video, but
I'm not asking you. Well, let me just hold on just a second. May I approach? I'm going to show you your statement.
I know what I said. I know what I wrote on there. You don't have to approach me with it.
Well, did you see the part where you just, that statement, "Come on, let's go," is in quotation marks? Your handwriting, right?
Should be.
Well, let's get it verified. May I approach, Your Honor?
Are you having difficulty remembering, sir, what's on there, on your statement?
I don't know. I wrote the statement a year ago.
Okay, all right, if that helps refresh your memory, you may approach.
Take a look at that. I'm just going to ask you, is that the statement or a copy of the statement you wrote for Detective Packmeyer?
Sure looks like my handwriting.
Well, you remember writing it, right?
I remember writing the statement, yes.
Okay. And
exactly what I wrote in the statement, I don't remember from a year ago, but...
Well, is it your handwriting that says, "Come on, let's go"?
Yes.
Are those quotation marks, were those yours?
Yes.
Is that the way that you customarily would quote somebody, by using quotation marks, if you were writing something out?
Usually that's what they taught me in English in school.
Well, I understand that. I'm just asking you because you meant that to be a direct quote, correct? Otherwise, you wouldn't have put those quotation marks around it, right?
Okay. Yes.
And you wrote that right after you were sitting in the squad car or the police car with Detective Packmeyer, and he showed you the Ring video on his laptop computer. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that was bright and early, or not bright and early, it was before sunrise on the morning of the 18th of October.
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true also that you were wearing a uniform from St. Mary's Cement Company at that time?
Yes.
And on that uniform, over, I believe it is the right side is a kind of a green color name tag. Is that?
No, we don't have name tags.
Do you have some kind of green emblem there?
No.
A patch of some sort?
Here.
How about up on the upper left side?
Yeah, there's a St. Mary's tag up here.
Okay, so it's not your name. I watched the video. I couldn't read it. I could just see it. But that does identify it as St. Mary's, correct? The uniform that you wear, the shirt that you wear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that shirt is different than what you observed in that video, correct?
Yeah, it looks like somebody removed the St. Mary's patch on it.
So
They're not hard to remove.
if you take the St. Mary's pack off of a uniform that you or customarily wear, it looks like any other jersey then, right?
There is one other identifying thing. If you can bring the video up, I'll show you on the right pocket. There's a small patch sewed on there. It says Carhartt, or has a Carhartt emblem and has FR beside it.
Okay, well, we can run it again. If that's, it might be a
You were asking me, I was telling you how else to identify.
That's what you would say, but I mean, that's what you say. I understand that. You have, the fact is, you finished with the exhibit there, correct? Not exhibit, but your statement. I'll take that back from you. And perhaps if you want to go through that again, put it another time.
It was the first. Mike, it was the first one.
It is the last one. It's that one. I believe is what he was talking about, because that's what I was talking about. That's where the questions were.
You got to be able to see the front of the uniform. There's the one.
So on that one, there's no front of the uniform.
No, sir.
All right. Oh, by the way, you talked about the bag. You said during direct examination that you saw the bag that Mr. Zuazo customarily carried.
Yes, sir. Looks like the one he carried back and forth to work.
Okay, looks like it. You can't say that's the same bag then, can you?
No.
And you don't know where that bag that you see in that video came from, correct?
No.
And the bag that you say that Mr. Zuazo would bring to work with him, you don't know where that came from either, correct?
No.
And you can't say for absolute certainty that the boots you see the individual in that Ring video wearing are what you described as these wedge toe boots. Not wedge toe, steel toe, but by a company that begins with a W. Correct? Pardon, Wolverine. You can't say that those are, for certain, Wolverine steel toe boots, can you?
They sure look like it.
They look like it because they're brown, isn't that right?
No, sir.
No?
It's the style. It's the sole. It's the way the boot looks. You can see that it's an actual steel toe, the way the front of the boot is formed.
So, your testimony, just like those are Wolverine steel toe shoes, is the same as what we just talked about here. Come on, let's go. Same thing, right? You're sure? Yes or no?
I'm sure what? That the boots look like Wolverine boots?
Yes.
Yes.
Just like you're sure when you wrote that statement what that man in the video said. Come on, let's go. Nothing further. Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Okay, thank you. Cross-exam Hernandez.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Redirect people.
Yes.
And so I want to play that video that we played earlier for you, okay?
Excuse me, do you have the video where he's already
I didn't know why we drive so late, but we had to check the outside.
Yeah, I understand. I've done the same.
Listen, how you doing today, sir? I'm alright. So, you want to read? What am I trying for? Just to give us consent to check the inside of the home. So what we
See
have
that tag right there?
And so, I want to ask you some questions. So, what we just saw, the tag that's on his left chest, okay, and that's familiar to you?
Yes, the Carhartt tag right here on the flat.
Yes, and why is that familiar to you?
Because it's on every last one of our shirts.
Okay, and then you mentioned on cross-examination something about the letters FR?
Yes, which makes those pretty unique because they're fire resistant, fire retardant, and most places don't buy fire retardant clothing for their guys. We do because they have to de-energize breakers, which puts them in risk of an arc flash explosion when they're doing that. So we buy and require everybody to wear fire-resistant shirts and pants.
So you're the temporary employees, and then the employees, the attempts to eventually become employees, your company buys the fire-retardant Carhartt shirts.
Yes, sir. Once they're hired in,
and based on your time with St. Mary's Cement, employees are given those shirts.
Yes.
And was Mr. Zuazo given one of those shirts?
Yes, he was. He was given 11 shirts and 11 pants.
And then you testified on direct that you aren't aware that those shirts were given back to the company.
No.
Okay. And that shirt resembles the ones that you've given to employees.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I know there's some question across examination regarding the boots. Do you wear boots to work every day?
I do.
Have you been wearing boots your entire profession at St. Mary's?
Yes, St. Mary's, and for the other 20 years that I was in cement.
Fair. So are you, and most employees that are working under you and with you, are they required to wear boots?
Yes.
Are they required to wear a certain type of boot?
They are required to wear at least an ankle-high steel-toed boot.
Right. And like you said, if the employee does not have it, that's provided through the company.
Yes.
Right. And it was your testimony in direct that Joshua Zuazo had his own boots at one time.
Yes.
And was he ever given boots?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And the boots that he was given, do those resemble the boots that you saw on the Ring camera videos that you observed in front of Detective Ackmeyer and the ones that we just played for you in court?
Absolutely.
Okay. And there is a testimony that he would get complaints or get in trouble for not wearing the personal protection equipment.
Yes.
Okay. When those complaints occurred, did they go directly to you, or would it be through someone above you?
It depended because most of the time it was me seeing him not wearing his safety glasses. There were times where a supervisor that worked for him would come to me and say, "Look, he's not wearing all his PPE, etc."
And so, as part of your employment at St. Mary's and having him work underneath you, did you have to address that particular issue while not wearing PPE while he was working?
I did. I talked with him, and that was at the point where we started to discuss the fact that he needed prescription glasses, and we bought the prescription glasses for him.
So it's your testimony that you directly confronted or spoke to him concerning those PPE complaints?
Yes, sir.
And did he speak to you about that? You had a conversation with him?
Yes, we had several conversations about the PPE.
Okay.
And the other thing you got to understand is that within that 90-day period that they're working for St. Mary's, I don't have to have a reason to let somebody go. If they're not working out for whatever reason, we can allow them to go their own way. So,
okay. And that's what he did in this instance?
But no, in this instance, it was directly because of his willingness to wear the correct PPE.
Okay. And when he was terminated, he threatened to kill you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was your testimony across that this has happened not just from him, but from other employees?
Yeah.
Okay. And those other employees you didn't pick out on that Ring video, did you? Those other employees that threatened to kill you, they weren't?
No, I've never encountered them.
Okay. And in between the time that he was let go, threatened to kill you, had you had any contact or any situation where you saw Joshua?
No, not that I saw him.
Okay. And so, would it be fair to say, when he threatened to kill you, was that something you harbored, you kept in, or was it just normal perks of the job?
It's one of the things that comes along with managing people and letting people go. Nobody wants to get fired. Nobody wants to get let go. People have families. But sometimes it's part of what you have to do.
And you testified across that when he threatened to kill you, that wasn't the reason you called Detective Packmeyer.
No.
Okay. What was the reason you contacted the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Because the video I saw, it looked like Joshua Zuazo. I knew the guy. He worked for me. I felt that I needed to tell somebody that this is what I believe was going on. That I knew this guy.
Why did you feel it was necessary to tell the police that it was somebody you knew, somebody that worked for you, someone that you knew in the past? Why did you feel that was necessary?
Because I feel it was the right thing to do. I feel that, somebody had to speak up about it. It wasn't just me that recognized him on that video. It was
Well, objection to that last statement. I asked it to be stricken.
It's stricken.
Thank you, Judge.
1 second. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may with what?
Exhibits.
All right, which ones?
There'd be exhibits 3JJ, 3KK, 3LL, 3MM, and 3NN.
All right, come on.
So I'm going to hand you all those numbers that I just said. You just take a look at these for me, please. You let me know when you're done looking at those. Do those at all look familiar to you?
Yeah.
And how do they look familiar to you?
They're safety boots that are pretty common for us to buy for employees.
Are these the same type of boots that you would purchase for temp employees or the employees after they become hired?
Yeah, we buy. It just depends based on what the employees desire, or sometimes we buy different boots. Sometimes it depends on. I hate to say this, but if one boot's cheaper than the other, we'll choose to buy the other boot.
So it'd be fair to say that it's not one particular brand or one particular style that St. Mary would purchase.
No, and the other thing that we do too is there.
Well, excuse me. He's already testified that he gave them those Wolverine steel-toed boots. Now it sounds, because the pictures look different than those, he hasn't identified them to be that he's got another.
But what's the objection here other than testifying on the record?
Well, the objection is that there's no foundation for those pictures, and he hasn't identified them.
Well, I mean, that's what they're working on.
What? All right. Then I would ask that because this exhibit's being put in, I get the opportunity to cross on him.
All right, let's see where it goes.
And Mr. Brown, you said these type of boots look familiar because these are the ones that St. Mary's purchases. That's what you testified.
Quite often, yes.
And do these appear to be boots? These are Timberlands. These are a brand that you guys purchase.
Yes.
And do you know if Joshua ever wore these particular boots while he was employed with St. Mary's?
Those particular boots?
Yes.
I couldn't tell you if those particular boots were the ones that he wore there. They look like the ones that we purchased for employees. And there's a third method by which they get boots through us too. They can go out and buy their own boots and then get reimbursed for them.
And then St. Mary's would
reimburse them for it. Yeah.
Oh wait, that was the questioning was outside the scope of your original direct.
And
so I'll allow follow-up questioning.
I'm not going to move to omit these.
Okay, so I'll allow follow-up questioning by defendant Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I understood in your at least cross-examination testimony that Mr. Zuazo came to the job with proper clothing in the way of footwear, and that you didn't have to provide anything to him like you would other temporary employees, correct?
Yes.
And then when it was decided that he would actually be employed, then the Wolverine steel-toed boots were purchased for his benefit and given to him, correct?
Yes, I actually have a receipt for purchasing the boots, and I can tell you exactly what boot was purchased for.
Well, but your testimony today, unless you have that receipt with you, your testimony was... Well, your testimony today was that it was Wolverine steel-toed boots.
You can't look it up right now. You can't
all
look
right.
it up. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
So, are you changing your testimony about the Wolverine steel-toed boots that you bought from Mr. Zuazo when he began working as a full-time employee?
No.
Okay, and he had his own shoes when he came on the job, correct?
He did.
And you said that you couldn't say that the pictures that you just were shown were pictures of boots that you ever saw Mr. Zuazo wear, correct?
No.
The only thing you can say is that you think those boots in that video from front of the garage are, which it's not up there anymore, they changed it to a different one, but the boots that the man in that video from the garage are wearing are Wolverine steel-toed boots, correct?
They sort of appear to. They appear like those too. They all look quite similar.
That's a very good point. Brown boots look pretty similar, don't they? Especially when all you're seeing is the toes part of it and the heel part of it, because the individual wearing the boots is also wearing long pants.
So let's go back to the video's right there.
The question was...
If we look at those boots right
Excuse
here,
me.
look at those boots, they look identical.
All right, we're doing question-answer format here, and let's not keep asking the same question over and over again, Mr. McCarthy. Is there another question?
Well, I'd like to get an answer to the one that I just asked,
what was
which
that?
was the reason the boots look similar is because all you're seeing is the toes and the heel part, the soles, and because the person who's wearing them is wearing long pants too, right?
No, you can see the toe and everything on these boots right here.
That's what I just said. The toe, the heel, the sole, that's what you get to see, right? Not the tops.
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your
All right,
Honor.
any redirect based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Mr. Brock, you are all set. You can step down. You didn't have any questions, did you, Ms. Lawson? I did. Okay. All right, can this witness be excused?
No objection.
Objection. Oh, okay. All right. Who's next?
Detective Packmeyer.
Okay.
I don't know how long you're going to
How long will this witness testify for?
40 minutes, maybe.
All right, we can do it then. We'll go for another half an hour. It's about 4:30.
But I don't think that includes not our cross. Mr. Packmeyer was, Detective Packmeyer was very involved with the case, so I do have a number of questions.
That's a true statement.
Well, at least let's get the direct out of the way.
Take the call, Detective Packmeyer.
Good afternoon, Detective. I'll get you sworn in. Go ahead and raise your right hand. You swear from the testimony you're going to provide today's the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
David Packmeyer.
All right, your witness.
Yes, thank you. And, sir, can you state your full name and spell for the record for us, please?
Yes, David Packmeyer II, D-A-V-I-D, P-A-C-H-M-A-Y-E-R, the second.
And, sir, where are you employed at?
Old County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2016.
And what is your current title with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a detective in Rochester Hills.
And how long have you been a detective?
About a year and a half.
Okay. And prior to being a detective, while you're employed with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, how were you employed with the Sheriff's Office?
I originally began as corrections officer, then road patrol.
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
I was a reserve in Macomb County.
And how long was that for?
Probably about 7 years, 6 years.
Okay. And back in October 2024, were you assigned to the Rochester Hills substation?
Yes.
Were you a detective at that time as well?
Correct.
Okay. On October 11, 2024, were you one of the detectives that arrived on scene to the house on Newcastle Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And as a detective that was involved in this case, can you describe some of your duties or what was your responsibilities when you arrived on scene?
I initially arrived on scene, started the investigation with other detectives there. Eventually, I handled a lot of the work on the case, retrieving videos, finding evidence for the case.
And how do you get assigned those particular tasks?
Usually there was an OIC. Originally it was Detective Connolly, and then I kind of helped him out with it because I think he was ill. And then our Detective Sergeant signed a lot of details.
Okay. So would it be a fair characterization that you were heavily involved in the investigation, but you weren't the assigned officer in charge?
Correct.
Okay. During your investigation, were you made aware of a vehicle that may have been involved with the incident at Newcastle?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Detective Downey actually received a call from Officer Hill from DPD. He mentioned that earlier in the day, around 12:15, he came across a vehicle fire.
So there was you got a contact by the Detroit Police Department about a vehicle that was on fire.
Correct.
And how did it come to be that this particular car was that you thought to be involved with this incident?
That officer there on scene took some pictures at that time while it was burning because he thought it was suspicious, and he sent it to us.
Right. And prior to that, did you guys put out any information regarding what type of vehicle it could possibly be?
I believe there was a VOL put out.
Okay. And then you were contacted by another law enforcement agency that vehicle may be important in your investigation?
Correct.
Okay. And when another detective in your office received that information, what did you do personally with that information?
Actually, myself and Detective Downey went down to the DPD impound yard to look at the vehicle.
And where is that impound yard at?
I can't recall the exact crossroads on it.
It was in the city of Detroit?
It is.
Okay. And do you recall what day you went down there?
It would have been the same day, October 11th.
And what did you observe about this vehicle that you saw in that impound lot in the city of Detroit?
The vehicle matched the description that was captured on a Ring camera on Newcastle. The vehicle also had a DTE license plate on it. I found out through Lean and SOS.
And when you say Lean and SOS, I know what that is considering what I do for a living, but what is that?
That's our law enforcement information network. It stores all the SOS information on vehicles, meaning registration of the cars, your driver's license information, things like that.
And when you say SOS, what is that?
Secretary of State.
Okay, so this lien that has data regarding license plates, registration, cars, things like that. And when you got that license plate number off of that car that was in an impound lot, what was the information that you gathered from that?
That plate came back to a DTE truck.
Okay. At that time, it came back to a DTE truck.
Correct.
Okay. And
I think it was a Freightliner.
Okay. And did that car or that truck remain at the impound lot?
No, actually, I stayed there with Detective Downey. We watched it get loaded up on a flatbed. It was taken to Buyers Towing in Rochester City.
Okay, so it came back to your jurisdiction. Yes. And there, did you look through the car, or did you notice anything about that car? Did you take time to investigate it?
We did look at it, yes.
Okay. Were you able to receive a VIN number off of that car?
Yes, the truck was poor. It was badly burnt out, but we were able to find a hidden VIN on it and recover that.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
You may. What are you coming up with?
I am coming up with People's Exhibits 15B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Okay.
Can you take a look at these for me, please, Detective? And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
These are photographs taken from the scene by the original tow truck driver that took it to the DPD lot.
But is that fair and accurate description of the truck that you saw that day that was in the impound lot and eventually made its way to Buyers Towing Lot in Rochester?
It is.
Okay, they haven't been changed or altered?
No.
Okay. No. You know, the people need to admit these too.
So it's 15B through 15G. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. Okay, they're in.
Okay. And may I just stay up here and ask a couple questions?
Yeah, of course.
Detective, in this one, what is that depicting?
That would be the inside cab of the truck, where the steering wheel, dashboard would be, the front seat.
Were you saying where it would be? It's not in there?
No, it's not.
And why is that not in there?
It is burnt out.
Okay. I'm handing you what's already been marked or admitted as 15F. Is that the license plate that was attached to the vehicle when you observed it?
It is.
And is that the license plate that you ran through your lien system that corresponded to a DTE truck?
It is.
Okay. And 15E, is that fair to say just another picture of the burnt truck?
Correct.
In the same state that you saw it?
Yes.
And then 15D?
Driver's side, same state.
And 15C?
And passenger side, same state.
And then 15B?
Yes. That would be the underneath the hood where the engine would be.
Okay. And so it was your testimony that this car was pretty badly burned?
Yes.
Okay. Was there, when you were observing this vehicle, was there any DTE markings or anything on there?
Not when I observed it, no.
Okay. And after observing this truck and going through there, when you got the VIN number, what did you do with that VIN number?
At that point in time, when I got the VIN number, I ran it through lien SOS again, and it came back to a stolen truck.
Right. And so this lien information, when a car is stolen, how does that get in? If there's a report made, not that the car is stolen, but if a report is made, how does that get placed in lien?
Yes. If your car is stolen, you make a report. Law enforcement will enter the information for that vehicle into our system, lien, and we'll get notified if we enter that VIN number in that the vehicle is stolen.
And so the vehicle VIN number on that truck that was burned came back stolen?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what the reporting agency was out of?
I believe it was reported on September 30th out of Dearborn Heights.
Okay. And then based on the information that you have with the lien information, the stolen vehicle information and lien, and this plate that was on that vehicle, did that plate register to that VIN number?
No, it did not.
It did not. Okay. And were you eventually able to figure out via the lien system where that plate belonged to?
I did.
And where did it belong to?
It did belong to DT on Freightliner down at their Trombley station.
And so, but it was not registered or associated with the truck that you were reviewing?
No.
Okay. And then you said you recovered this truck at tow lot in Detroit. Did you go to the scene where it was reported to have been recovered?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall what area that was recovered in?
Yes, it was, I want to say it was 18200 John R.
Okay.
Which is between 6 and 7 Mile and John R.
Okay. And you drove past that? What type of area is that?
It's very desolate.
Okay.
It's kind of vacant.
Would it be fair to say there's a lot of vacant lots?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like an industrial complex or?
No.
Okay. And part of your investigation, did the sheriff's office request or go look for any sort of surveillance videos from any houses or businesses that were located there?
Yeah, I think the day of the incident, our FAT team was sent down there to look for video on houses, the few that are down there.
Okay. And you said the few that were down there?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, were you and your team able to recover any videos in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that video located?
The video is located about 2 blocks north of where the truck was found on 90 East Greendale.
And that's in the city of Detroit as well?
Yeah. Actually, that's Hamtramck, I believe, zip code.
And were you able to obtain that video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review that video?
I did review it.
Okay. And did you review it before coming to court as well?
Yes.
Okay. And the people are going to move to admit and publish people's exhibits 21A and 21A at this point, Your Honor.
Excuse me, could we take down the exhibit that's been up there for a while?
Yeah, of course we'll take that down. But is there, I'm assuming the parties have seen 21A and B?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Or do you want any additional foundation to be established before admitting it?
No, I think we are satisfied.
Okay, all right, 21A and B are admitted.
Thank you. And Your Honor, people move to publish it this time.
Go ahead.
And then after done playing, I'll probably just ask you a couple questions. As you know, you can see that right up there.
Yes.
And Detective, do you recall what time of day this video was that was recording?
12/11.
And what day? And what date was that?
It was on October 11th.
Okay. And so about 12 o'clock afterwards, was that after the 911 call that came through from the Newcastle address?
Yes.
Okay. And when we were watching that video, we see a truck drive up and to the left of that video. Would that be fair to say?
Correct. It was driving westbound.
Westbound. Is this that street? Is this a two-way street, one-way street?
It is a one-way street. You want to go west.
Okay. And so west of what we just saw there, what's over there?
That would be John R.
Okay. And it was your testimony that it was a couple blocks away that this burned out car that you reviewed was located there.
Correct. It would be south of there.
It would be south of there.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to play 21B at this time. Detective Packmeyer, was that the car that we just saw, was it traveling in the same direction that we just saw that white truck?
Correct, at 12:16.
Okay. And based on the information you have in your investigation, that car that we just saw, was that significant in your investigation of this particular crime?
Yes.
And how did that particular car that we just saw in there, how did that become important to your investigation?
That car was eventually identified as defendant Hernandez's Jeep.
And what type of car was that?
It's a Grand Jeep Cherokee. I think it was a 2020.
Okay. And so during your investigation, that car came to be linked to the defendant Hernandez?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what time of day, this clip that we just watched, what time of day that was after the first one that we saw?
That was 5 minutes after the DTE truck went by at 12:16.
So the first video showed the DTE truck, and then the second video shows a car that resembles a car that was associated with Ms. Hernandez.
Correct.
Okay. And then just off the screen, a little while later, that car is recovered, burnt out.
Correct. You would hear the explosion in the video.
That's the sound that you believe you were hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, were you made aware or were contacted by Home Depot, asset protection, or how did that come about?
Yes. Detective Durfee actually contacted Home Depot Asset Protection to see if they could link up purchases of certain items at the same time, which he requested a high-vis vest in Gorilla Tape.
Okay, so would it be fair to say you had information or items that would potentially be associated with the Newcastle address or your investigation?
Correct.
And that information was then relayed to Home Depot?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that Home Depot then reached out to you guys and provided video and possibly receipts?
It was requested. We requested Home Depot to look up these certain items, see if they were purchased, and then look into the video.
And as a detective, is that common practice or something you have done in the past during investigations?
Yes.
Okay, so you reaching out and asking for a reverse item lookup, this wasn't outside of your normal standards of investigation?
No.
Okay. So be fair to say that certain items are given to an LPO or asset protection.
The heel, the sole, that's what you get to see, right? Not the tops.
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I told you it gets really weird. The video gets really weird. I don't know what goes on with this video, but it gets really weird. Then they go back to this guy. All right.
Detective Packmeyer.
M-A-Y-E-R.
And how long was that for? What was your responsibilities when you arrived on scene?
I initially arrived on scene at Dearborn Heights.
Okay.
All right. Now it's getting really weird. Okay, here we go. And it's going to cut off right in the middle of his testimony. I don't know why it does that, but it's going to cut off right in the middle of his testimony, so be prepared.
And is that the only video that Asset Protection from Home Depot sent you?
No.
Is that the one from, this is the one from Allen Park, though, right?
Correct.
And then were you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
I'm handing you what to mark this People's Exhibit 19B.
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
That is a receipt that they supplied.
When you say they, is that the Asset Protection from Home Depot?
Correct. From Home Depot.
And and then has that been changed or altered or any way since Home Depot Asset Protection sent that over to you?
No.
So that's a fair and accurate copy of what they gave you concerning transactions that you guys were looking for?
Correct.
Okay. And based on information you have, that based on the video they sent you, those transactions correspond to the people around who you were looking for that date and time?
Correct.
Okay. People moved to admit and to publish at this time.
Is 19B, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, it's in.
And I'm going to publish on here so you can see. Not too clear a copy. What on this receipt, Detective Packmeyer, based on your investigation, are there any items of note during your investigation on this receipt?
There's multiple items. The Gorilla Black duct tape, the respirators, cotton spray socks with hood, safety vest, the gloves, I believe the pawnshop.
And why were those important or significant to your investigation?
The Gorilla Black duct tape was used at the scene of the crime. The suspects were wearing the respirator with the high-vis safety vest and the gloves, along with the cotton spray sock.
And that's based on your observation of the Ring video camera that was taken from the Murray's household from the night of the 10th and the 11th?
Correct.
Morning of. Okay. Yeah, may approach the call. Thank you. And then also as part of your investigation, did you reach out or was contacted by Lowe's?
We did reach out to Lowe's after learning information.
Yeah, and why did you reach out to Lowe's?
I ran the white Grand Cherokee that belonged to Hernandez through our flock system.
And then real quick, what is, I know we had someone testify a little bit for flock. What is flock and what is that used for in investigations?
It is a license plate reader cameras. It'll tell us where people are that have warrants or maybe if we're looking for a certain vehicle such that we were in this incident. There's public ones, there is private owned ones also, like Lowe's has.
You said Lowe's has their own flock system?
Yes.
How would you have access to that?
We do get access to it, but they put them in on their grounds.
Okay, so if you're looking for something, you can reach out to Lowe's and say, hey, see if there's a flock hit on a particular license plate.
Actually, I didn't look it up myself. We can view their cameras.
Okay, and so you have the license plate belonging to that vehicle, that Cherokee that associated with defendant Hernandez?
Correct.
Okay, and tell us how you went about using the flock system to find out about Lowe's.
I did enter it into the flock system. I can't remember how many days. In the morning of October 11th, it revealed that that vehicle went to that Lowe's location. I believe that was also in Ellen Park. Their cameras capture images going in and out of their parking lot of vehicles from their driveways.
So you plug in or type in the license plate into their Lowe's system, and this particular occurrence that you're about to testify to pops up.
Yes.
And then
with pictures of the vehicle.
Okay, and then once you receive that, what do you do with that information?
At that point in time, I believe, Detective Durfee contacted Lowe's, and we were able to recover surveillance videos of the subjects in that vehicle there.
That time that is recorded on flock through a low security video, do you recall what day it was and what time of day it was?
It was October 11th. I want to say it was around 9:30 in the morning, 9:34.
And based on your information that you had from the investigation and responding to the Newcastle address, would that be before the incident that you were responding to?
That would be before.
Okay. And do you recall what city this Lowe's was located in that was that Hernandez's vehicle was spotted on the flock camera?
I believe it was Ellen Park.
Allen Park? Okay. Now, the people are going to move to omit and publish people's exhibits 20A and 20B at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, I have no.
No objection. All right, the A and B are in and you may publish.
Thank you. And Detective, when you received the videos, did you review those videos?
I did.
Okay. And when those videos came to you, were they broken up in clips and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective, is that the Cherokee that you had the license plate to that popped up on flock?
Yes.
Okay. This video is going to be a couple minutes long, so. And Detective Packmeyer, is that a timestamp down the bottom of the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
It is right now currently at 9:27 a.m. on October 11, 2024.
Thank you. Second Meyer, they all came over with clips, and it would be fair to say that I just presented these all together.
Yes.
May I approach the witness? I'm handing what's been marked as people's.
20C.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. Can you take a look at that for me, Inspector? Does that look familiar?
Yes, it's a Lowe's receipt.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of a Lowe's receipt that was given to you by?
All right, so that's where it cuts off. They just cut it. It's so weird. But then they come back with this reporter. It's really funny. So the live view. All right, hold on. Then they cut. I got to show you this. They go to this reporter. Hold on. Then they go to this guy. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with this channel. So this is truly a look behind the scenes. I gotta watch this. This is really funny. There's no audio. Okay. They cut to this guy. He's a reporter, obviously. I don't know if he's talking to his station or his camera operator. No, he's got the camera. And that's it. That's all we get. Yeah, I guess he's talking to his station. This is just so bizarre. So we get that cut off. I don't know. It's just so bizarre. So anyway, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Then it goes back to the live view. This is entertaining. I'm sorry to have a laugh at your expense, but this is entertaining. This is like Trina following Joe Schmo at the Lori Daybell. See, Joe, this is the behind the scenes stuff. This is technical difficulties exist everywhere with everybody. And this guy is a professional, right? He's working for a station in Detroit. So random. I wonder if footage will ever be available, or is it? It's not. No, it is recorded. This was recorded. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know if he was in the court, if he's outside the court, if they switched to his feed. They ended. The live view is that's what you have when you go into these. Live views can be used anywhere. It's basically just you have a modem, then you can hook into anything. You don't even need to hook into anything. You can hook into a camera, you can hook into a feed, and then you blast out to the satellites. You don't need a satellite dish anymore. You have the live views. All you need is there's 4 modems, so you need I think at least 1, if not 2, and a camera, and then you can do this. Or you can connect to a feed. So I'm not quite sure what happened with that live view, why they cut. So anyway, I tried to warn you guys. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. And that's it. I think that's it. Yep. Then it goes back to the live view. So that's pretty much it. So with that, tomorrow, Saudi Girl, we're thinking 8:30. I think it started at 8:30. It was a 9-hour stream. 9 hours. So they ended, I think, around 5 or so. Yeah, judge said it was about 4:30. So they started at 8:30. So is there a limit? Battery would be the only thing. They need a battery. They need a power source. So thank you, Pammy, and thank you for your support. Appreciate you. All right, you guys. With that, we'll call it a night. There was some really good testimony. I think Aaron posted some shorts, so go check out the shorts. Aaron just posted some shorts about Mr. Broad there, Brian Broad. Maybe some others. I'm not sure. I'll check it out. So, all right. With that, we will call it a night. We'll say goodnight to you guys. Dwayne, I always show you Super Ball before we leave. Super Ball's over there. Super Ball. Yo. Hi. Super Ball's down there. That's for Dwayne. Got little. I'm not sure who that is. Oh, you guys, you got to check this out. Look at little man. Look at him. That's a little man. He is so cute. He does that often. He sleeps like that often. I'm not sure what you call that, but he does that often. Too cute. Little cheddar fetter. All right, you guys, be safe, make good choices. Make sure you do something good for yourself. Have a good night. Be sure to thank our mods, Jennifer King, yes, cheddar fetter. Good night, TLC. Have a good one. Virtuous, have a good night. Lily Wayne saying good night. Thank you. Oh my God, he's so funny. I think that's Riker in the other hammock. It's either Riker or Sid. It might be Sid because she's the lighter color. She's getting more light as she gets older. Yes, Paula, cats are liquid. Totally agree with you on that. 80s Music Man, have a good night. Dwayne, yep. Saudi Girl, good night. Dwayne, no, not good choices. All right, and Dwayne saying good night to Super Bowl. All right, you guys, thank you, mods. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you guys for joining us. Tomorrow we'll go on at like 8:25 Eastern. So we're expecting them to start at 8:30 Eastern. And if they don't, we'll just vamp for a while. Kathleen, have a good night. Be sure to thank our mods and Aaron on the way out. Thank you for joining us, you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.